of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks, what Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams. A week and a half ago, I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are about, here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the $1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done. And I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. At 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right, Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is Secretly a Left-Wing Ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart, what's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know.
Good.
There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue
Oh,
is
it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just gonna say there's people like me out there, or tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful. If you need
got
help
it. Okay. Well,
in that arena.
always any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers
Yes.
wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a
Okay. I see.
systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I know you have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. I mean, it's, again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But
Mm.
I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there, I mean, like, are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help to help them
Yeah, I mean,
understand the
listen,
situation
for me,
better.
what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do
Mm.
you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, I mean, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, oh, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get
Mm.
reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming
Yeah,
in
Trump
that
just
regard?
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
We only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reid story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard, and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party. Full stop. Right? I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story. And whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, everything those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost of foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
Yep.
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them. And they're going to
Most
vote for
people
Biden.
are. Most people. I mean, remember,
I can
listen.
see a lot of.
In just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, ended up voting for Trump, 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base. And they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than trying to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been up there. In fact,
distributor.
I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in
Arcata.
Oh,
that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like weed country. Country. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
this. And I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party. Yeah. You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, you know, alcohol prohibition, you know, I'm sure a lot of the folks that legalize alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. I don't agree with you. I think there's no doubt. Hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions.
But they did. They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished. Whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So yes. For me, it is not what
Trump's a fence walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very much appreciate it, and I hope that you, make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing? Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work, the ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11. These are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's what I thought. Unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course.
To
So like one
balance it
example, now
out,
this is
which I
something
don't.
Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would actually be an interesting thing because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around 125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first 125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have helped.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right,
But
my friend, thank you so much for the
I-
call. I very much
thank you.
appreciate it. And it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's definitely people that are, there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period, and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
right.
also,
So
like
in
you
other
said,
words, Priscilla, is there if I say to
too.
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like he's just not the person I want, and it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump, but I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I feel like that is
Priscilla,
kind of what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
It sounded like you were saying, it's not just because, in other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure. I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling,
I
don't
it.
know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high
Sure.
school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All right, Priscilla, take care. Have a
show.
good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party? Or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be? Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first-past-the-post, winner-take-all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally, they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is, over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee. and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you. We told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, my instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement, locally, state, federally, is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We are calling the Putney Select Board meeting to order at 5:36. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Yeah, I just want to add one item under select board items, and it's allocation of sewer and water for Mockingbird Tavern.
Where's that going to go, Karen?
It can just go in, in the last item under select board.
Okay. So we have an item G. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And we need approval of minutes from April 22nd, 2020 and April 29th, 2020. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Hang on, David. Okay, go ahead, David.
And seconded.
Before we move on to public comment on items not on the agenda, I just want to give a little spiel as to how this goes. All mics will stay muted.
You got to do that vote for the minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Josh. Is there any discussion?
Yes. So you don't have April 29th because I'm not quite done with them yet.
Well, that's helpful, Karen.
I was working on them this afternoon and I have to confirm something and I have to go to the video.
Okay.
Okay, so you're voting on April 22nd only.
Okay. Do you want to amend the motion?
Sorry, what does it, I can't have things in front of me at the same time, so I'm not sure what it needs to read. If you ask for a motion.
We're just gonna, just a motion for April 22nd.
So I
striking April 29th.
I move to accept the minutes of April 22nd as presented.
And I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. Now I will move on to a little spiel. All mics will stay muted throughout the meeting, except for the select board and the town manager. Will unmute invited speakers during select board items where they've been invited to speak. We ask that you send a message in the chat if you would like to speak at any point, and just to understand that the select board and town manager and invited speakers will speak first. And then we have a really packed agenda, so we are going to limit discussion of items. And we'll do that as we go, depending on how many people want to talk at a time. So, all right, is there any public comment on items not on the agenda? All right, then so I'm just going to check the chat real quick to make sure. I'm not seeing any public comment on items not on the agenda. We're going to move on to the select board items. And the first item on our agenda is the Forest for Learning. And Larry, our town attorney, was invited to speak on this. So I think we'd like to hear from him first. And then maybe Karen, if you have anything further to say.
Sure. Let me unmute Larry. Okay, Larry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Where to begin here? First, Lionel, this is the first time that we've met, although we've corresponded several times, and I appreciate your patience, although I can imagine it might be wearing a little thin by now. So I thank you, for all the correspondence you've sent me. And let me see if I can just explain how I got to where I am, and then see if we can come to an agreement on how to go forward. There's no question in my mind that everybody has proceeded with the school forest property with.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm not liking this virtual meeting stuff.
Are we still there? I'm losing you.
Yeah, there you are. You're back.
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
I don't see it. That's right. You can hear me.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
All right. So you don't have to look at me anyway. And So to begin with, I'm aware of the history, and I want you to be understand. I'm aware of the background in terms of the Act 46 concerns and how you didn't want the school district property to end up with the new Union District. To the town of Putney. Town of Putney would hold it. You all look frozen. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, fine. Again, my screen is totally frozen, so I have no idea what's going on. And so as I say, I understand the background, and let's see where we can go forward so that the town and the residents of Putney are protected. With no town school district in place at this time, the town of Putney is the only entity legally responsible to protect that property at this time for future public use. And I know you folks worked very hard on organizing a 501c3 company, the Forest for Learning, as a legal entity to take title to the property. And then I believe it's your intentions to negotiate restrictive covenants with a land trust. Here are some of my concerns. A conveyance to a 501c3 entity is a wonderful thing, but it's no guarantee that the property will be permanently protected and preserved for public use. Even though the 501c...
Oh, come on.
Karen, can we ask him to call in?
Yeah, we got to get this. This is important.
I know.
They come,
Let me,
And if he
can you
calls
hear me or not?
Oh, there you're back.
Larry. Where is?
Can you hear me?
We can, but you're going in and out.
Yeah.
And so it's sometimes helpful if you shut your video off, and it's sometimes helpful if you call in instead of using the computer to come in.
I will do whatever you suggest I do, Laura.
All right, hang on. I'm going to
I'll turn off my camera. Okay, the camera's off. Is that any better?
Yeah, you're clear now for the moment. Exactly.
All right. If you lose me again, give me your number and I'll call it directly.
I'm going to give you a number right now. Hang on a minute.
Is it the one in your agenda?
Yes.
That long one?
Yes.
Wow, it's got like 10 numbers in it.
You have to dial the 1571 and then the access code too.
All right, is that what you want me to do right now?
Please.
The sound seems all right for the moment, but.
All right. If you lose me again, we'll try I'll try to make a call. All right. So where I left off was the 501c3 entity. It's, as I say, it's a laudable goal to transfer the property to a 501c3, but a 501c3 entity in itself does not have a perpetual existence. In fact, in my legal career, I've had to deal with other 501c3 entities which have dissolved or for whatever reason did not continue in existence. And I have to think of the town, at least while this issue is on my plate, and while I say it's on my watch, so to speak, I'm thinking of the town 50 to 100 years down the road, and what guarantees can we provide to the town right now that this property will be forever protected for future public use. Now, when property is transferred to an ordinary land trust, even the land trust doesn't rely on its 501c3 status. There are always specific covenants and restrictive land restrictions and restrictive covenants in the deed, as well as rights of first refusal, restrictions on rights of transfer, those sorts of things. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So even though some of those provisions are included in a 501c3 organizational document, those documents can be amended, they can be revised, they can be rescinded. The best and only way to ensure that land is encumbered for future use is to make sure that the restrictions appear in the deed of transfer so that it runs with the land, and that all subsequent owners of the property are aware of the deed restrictions, both for its public purposes and its use. So that's just to kind of set the table and see how we get there. If it is the intention of Forest and Learning to negotiate land restrictions with the land trust, then I recommended to the select board that the select board have some input and involvement what those restrictions are to make sure that it is indeed protected for permanent and perpetual public use. I also think
We can't hear you now, Larry.
a reversion if the public purpose is in the.
We lost you. Could you
now I'm gone.
Your last
Lionel, will I ask, can you please stay muted until we call on you?
I did not unmute myself. Someone else did.
Okay. Oh. Larry, we couldn't hear you on that.
All right. If you can hear me now. Yes. Just somebody say yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And it says, and it says poor network connection is what's coming up. I'm going to call you.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
That's probably for the best. Thank you.
So Karen, I dial 157 131.
Karen, are you hearing him?
Karen's muted.
Yeah.
Why is Karen muted? Oh my gosh, it's like a bad SNL skit.
Guys, give me your phone. I'm dying. She sent me a private number.
All right, now we're on record. Some of the rights that I've suggested the select board should consider would be a right of reversion to the town of Putney in the event the property ever ceased to be used for public educational purposes or for what I call traditional recreational uses. You might want to consider a right of first refusal to purchase the property, even though there's a provision in the 501c3 docs that says it may not be sold. It doesn't indicate what would happen to the property other than it would have to be used for some other public purpose in the event that that entity dissolved. And there are a number of 501c3 purposes that may not be consistent with the intentions of the town of Putney or its future residents. So I think the town of Putney might want to have some input into what future uses would be allowed of the property, and in the event those uses are not conformed with that, it would revert to the town. I also don't think the property should be sold to a third party without town select board approval. I think that's something that the select board may wish to make sure is put in place. So I'm not trying to create difficulties for any entity, any party. The select board is the legislative body of the town of Putney. The town of Putney has been entrusted with 167 acres that propose to be transferred. And though that property is public property, it's property that is presently in public domain, and it should be forever at least protected and preserved for that purpose. But the transfer to a 501c3 entity does not achieve perpetual protection. And that's the only point I wish to make legally, is that I don't want people to misunderstand that by conveyance to Forest for Learning that they have achieved perpetual and permanent public use. It doesn't work that way. For temporarily, while Forest and Learning is operating and conforms with its bylaws, that may well be the case. But 50 or 100 years from now, if that organization no longer exists, this property could be in the hands of some other entity, or it could be at a totally different use than anybody here envisions, unless there are really specific and guaranteed restrictions in the deed, or if not in the deed. If not in the deed, it may be possible for to create what we call a freestanding a declaration of restrictive covenants, which survive what we call survive the deed, legal obligations and restrictions that obligate the property that would be of record that survive this particular conveyance. And Attorney Fisher and I talked about that briefly, but none of the purchase and sale intentions are binding. I want people to understand that. Once a deed is executed, and it was executed in a very general fashion to the town of Putney, none of the purchase and sale intentions and the meeting minutes, none of that stuff controls anymore. A deed of record becomes a full and final document enforceable within the four corners of the document. That is why land trust documents do not rely on any outside documents. Land trust documents have all restrictions, maps, and covenants attached to the deed itself, so that within the four corners of the documents, all intentions, present and future, are explained. That was my concern in having such a general deed from the town of Putney to Forest and Learning. There's nothing specific in that deed whatsoever that protects in perpetuity the land for public purposes. So those are my comments. I share those as your town council and as an attorney who's been involved in many, many land trust transactions. And it was always of some concern to me that it seemed to be this was being handled in although a very well-intentioned fashion, without some of the permanent protections that I've been accustomed to seeing. So with that, I've shared my comments, and you folks, if you have any questions, I can answer them. But I'm more than happy to work with Attorney Fisher and Lionel and everybody else to figure out how we can accomplish what you want to accomplish in a permanent and binding way.
Thank you, Larry. Karen, I'd like to turn it over to you first if you have any questions or comments.
I don't have any at the moment. I'm sure Lionel would like to speak.
Okay. I would like to give the select board an opportunity first. And Larry, you're able to hang in for a while with us?
I am.
Okay, great. So Josh, I'm guessing you have something you'd like to ask or say?
I'd like to understand how we got to the point where the select board had a deed in front of us that appeared to have legal counsel's approval that we voted on. And then legal counsel came back and said, no, this isn't right. I'm just confused as to how that happened. And I understand frustration on the part of Forest for Learning. I'm also frustrated because I certainly had the feeling this was all being done the way it was meant to, and when it was presented to us, that became clear it wasn't. And I don't know how that happened. So, can you shed some light on that?
Well, maybe Karen can shed some light. I expressed concerns in writing and in person to the town months ago, and even Lionel was made aware of my concerns about restrictions, the lack of restrictions, permanent safeguards for the town, and those are in emails and of record, and that's it serves no purpose to necessarily go through those, but I've been consistent all along, Josh, that I just had some very serious concerns about the generality of the process, and I was led to understand that the select board were comfortable with the transfer and did not wish to place any further protections or restrictions on the transfer because of the good faith work by the school district and Forest for Learning in the past. And that was my understanding of how it came back to me. And I felt that, I had done my job as town council by raising the concerns. And then more recently, within the last couple of weeks, Karen again had a conversation with me, and and said, boy, Larry says, maybe I should go back to the board again and remind them of your concerns. And I said, well, Karen, listen, I'll put in a longer email what those concerns are, and you can share it with whoever you wish. And I did that, and I'm speculating, but I believe that Karen shared that with one or more of the board members, my concerns some time ago, and my letter to Bob Fisher. I'm looking at the email to Bob Fisher, which was pretty recent. It's April 3rd, where I outlined, and I had a good conversation with Bob. Bob seemed to understand my concerns. He's also been involved in a number of land trust transactions. So nothing I said was of news or startling to Bob. And I think we both kind of agreed that maybe we should just slow this process down a little bit and make sure that all the legal steps will be in place to make sure this is permanently preserved and protected to the extent we all want it to be 100 years from now. So, Josh, that's how we got to where it is.
Okay, thank you. I guess I don't know whether I don't know what happened, and I mean we don't need to rehash it. I think it's too bad that however that miscommunication occurred, or that we didn't. I didn't have a clear message. I mean, the message when we took that vote 2 weeks ago was everything's set to go, and Larry has signed off on it. And so I'm not sure how that happened. And we don't need to rehash it. Thank you for the explanation. But we need to figure out how to move forward, because we do all have the same intention of wanting to make this happen.
So Josh, if I may, just one comment. Josh, the deed you have in front of you is lawful, and it would convey the property. But the deed you have in front of you does not achieve the kind of protections that I've articulated in email correspondence for a couple of months now.
Okay.
Thank you. Josh, do you have any more questions or comments?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. David.
I have a question to Lionel, actually.
Okay.
The time for that. What I want to understand, Lionel, is how does having these restrictions on the deed, the language our lawyer is advising us to try to put in there, how does that stop you from doing what you want to do with the land? How is this a roadblock to you? So I can understand, your position.
Lionel, is Lionel still muted?
No.
Okay.
There.
Can you hear us,
Can
Lionel?
you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. I have a lot of things I'd like to share with the group, but I'll be glad to answer your question first, David. The process of land protection is complex. There's always less money available than people would like. And are you able to hear me?
I'm hearing you so far. Thank you.
Okay, there's some feedback here, so I'm not sure why that is. So there are two basic ways that one can convey a conservation easement. One is for free. Actually, there are three ways. If you're really unlucky, you end up paying to have a conservation easement done on land. And that is unfortunately something that started happening in the 80s as a result of costs associated with appraisals and legal fees and so on, that land trusts became aware would break their banks if they didn't somehow get those costs covered. And so some folks actually pay land trusts in order to take their land. In other cases, it's a free situation where people approach a land trust and they say, I would like to protect this land, and they donate the easement. The value of the development rights are donated. For the lucky few who happen to have a property that is ecologically significant, that is strategically important for larger scale conservation efforts, statewide and regional wildlife corridors, and other issues of biological diversity conservation. And if the cards are right, if things time out well, those few people are actually in a position to sell the development rights to that conservation organization. And that's money. And Forest for Learning, as you probably remember, has very little money. The only money it has is being held by the town of Putney, which now I guess we're going to have to spend on legal fees with Bob Fisher, from what I gather from this. But our hope for a couple of years now, as we've been thinking about this property, trying to protect it, trying to ensure public access, not just on paper, but in reality, in the form of trails that are not eroding and bridges that are not collapsing. The only way to have Forest for Learning function and to have the land cared for in the way that everyone has always said they'd like to see it cared for is if there's funding available to maintain the property and maintain that public access. And we've been talking about a boardwalk that may cost upwards of $50,000. And so, to answer your question, the issue with associating restrictive language to the deed is that it effectively makes the property protected already, and it becomes unattractive to land trusts. Land trusts are, like I said, everyone has limited funding. Land trusts, especially so, they all must prioritize where they're going to do their conservation and why. And they do not waste time protecting land that is already protected. They protect land that is vulnerable to development. In other words, not protected. And I have registered these concerns to Larry Slayson. He made reference to the fact that he has communicated with me about this. His communication was simply to send a few questions my way.
Hey,
which
Lionel,
I replied
if this is going
Yeah.
beyond what David asked, can we just stick to the question that David asked right now?
Yeah, this is answering David's question.
Okay.
David is asking why would it be problematic for Forest for Learning to have restrictive language associated with the deed?
Okay.
And
It just feels like you're going down a different road.
It's something, well, there are lots of roads that Mr. Slayson has opened up that need to be walked on. Absolutely.
I can appreciate that. David, do you feel like that answered your question?
I think it does. I think what you're telling me is that to be one of the lucky few, you need to be able to sell the development rights to a land trust, and you can't do that if the restrictive language is attached to the deed. So that you won't be able to. Basically, that's the answer, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I got it. Okay.
So I have some questions for Larry. Larry, looking back on the original deed, the charge to the town is pretty clear. And I appreciate where you're coming from and the concerns that you've brought to us, because I think that it is your job as our town attorney to bring these kind of concerns before us. But again, looking back on the original documentation, the charge to us is really to be a pass-through. And the intention of the school board was maybe not as clearly outlined as you would have liked it. And maybe looking back, it could have been done a little bit better. But I'm curious if we're stepping outside of our role as a pass-through right now.
Yes.
If you're directing that to me, I think you have to decide, your own parameters and your own obligations to the folks you serve and your voters. I think it's clear that the voters intended for this property ultimately to be managed by a nonprofit entity. Mm-hmm. Whether or not it was specifically Forest for Learning, that was ultimately, I believe, approved by a town vote. But I think it also runs through all the documents that is the intention that it's going to be perpetually preserved and protected for some type of public educational use. And as I say, I don't mean to disparage anyone. This has been great work and a lot of work getting this 501c3 together. The question is, when ultimately will we have protections in place which permanently and perpetually protect the property? Now, I agree fully with Lionel that we could end up making it less attractive for a land trust to purchase development rights if the town restricts it. And so I think that if Lionel is working with or has communicated with a potential land trust and those conversations are underway, I think it's a wonderful thing. I would hope that the Forest for Learning would allow or encourage maybe some select board input as to what some of those restrictions and restrictive covenants would look like and what those public uses would consist of, so that the town, that the select board can feel comfortable that those uses are protected. Also, I'm not aware that the land trust would object if the town had a right of reverter. I mean, I guess it's something I would like to ask Vermont Land Trust or otherwise. If the town of Putney, for example, says in the event the property were not used for public purposes and public educational purposes, it shall revert to the town of Putney, or that the town of Putney would have the right of first refusal to buy this property for $1 before it were ever transferred to a third party. It would not be my intention to inhibit a land trust from restricting this property and paying Forest for Learning for those restrictive covenants. But I think town of Putney should be the ultimate repository of the land. If the uses are not complied with, or if organizations dissolve in the future, I don't like it going through IRS 501c3 legalese and then having a battle of what will be the future use of the property and who ends up with it. That's happened before with 501c3 entities. And that's why, again, land trust doesn't deal with that. They put it right in the deed what the restrictive covenants are, and who gets the property and who gets rights of reversion and who has rights of first refusal. All I'm asking is that Lionel and Forest for Learning include the select board in their process when they negotiate, and that the ultimate rights come back to the town of Putney, not some other entity, in the event of breach or dissolution. That, in my opinion, would be what the select board is vested and charged to do. And I think the town has made it clear that they want the select board to cooperate with Forest and Learning to the extent possible to do that. And I'll make one further statement. To the extent that Bob Fisher works with Forest for Learning and negotiations occur with the land trust, I will represent the town of Putney at no cost in protecting the town of Putney interest on behalf of the select board in this endeavor. It's for a public purpose, and I would contribute my legal time to that, representing the town of Putney.
Well, thank you for that. So let me ask you, if they put the right of reversion in to the deed, that's enough to make you feel, would that at a minimum be enough to make you feel comfortable?
I think it's an improvement. I think there's a number of things that a land trust would agree to do to enable Putney to have a right of first refusal, to have a right of the written consent before it could be sold, a right of reverter, all of those sorts of things. And again, does the select board wish to have any involvement in the types of restrictive covenants placed on the property? Does it wish to have any involvement? Who can use it? For what purpose? Type of thing. I mean, those are the questions I raised. I don't mean to suggest I have all the answers. That's for the select board and Forest and Learning to iron out.
So I honestly, I don't know that that's our position, but Lionel, would a right of reversion and a right of first choice be a compromise that you would be willing to make on this? Do you feel like that would not, that wouldn't affect the property in a negative way?
Well, I can see that I'm not going to be actually afforded an opportunity to simply speak, that I'm going to be asked specific questions. So I'll take the opportunity at this time to ask a couple of very specific questions of you and the rest of the board and Larry Slason.
Lionel, I'm
the
happy
board,
to let you speak, but this is a process, and so
yes, it
I
is a process. It needs to be a give and take, and there has been simply take happening. I respectfully ask, have you received the letter that we wrote, and can we make that public record, the 8-page letter that we submitted yesterday?
Absolutely. I received it. I read it. I can't speak for the rest of the board. I see David nodding his head. He read it. Josh, were you able to?
I haven't read every word, but I've read the bulk of it.
Okay.
And
Did Mr. Slason read that letter?
It automatically becomes public record when you forward something like that to us. So it
I'm
is.
just wondering if Mr. Slason has read the letter. Are you? This conversation is feeling somewhat surreal to me because we've been talking about things that are all addressed in the bylaws of Forest for Learning, which were sent specifically to all board members, select board members, a week ago. And if you have read the bylaws and you have read the purposes and the specific purposes, it is abundantly clear that we would be in violation of our bylaws if we did not protect the land in perpetuity and make it available for public use. So can we please take a step back and discuss the bylaws, which I presume everyone on this call who's involved in the issue has had an opportunity to read. And can we please discuss whether or not the bylaws satisfy the concerns of the select board and their council?
So Lionel, I'll respond to that. I guess I've got to be clear in what I said initially. My concern is indeed that 501c3 bylaws are not binding on the parties and do not constitute a binding restriction on the property. They are not. They are. Excuse me. Let me finish.
Yes.
501c3 bylaws do not run with the land. Run with the land means permanent restrictive covenants in a deed which run with the land. Whoever uses, owns, occupies the land in the future are subject to covenants which run with the land. 501c3 entity bylaws, just like corporate bylaws and organizational documents, govern the organization but do not run with the property. And so even though your organization is set up for this purpose, and laudably so, and with good intentions, the organizational documents are not a legal document which binds the property. And that's the point I was trying to make with my introduction, that a 501c3 is no guarantee that property will be permanently protected and preserved for public use. When you negotiate the restrictive covenants with a land trust, when they buy those covenants are going to be recorded and will be permanent restrictions that run with the land. Your bylaws will not. And so until that happens, we really don't have a permanent restriction on that property. And to say that to you, to someone who's put in so much work in it, has got to be, a horrible thing to hear. But it's my job just to explain the legal foundation on which I'm advising the board. So,
yes, may I speak?
Sure.
Yeah. So Karen and Laura sent me an email today asking whether our attorney, if you want to call Bob Fisher our attorney, if Bob Fisher would be attending this call. And I responded that he would not be attending this call because it was my interest to simply have a conversation with the select board about these matters. And I find it very interesting that not only is Mr. Slason on this call, but that Mr. Slason was given the opportunity to define, in a sense, the entire issue at length before any discussion of the 8-page letter that we sent, which concluded with the statement, we would appreciate the select board explaining to us why there has been such a dramatic change in tone from the 4 years that we've been working on this issue. As Josh mentioned earlier, we were virtually at the point of signing the contract when this happened. And the town manager said in the beginning of the discussion prior to your vote to unanimously go forward with signing the deed, the town manager stated that the town attorney was on board. And all of a sudden, we are somewhere else entirely. And to expect us, the Forest for Learning Board, who have worked so hard and have been completely transparent in all of our dealings with the town, to suddenly just be expected to be told what to do after we've been discussing this transparently with you for years is just amazing. It feels surreal to me. So I'm sorry, Laura, if you feel it's inappropriate for us to have this level of discussion, but there's been reference made to emotions being raised, and this is why emotions are raised, because there appears to be no connection between what we've been trying to communicate with you all along, what you yourselves have done by publishing the letter, by doing everything by the book. And Mr. Slayson sent me questions in January, which I answered, which he never responded to. And now he's had a conversation with Bob Fisher in private about this issue without our knowledge. We supposedly have an attorney. We did not intend to retain an attorney for the purposes of arbitration. We only asked for Bob Fisher to help us out to get the 501c3 set up. Well, Mr. Slayson has offered to donate his services to the town of Putney, but because Mr. Fisher is not on the call, we have no idea if Bob Fisher will also follow suit and kindly enter into a bona fide situation of donating his services so that the two lawyers can have free discussions for months on end. Forgive me.
Lionel, I have to stop you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
Please.
Don Sprague has a question. Don, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my brain right now around, we've had all these board meetings as Forest for Learning and talked about so much of this over the past couple of years. And I'm wondering, my understanding was that a lot of this, not just like our bylaws as a 501c3, but that the conservation easement would include a lot of these same legal things in it, where it can back to the town. And in fact, it's in our bylaws that like if Forest for Learning at some point dissolves, that it goes back to the town. And so I'm trying to figure out why we can't accomplish this with the conservation easement. Like, does the town trust us to, and I'm happy to work with select board members, like as we go through this. I don't want to speak for the entire board, but why can we not include some of these legal protections for the in perpetuity, like 100 years from now, in the conservation easement?
Don, I want to, we definitely want to work with you on this. It's not, when our attorney raises issues to us, we do have a duty to respond to them. And that's all that's happening here.
No. I
and my concern, and honestly, I see what Larry is saying in your documentation, is that if for some reason something were to go really wrong and you weren't able to get a conservation easement, this document actually can put it back to the state or the federal government. It doesn't automatically put it back to the town. And that's really concerning to me.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I get that. But so it's just the question is, like, do we chance not getting protection through a conservation easement because we're putting more stipulations in a deed transfer? I don't know. I just wanted to ask that question.
Larry, do you have any feedback? Or Josh, were you trying to?
My opinion would be that the concern is, Dawn, and I agree with you, and I think if we can figure out a way to do that so that we guarantee those aspects in a conservation easement, which as per your bylaws are required, et cetera. It's the window between now and a conservation easement being issued that I think is of concern, because if, for example, you were to go to get a conservation easement and right now, things are not going well for conservation folks, et cetera, if that window extends and extends and extends and for some reason doesn't happen easily, I think that's the vacuum that Larry's concerned about and that he is voicing that we need to be concerned about, is that once we transfer this land, and I want to ask a follow-up question to Larry, but once we transfer this land to you, it's in that no man's land between being protected and not. And we all totally understand that the best intentions are there. Larry, can you answer for me, if we voted to approve this, are we bound to, we all want to approve this. And we all want to make this, we all want to expedite it in the best way possible, but we also are charged as the select board with protecting the best interests of the town. And that's where it suddenly flared up, was when there was this sense that we had gone and we had signed this, and then there was further question from Larry, and I don't know how that miscommunication. But Larry, are we at a point where we have, for all practical purposes, already signed that document by voting unanimously to do so?
No, no transfer is effective until the deed is executed and delivered. And you voted to transfer it, but the circumstances under which the transfer occur still haven't been articulated with finality. There's a couple of ways to approach this, I think, in terms of meeting the concerns. One would be to have the deed include some of the reversionary language or the restrictions on transfer that we've talked about in terms of concerns. But it may be possible, if indeed Forest and Learning does have counsel, but it may be possible to prepare a document which survives closing. In other words, a document that would be binding on both parties that survives the closing on the sale, that allows the town or requires, if you will, Forest and Learning, when it negotiates the restrictive covenant, to ensure that the restricted covenants include a right of reverter to the town of Putney and a right of first refusal and those sorts of things, so that the Forest and Learning would have, those obligations in negotiating, and maybe that's practical, maybe it isn't. The other thing that could be done to further help would be to amend the bylaws of Forest for Learning to make it clear and provide specifically that in the event of dissolution of the organization and in the event that it ever ceases to be used for public educational purposes, that the land would revert to the town of Putney specifically. So there's multiple things that could be done, I think, to further address the concerns that have been raised. And I don't want to sit here and suggest that there's only one avenue. I think, frankly, a multiple prong approach would be the best result for everyone. And there may even be other ideas out there by Attorney Fisher or others, in addition to the two or three that I've just suggested. So, again, we got to come back to the premise that a 501c3 bylaw does not run with the land. It's not whether it's binding or anything else or legal. It does not run with the land. We need a document of record that runs with the land in perpetuity, that guarantees public use, and provides for a reverter to the town of Putney in the event that public use is not fulfilled. That's the ultimate objective, and how we achieve that, I think if we all focus on that, we should be able to achieve that in a multiple of ways.
Is that something that you could work on with Bob and the Forest for Learning could approve and we could get back to very quickly, like within a week?
Well, I don't know about a week. It's going to take a little bit of thought, both in terms of the amendment of the bylaws and the document that survives closing. I mean, what we'd have to hear from Forest and Learning is their feeling. Have they started conversations with the land trust, and how would the land trust that they're negotiating with feel about a right of reverter, a right of first refusal to the town of? I just don't know how that would affect their negotiations. And I think we would need some further input from Forest and Learning so that we don't undermine the good work that they're trying to do. So there's going to be multiple layers of input here. I wouldn't want to force it to occur within a week or two. I think this is something that needs to be resolved, over a couple of more weeks with some careful thought.
And I really come back to I reading number 6 in the purchase and sale contract. I come back to, like, is this our conversation to even be having? It was very clear from the school board what they intended. It was to be deeded over to a nonprofit, and they didn't build those protections in to this. And so while I feel it's important for us to have this conversation, I think that the select board has to consider if we are overstepping in this conversation.
The only thing I'd say to that, remember, a purchase and sale agreement does not run with the land and does not survive a closing. A purchase and sale agreement serves as a tool to illustrate the types of protections that should appear in the deed.
And that's why you're the attorney. So,
Yeah, the other thing I would say, Laura, is, it was clearly, it's everybody's intention, including the school board who initially transferred this, that this should be protected in perpetuity. And I think that's what Larry is, that's this, again, this sort of window of possibility where we lose that. I think that would be a failing on the select board's part if that was brought to our attention as a possibility. Just because it was overlooked by those who came before us doesn't mean, and it's clearly not being overlooked by Forest for Learning, but if it doesn't have the legal teeth that our council tells us it needs, then we wouldn't be doing justice. But
okay. So
I don't know what our willingness is to, Larry has generously offered to do this free of charge on his part. I don't know whether Bob would be willing to do that. My guess is that Bob and Larry could figure this out pretty quickly, that there wouldn't have to be a huge number of hours. I don't know whether we feel any obligation, because we stumbled on this a little bit, to support that financially if there are costs incurred in the process. And I personally, I think we could ask Bob to be as generous as he could, but if there were some fees involved, I wouldn't be totally opposed to trying to help with that, but I don't know.
I wouldn't either. Emily has asked Lionel, would putting any right of refusal, etc., in the deed reduce conservation value? And that was one of my questions as well. A right of reversion, a right of refusal. Can we have those put into the deed and solve this issue? Yes, Lionel.
Hang on.
Oh, we're getting there.
There we are. It might be all right. One thing to keep in mind with regard to the reverter clause would be that the Forest for Learning has a vested obligation to maintain the property as an educational resource for kids and adults. And we would need to have confidence that the town of Putney would honor that themselves. And if the town of Putney is strapped financially and I hope that this situation that's going on now does not result in the need to cut back on things. That could be a concern for us. That if we were to, we do take our bylaws very seriously, and we wrote them ourselves. So we want to see them actually done in perpetuity. And so the reverter clause would need to work in both directions. We would need to have confidence that Putney would not only honor our bylaws, the specific and general purposes of our bylaws, but also that it would be prepared to honor whatever covenants the conservation easement included. So as long as we had that confidence in Putney, then yes, we'd be open to that. And as far as would it diminish the value of the easement? That's something I would need to look into. I wouldn't think so, as long as the terms of the easement, the reason the organization would take on an easement would be to protect certain natural resource values indefinitely. And so as long as the organization had confidence that the town of Putney was able and willing to adhere itself to the terms of the easement, then they might not have a problem with the reverter clause. That was one of the questions. What was the other? One was reverter, and the other was right of refusal.
Right of refusal, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about right of refusal. I'm okay with that, but again, the same issues would apply. Putney would have the right of refusal, but recognize that it wouldn't, because we are protecting the land. It will severely limit what Putney can and can't do with that land later. And so that may be an issue for townspeople. They may say, what business does the town of Putney have taking on this 170-acre property that's got hundreds of people visiting it all the time, and has invasive species issues, has rare wildlife species management requirements, has eroding trails, has issues from climate change, and so on. So if Putney feels sincerely that it really wants that, then I personally don't have an issue with it, and we could discuss it. Our board could discuss it.
Larry, do you have any opinion on the reverse of that, as Lionel's saying?
Well, I don't right now. I think it would be helpful to know whether or not there's any ongoing conversations with the land trust entity, and the land trust entity could be a third party to this conversation as to what, for example, a right of reverter to the town of Putney. Remember, these would only take place in the event that the land was no longer being used for public educational purposes. So I'm less concerned about the town taking on those obligations. The right of reversion only occurs if those obligations have failed, or if the entity becomes dissolved. And so if the entity becomes dissolved or those obligations aren't being fulfilled, I don't want it to end up with some other organization that the town of Putney has no control over. This was town of Putney land, and I think the select board has a legislative obligation, if you will, to make sure that it's perpetually preserved for Putney residents and not come into the hands of some other federal or state organization.
Larry, would striking the state and federal language from the purchase and from the quick claim be helpful?
No, no, it would not. It would have to be something, again, the bylaws have to be amended. I don't mean to sound dogmatic. I would suggest that the bylaws be amended to address the concerns that have been raised. That's the first point. That's easy. Secondly, I would feel much better as town council if some of those restrictions at least appear in the deed, or with some language stating that in the event the property is further subject to restrictive covenants, that if those covenants are not, for educational purposes, in the event that those covenants are not fulfilled, the property shall revert to the town of Putney. I mean, we could create some fairly succinct language that would address our concerns. What I don't know is whether or not the land trust has a different vision. In some of the deals I've negotiated with the Vermont Land Trust, is the repository. If the owner and user of the property violates it, in some cases there's enforcement provisions and the property goes to the land trust. And so the land trust might want to take this in the event that there was some breach in the future. And that's where having a land trust party to this conversation might be of help to all of us.
Lionel, is there a land trust involved? Is the land trust involved? Are you in conversation with them?
I've been unable. This is a very sensitive, strategic process. It's not something you want to kind of come in on and go back out on. You don't want to sort of own land before you start talking about easements. You really need to come in ready to go. The narrative, the complete package of what is it that is being offered. And so I have had to hold my tongue and wait until the land comes to us before seriously engaging in this discussion. But that said, I have mentioned to a board member of the Northeast Wilderness Trust that we have this property, that it's a remarkable property, and that we might be interested in talking to them. I've also put out a call to the Upper Valley Land Trust, but I haven't spoken back. They haven't replied to my call yet. I am not comfortable at all with Larry Slayson or the select board joining me for discussions of this nature. I'm not interested in that. I don't think I would like to do that. What I would be comfortable to do would be to do the work that I've intended to do and come back and report on a very regular basis to the select board. I'd be more than happy to share status updates every 2 weeks, every week, or even more often via email, if that would be of interest, so that the select board is fully informed as to what's going on. And if the select board's council then has follow-up questions based on the reports that I'm sharing, those questions could be brought to me by the select board, and I would be more than happy to answer those questions. But I do not want some sort of a group exercise at this point when it comes to trying to find the best easement possible for this land. And if there are any doubts or questions about my qualifications in this work, I would be more than happy to share my resume. I can even produce references if that's of interest to the select board. I assure you at this time that I'm fully qualified for this work. And
Lionel,
I believe my board would say
yeah.
as well.
I
think it's relevant, Laura. I think it's relevant. I'm not suggesting that I'm taking this personally or that this is an emotional thing. I'm simply trying to remind the board that it has the best forest for learning it could possibly imagine having. We have an incredible board of trustees that are remarkably qualified and fired up. We are fired up to do our work, and our first order of business is to get the conservation easement. It's why we made it number one of our purposes. So that's exactly what we're going to do. And if there's any doubt, then I must say there's been talk from Mr. Slayson about the PSNA not having any legal basis. Well, holy cow. Was Alice Laughlin aware of that when she wrote the PSNA on behalf of the school board? What was the school board? Emily, you're here on the call. You were on the school board at the time. Were you aware that had no legal standing? Did you know that the town could simply ignore that part?
I'm sorry, I have to stop you again. I can see your passion, and I greatly appreciate it. And I don't believe that anybody on the select board is questioning your qualifications. I believe that we all have an enormous amount of confidence in your qualifications, in the qualifications of the many experienced people on your board. and in the passion and commitment you have to protecting this land. I think our concern is if anything goes wrong in this process, what protects this land down the road, and would it come back to the town? And so how do we navigate that? You seem to have time constraints here and time concerns. Can you tell us what they are so that as we're going forward through this, we can hopefully support and respect them?
Yes, I'd be glad to. First of all, we have developed a logo for Forest for Learning, which is connected to a website, which we have ready to go. We've been in touch with Chris Nitch, who wrote Learning on the Land. He wrote that 150-page dissertation on the property. We have permission from him to reprint his work on our website. So we are eager to get going with our website. We have an issue with invasive species that is ongoing, particularly wild parsnip, which requires mechanical work, and it may have costs associated with it as well. We have the kiosk, which is at the pool, which currently says school forest and is completely confusing to the public. The public is unaware who owns the land now. Through the coronavirus, we've been unsure what to do as far as whether or not to ask people not to use the trails. And so we have the public use is ongoing. We're in negotiation with an insurance company regarding the liability insurance. I have a 30-day quote from the insurance company that will give us a volunteer liability protection as well as general public liability protection. That will expire in 2 weeks. And we have, am I missing anything else, folks? Could you please share?
If anybody has anything else, would you add it to the chat or raise your hand? Okay. So are all of these things contingent on us signing this quit sale?
Well, no, not necessarily. We've been doing a lot of work with the assumption that we were going to have an amicable and happy transfer of the land. We've all been thrown by frankly by what's happened most recently, and it's got us uncertain whether we should continue to put this much effort into the property if the outcome is going to be something troubling. Mr. Slason,
I just want to again assure you.
Off my property! Get it off of here! I'll write a post, please.
Well, that leads into our next meeting topic. But love a little levity. So I guess, we've spent an hour plus on this, and this is an important topic. And I feel like it's really important that we are able to get to where we need to be, but I'm not sure that we're going to get there tonight. And there is nothing that our intention is for this to happen. So I want to, as far as Josh and David chime in if I'm misrepresenting anybody here, but it is our full intention that this land will be transferred. But we need to have the assurances that our lawyer is comfortable with this. Don Zwig is asking, Lionel, has Bob done relevant work on easements with land trusts? I've been trying to learn as much as possible about this over the last couple of days and wonder about some of what's written in this. And she sent a link to deed restrictions. So I'm just not sure that we're going to be able to finish this tonight. And we're committed to finishing this. So I'm curious, how we can get to a place where everybody can leave at this moment comfortable and confident in that fact, and that your needs are being met as far as going forward with the things that you're doing.
Can I suggest that perhaps we ask Larry to be in touch with Bob Fisher as soon as possible? And Lionel, I don't, if you're not comfortable with Larry and Bob talking about this amongst themselves, then that's that's a problem. But if everybody on the call is comfortable with Larry and Bob having a conversation in order to try and come to as simple and clean a resolution to this as possible at as low a cost as possible, that would be my feeling. I've seen Bob and Larry work together before. They work really well together. They're very capable. They both have a lot of experience in this realm. And I would think they could come up with a good solution for us pretty quickly and effectively. But if you all aren't interested in that, then we won't ask them to do.
Am I muted right now?
No, please.
I
Go ahead.
can't tell. I don't understand. I'm deeply concerned. Larry Slayson has brought up a great many issues. He mentioned the email that he sent to Bob, which he did not include me on. He communicated with Bob privately, and Bob chose to share that email with me, which I have shared with my board for information purposes. I would have embedded the entire text of Larry's email in the 8-page letter that we sent you, but because there was confidentiality clauses written on it, I was not sure whether it was okay for me to do so. But since Larry has made reference on this call to his email of April 30th, I could tell you that there are a number of issues that he's raised, which in my mind are completely addressed by the bylaws. I take his point that you can't trust anybody, but that's not how Putney works. This is not Putney's culture. And if it were Putney's culture, the school board would never have given the property to the town to hold for the past 2 years. The school board trusted the town of Putney to hold the land. And now I ask the select board to trust Forest for Learning to take the land and do what it is that we've always said we were going to do. The mistrust that Mr. Slayson talks about, to me, is unfounded. And if we are forced to continue down this road to come up with some sort of legal codicil that will provide assurance to the select board, we will do so. But if it becomes increasingly painful, I, for one, will not be interested in continuing my work with Forest for Learning.
I'm sorry to hear that, Lionel, and I'm sorry also to hear it seems like you're implying that Larry has been trying to do things in a way that's not productive. And there may have been things that Larry did that were not productive for you, but I hear a sense of sort of intentionality. And I would certainly, I've worked with Larry for 15 years now, and I have found him always to be honest and above board and working for the best interests of the town. So I just want to make clear that I'm finding the way you are using a somewhat accusatory tone towards Larry, I find it personally offensive. So I made a suggestion that perhaps Larry and Bob could do something quickly and effectively, but if we are trying to be pushed around in the process of doing our legal due diligence, then I'm going to take real issue with that. So I'm going to put it back on you, Lionel, as far as that's concerned, and say we have an obligation to the townspeople. Yes, we're a pass-through, and maybe the P&S didn't have teeth. I don't know for sure. I'm not a lawyer, but we have the obligation to do the right thing by the townspeople. That's why we're elected to this job. It's not a mistrust issue with Larry and you, and between Larry and the Forest for Learning. It's a fact that he feels there are parts that are missing, and that's not because of mistrust. It's because they're missing. So I just have to be clear that I don't like the tone of what's being said, and I object to it.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to add too that things happen in the world, things that none of us
Yeah.
plan to have happen, things that and we're living through that right now. And we have to do our due diligence. And so I recognize how inconvenient this is and how hard you all have worked. And I see your hand. We will. I'll take one more comment on this, and then we really do have to wrap it up. But as you know, I appreciate everything you do. I also, we can't be emotionally blackmailed through this, and we also have nothing but good intentions and want to do this the Putney way. But we have to think of the future, and we have to think of what happens to that forest in perpetuity. And so if that means that we have to take a few more weeks with this, we have to take a few more weeks with this. And what I'm asking you is, how can we be as supportive as we can through that process to make sure that it's not damaging to your cause? So I'm sorry. Go ahead and speak. I see your hand. I'm not remembering your name. I'm sorry. Dawn, thank you.
I mean, I think right now my biggest concern as a board member is that our lawyer, who we did not hire for this kind of work, like, so I don't know what his ability is in working with Larry on this, you know, because obviously we want to fast track so we don't lose some of those things that Lionel was talking about, like our insurance quote and all these other pieces that are very time sensitive that we've worked for a year and a half on now. So I feel like I just need to know that this is an area of expertise for our lawyer going into this so that it can go as quickly as possible if these things have to happen for the town to feel comfortable with the land transfer. And I just feel like we don't know that. And you know, if I know for sure that Bob can do this work and that he and Larry can work together, I just feel like that's a huge unknown right now with this ending of this conversation for me.
So just to clarify, are you referring to Bob as your lawyer or not?
Yeah, well, yes, but we only hired him to help us like become a 501c3, which he's done. And so this is all new and out of the blue. Like, this was very unexpected. And so we've done all this other legwork, assuming based on like other communications and votes that this transfer was not going to be an issue. So this is all, it's just all very new and trying to figure out, okay, so what are our next steps as a board? And does Bob have the expertise to take on this next level of negotiation? I don't know.
I believe he does.
Okay. So Larry believes he does.
I do.
Okay. Karen, did you had something to add?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to comment that this whole process for the land transfer has been unconventional. And Lionel, you've done a lot of work, and you and Larry went back and forth for a long time. The town has spent some funds too, just trying to get to this point. Our intent is to transfer the property. And like everyone said here, we support you, Lionel, and Forest for Learning. We know your mission, and you know, I'll take full responsibility and accountability for the disconnect that got us to here. Okay. I know it was brought up in January, and it was brought up in a few meetings with the select board regarding the deed, but you know, Larry and we talked about it. I spoke to Laura about it. So this is why we're here, and we need to protect this property for everyone, for the children, for the next generation. And so I hope we can work together, Lionel. And if there's an issue about the finances, I can look at the budget, okay? We need to be a team and get this completed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Karen. So I think that next steps are, if you're all amenable, is for Larry and Bob to have a conversation, see if there's some simple things that we can do to bring this back to a place where we all feel comfortable. And speaking for myself, I would be happy to do a special meeting to make this happen faster if it came up at a non-regular meeting time. Josh, David, how do you feel about that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we want to keep this ball rolling for you. And it is 7:03, and the sheriff has been waiting exceptionally patiently. And so I really think that we need to close this out, and I hope that we can close it out on a good note with, I know that it's not exactly where you want it to be, but I hope that you have confidence in us that we're going to get there.
Oh, sorry, Lionel. Hang on a minute. Okay.
I just said thank you very much. Thank you for your time tonight. And we're just, I apologize for being emotional tonight. It's been very stressful for me. It's something that I've really put a lot of time into, hundreds of hours, and I was feeling so good about everything, and I thought we were done. And it's just taking me a little time to get used to the fact that we're not quite done yet. So thank you for all your, thank you for this good conversation, and we'll continue.
Okay. Thanks, Lionel. And we really do appreciate all you've done and recognize. And we're in a COVID crisis. I mean, everybody go a little gentle on themselves right now, okay? So, all right. So we are going to close this conversation out for now and move on to the animal control conversation, which was so nicely alluded to earlier. So,
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Is caller 5 a ghost?
Potentially, I don't know. Things are moving really fast right now.
I know, because we had somebody else on the phone, Luann Wilson.
Oh, is Larry still with us?
No, I think Larry's gone.
Okay, good.
But yeah, Luann Wilson was in the background yelling at the dog.
Oh,
I'm here.
All right. Hello, Luann.
Hey, Luann.
Hello. So,
Hi, Luann.
Yes.
Can we hear? So I think that we were going to hear from Sheriff Anderson first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were calling.
That's okay.
Me. Fine.
Were you
Okay.
trying to? Did you want Luann to speak, Karen, or were you just trying to check in to see if she was here?
No, she's going to speak. She has a dog complaint.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies, Luann. I guess you're up.
No problem. Oh, right now?
Yes.
Oh, fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead, Luann.
Okay, fine. Well, I've typed some things up just so that I hopefully get everything in. So I'm just going to read this to you folks. For a considerable time now, I've been harassed by noise from my neighbor's dogs. A young man named Aaron Pierce lives behind me in the house his grandmother occupied when I bought my house. She lived there a few years and with her little dachshunds, and then her health failed, and she had to move to the Midwest and let her daughter take care of her. And a couple of years ago, her grandson moved in, and he brought with him a big German Shepherd, which barks a great deal of the time, and which he never brings in at night, so that, I mean, it's in a screen porch, and as far as I knew, all through the winter, it was in a screen porch, which seemed inappropriate to me. And he absolutely refuses to bring the dog in to spare me being awakened at night frequently by this animal. The other issue with this is I have been in touch with law enforcement at one point, and this fellow was put in jail for a few days for whatever all, I don't even know. But he continues to pursue noise in the night, especially Saturday evening just a few weeks ago, having a huge blowout barbecue party in the yard with very loud noise going till, I don't know, 10 or 11 at night or later. And this guy he is just a total scofflaw, and it's driving me crazy having to deal with him. I've never lived where I couldn't get help from the police because there doesn't seem to be police available here. And when I've been told to call this place or call that place, hopefully somebody will be available, 99% of the time nobody's available. So I'm really quite disturbed, and I want to know what can be done.
Sorry. Luann, can I ask just for clarification this is Josh Laughlin, where your house is and what, are you in the village or?
No, I'm up on East Town Farm Road.
Okay.
Up the hill.
Thank you.
And a left turn, yeah. So, I mean, I could go into more detail about some of this stuff, but I know you folks have a lot of other stuff to do. I really need help about getting this guy to toe the line. He's just a scofflaw from the get-go.
Luann?
Yes.
Luann, this is Karen.
Hi, Karen.
So can you explain to the select board too that it's not just one house?
It's not
with
just
barking
one house.
dog?
Oh, well, yeah.
You have
actually,
issues with.
I've got issues with the dog across the road too. It's not as bad as the dog out and back, but yeah, the people across the road who years back had dogs that they kept in, they had containments for them out in their backyard, and it was never an issue. But now they have a dog that is in the front yard, and it is barking its head off a good portion of the day. And they won't do anything about it. I've called over there, I've asked, I've threatened to call the authorities. She just laughed. And the other night, when I told her husband that I was going to have to call the authorities, he just started cursing and yelling and jumping up and down. It was like, God, what is with these people? So, I mean, I'm getting no help here with dealing with dog issues and dog noise.
So that's Luann's concern, are the barking dogs. So there's 3 properties around her house. They all have dogs. One
I've never lived someplace
owner,
where there weren't dog officers to just come around and help you.
Well, we had a dog officer. I explained that, and now we don't. But
but he never came out. He never came out. He always would tell me he was taking care of his baby.
It's a perpetual problem in this area, Luann. We have tried for years to have a successful animal control officer, and we have been in conversation with the sheriff's department about that for a long time, and we hope that might help over time, but it's a remarkably hard position to fill for a whole bunch of different reasons. Karen, do you know whether these dogs are all registered?
They're not all registered, Josh. So Aaron Pierce, who Luann mentioned, his dog is licensed. There's Kennett, their dogs are not licensed. And then is it Vasquez?
I don't know the last name of the folks across the road, but it's Aaron and Rhiannon.
Yeah. So their dogs are not licensed, Josh.
Oh, I'm sure they're not.
So what is our recourse without a dog officer at this time and unregistered dogs that
Sarah
are
Anderson on the line with us.
Yes.
Unless somebody is up there physically sitting there timing the dogs barking for 15 minutes, there's really nothing we can do. I've asked Luann to make a journal and start writing, when the dogs start barking, when they stop. We have to have the burden of proof. So we don't have an animal control officer or a constable that can do that.
The thing is, if I did not remember you telling me to keep a journal, but even if I kept a journal, I mean, they're just gonna say I'm lying.
So, Luann, I'm going to ask that you wait to speak until I call
sorry.
on you. Thank you. No, it's okay. I totally understand. It's harder over this medium too. Sheriff Anderson, is a journal enough to support what you need in order to follow up? Is a recording better? Like what do you need in order to be able to follow up on this?
I'm not sure I can answer that question without setting a couple foundational pieces to this. So with some latitude, I would like to explain the laws and the relationship my department has with the town, things that we've considered, and how we can, in the future, try to work to help resolve this. But I echo what the town manager has said. So first off, and I apologize if it looks like I'm looking off screen. I have another monitor over here where I'm referencing the law.
I can't see you. Don't worry about it.
First off, which I believe was mentioned by Luann, was noise in the nighttime. The problem with noise in the nighttime, and certainly I would have to defer to my state's attorney for a legal opinion, but the problem with it is the first words are a person who. Dogs aren't people, so I'm not entirely sure, given the owner relationship of a dog, that this law applies. And so the noise in the nighttime essentially says between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., people need to be quiet. I'm oversimplifying, but from a law enforcement standpoint, that would be the main thing that would really apply here. The next section of law is actually the entire chapter, Chapter 8, which is the humane and proper treatment of animals. That's found in Title 13 of the Vermont statutes. And that goes on to talk about animal abuse, neglect, and issues of those nature. I won't go into the entirety of it, but this is where we handle our cruelty to animals. It's where we handle animals not having access to water. So by the very nature of an animal being left outside, we don't necessarily have a neglect issue, though there's a potential for one, and those are things that we do look into. But access to food and water, an appropriate length tether, those are often sufficient enough. And specific to the area of East Town Farm Road, my office has responded to several complaints between the hours of 5 p.m. and a little after midnight, it looks like, over the few years, regarding noise complaints and barking dogs, animal issues. So we've responded there. I lost my screen a few times. In one investigation, my deputy remained there for a period of time, I think it was about 20 minutes, and heard no barking dogs. Karen mentioned we need a burden of proof, a recording, a sworn statement, something that we can take to court that says this is not only the complaint that we had, but because we did not witness it or observe it, this is what we're basing our finding on. That also often requires, if it's not something we've observed, it requires the person who did witness it to come to court and testify in support of it. Now, when we're discussing testifying in support of it, what we're talking about right now would be a town ordinance that says you can't have sustained barking of an animal for X period of time, whatever that number may be. And as Mr. Laughlin pointed out, we don't currently provide animal control services to the town of Putney. That was something that my predecessor exited because of some of the issues that animal control officers currently have, and so this is kind of the ongoing problem. That being said, this Friday I have a meeting with the town manager as well as another town manager to discuss how we can potentially find a solution to animal control issues where this conversation was intended to occur a while ago. COVID-19 had other plans for us. There has been a delay. It's a delay because honestly, I haven't even had time. I can't speak for Karen or anyone else, but I haven't had time to even consider animal control until I think it was Monday that we just picked this torch back up. Now, when we talk about sustained barking, one of the issues that we have with that is that sustained barking then becomes a subjective matter. And this was an issue that I believe we mentioned to the Animal Control Committee, is barking nonstop versus barking for nonstop for 30 seconds, followed by a period of a minute where they're not barking, followed by another minute of barking, followed by 10 seconds of not barking. At what point have we crossed that threshold? I'm not sure that the Vermont statutes are clear. It's been a while since we've handled animal control, and I would like to, were we to take on animal control for the town, certainly that would be a question that we would want town legal counsel to give an opinion on, because ultimately it's the town's ordinance, it's the town's legal counsel who's going to have to make the defense for the town, saying that it was in fact a legal ordinance.
Karen, I mean, our animal control ordinance is in a little bit of limbo at the moment, but even in the old ordinance, there was language about dogs barking. But we also have a noise ordinance. Is there a reference to dogs in the noise ordinance? Do you know offhand? And
If I'm remembering correctly, there is, but
you're on mute.
Karen, we don't have audio for Karen again. I'll send her a message. So if I remember correctly, and I can try and look it up real quick, it does reference dog barking.
I think it do, but you know, it's the same conversation we always have. Enforcement is the problem, and I'm not, Mark. Yeah. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. It's just amazing how frustrating it is to have all these things sort of circle around, and we have no ability to do them. And I'm not pointing a finger at you by any stretch, but that's what we need to work on. Karen,
yeah. I just sent her a message, so it's gonna.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, good. Technical difficulties tonight. So Josh, the answer to your question is we do have a draft revised ordinance that needs to go to public hearing.
Yeah.
And with the COVID, that's not going to happen. So our current animal ordinance does state a domestic pet, domestic animal, or wolf hybrid is barking, whining, calling, or howling for a continuous period of 15 minutes or more. So the exception to that rule is a kennel.
And Josh was asking about the noise ordinance as well. I'm trying to find it right now.
Yeah, I mean, or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, I think either way we would have sort of legal standing to do something about it, but we don't have the ability to do something about it. So
I just pulled up the noise ordinance. Exhaust, excessive vehicle noise, loudspeakers, horns, signaling, radios, and other sound-producing devices, construction noise in general. I guess it would fall under noise in general.
But like Josh said, without enforcement,
yeah.
I wanted Mark to explain the civil citations too.
Okay.
So
if we were to write a civil citation, how does that work? Can you explain the process?
I can. I'm going to talk about the state process very quickly. I know that you're pressed for time. Anything that's written under state statute, and I'm going to use speeding tickets, for example, the town's adopted an ordinance adopting speed limits in the town, so you receive funding from the state for that. Same thing for stop signs and other types of violations. The difference is that those are all written under the state statute. If a person contests it, it goes to the state court, where the prosecutor is the officer who, or the person who issued the violation, and the defendant is the defendant. And were that to end up with a appeal, either by the state or by the defendant, the state's attorney would handle that violation on behalf of the state, and the defendant has the opportunity to represent themselves, hire legal counsel, however they want to deal with it. Municipal ordinances that aren't part of state statute is really what we're talking about. And so there's a process that the select board's required to go through to designate who the people who can issue those violations are, often constables, maybe your town manager, the fire chief, health officer. And so those people have to be specifically designated. I'm not sure if we currently are a designee for Putney. Many years ago when we were doing animal control, we were, but those are things that need to be updated. Those people are allowed to write, forgive me if I'm getting the name wrong, but I believe it's a municipal civil complaint or something to that effect. It looks very similar to the citation with some minor differences. That process, whoever is an authorized issuer of those violations, they have to obtain the specific book. The town has a specific book, and so there's only, I think you only have one book. Everybody has to write off the same ticket book. And so one of the difficulties that we found many years ago when we were doing animal control is, how do we keep track of this one book? That process may have improved. We're doing electronic citations now with the state, so there might be some improvements that we don't know yet. And those are things I'm going to look into. When we issue that violation, and this is where we're talking outside of my role, but leagues of cities and towns or town manager or your legal counsel can explain it. The select board can hold a quasi-judicial standing to hear the violations. Some towns and cities do choose to do that. Some defer to the State Judicial Bureau. What you do, I don't know. I'm going to talk about the Judicial Bureau side, which is that the tickets issued, somebody files for a hearing. The defendant will be the defendant. The officer, whoever the issuing officer was, or the town manager, the health officer, whatever, they would then be the prosecutor. What I just learned in a conversation earlier this week, which was news to me, is that if somebody does not pay the ticket, if they do nothing, there's no penalty. If you don't pay a ticket, a speeding ticket, a stop sign ticket, anything like that, what happens is your driver's license will go under suspension. If you don't pay the municipal complaint, nothing happens. And we dealt with this issue several years ago with a couple other criminal as well as civil state statutes, where we found that as people became aware of an opportunity where they don't need to pay, they just quit paying. Their license would go under suspension. They'd have the inconvenience of meeting one of my deputies, and 15 minutes later, they're on their way. Maybe with the cost of a tow bill, maybe not. So I reached out to Representative Maricki. I understand he was looking at this beforehand. I also understand that all of the representatives are incredibly busy right now with the speed of legislation, and now on top of that, trying to handle the pandemic insurance, trying to help people get paid. So I haven't heard back from him yet, but I don't hold that against him. But I want to see what the status of it is, and if that is the case, try and see how we can, if nothing else, help the towns get some teeth to their ordinances, because I really don't want to recommend that the town move to a criminal complaint. I think that that's not conducive to what we're trying to accomplish. At one point when we talked about animal control, I also mentioned the possibility of doing something like restorative justice, but I don't know if that's going to fit in this, and it'd have to be entirely voluntary at this point, which is usually what restorative justice wants anyways. So I'm happy to get information for either the Greater Falls Restorative Justice Group or the Brattleboro, I forget if it's the Brattleboro Justice Center or if there's another restorative justice group in Brattleboro.
They work under youth services. It's the Brattleboro Restorative Justice, I believe.
And try and gain voluntary compliance. I'm not sure if the parties in this instance are interested in participating, and writing those civil violations also becomes problematic in enforcement when, I'll say it simply, if you're not a police officer, following up on these things and dealing with the ongoing prosecutions. We receive annual training on legal updates. We submit our staff to training for testifying. It's not something you just walk in off the street and you're ready to go. And so to put other people, elected officials and or town health officers who often deal with that type of thing in that position, it's often overwhelming for them. And for us, it's Tuesday. So it makes sense for us to be able to try and help with this, but at this point, I do not believe we were designated, and that would need to be an action that the board would make to designate us.
And it sounds like even if you were designated, anything much more than a conversation really might not lead anywhere. A lot of expended energy, possibly no results. It sounds like going the legislative direction and trying to get legislative support in changing some of the rules would be helpful. Would you be willing to, since you're meeting with another town manager this week, would the three of you be willing to draft some kind of letter to our senators and representatives asking for support in this? I mean, I realize obviously, as you said, they have their hands full right now and the session is moving along really quickly, but this is an important and ongoing issue, and it's been unresolved for many communities for a long time. So
before committing to writing a letter, I think it's important to talk to Representative Maricki to find out what's happening. There might be something that's on the way already.
Okay.
There might be, so I don't know the status. I'm also, the information on the lack of teeth is based on conversations I've had with other town managers and with Karen as well. I have no experience with it because we just haven't had to issue the municipal violations since we left animal control back in, I think, 2012. So I'm happy to look into it. There might be things that we know about that are simply because we're used to getting these types of legal updates. There's a few people I can call. And so I'd like to collect more information to be able to know what we're actually trying to commit to before we write a letter without an idea of what the proposed language would be. But I mean, personally, if we could get a state statute for animal control type issues, which the town could then adopt, then you can take advantage of the teeth of the judicial bureau system, which comes with the license suspension should you not comply with it. So that system operates very well. There's been a lot of leniency committed as well to ensure that people who are just so far deep into they can't pay the ticket debt because of all the things that have gone on in life. And it's like, look, we're going to get them back. They'll forgive those loans or those debts and get people back on the right track by following through with various programs that have happened over the years. So it might be wise that we get a state statute that helps support these types of initiatives. It might be wise that we try and reinforce the municipality's ability to have some form of teeth to this. And it might be wise to do both.
Yeah. And I don't know that maybe I jumped to a letter too soon. I just think that bringing them into the conversation, making sure we're all in the conversation together is important. So, but I really appreciate your sense of social justice in your approach to this.
Mark, can you elaborate any more on, you said you're meeting with Karen and another manager. Do you have a sense that they're beyond those two? There's a wider appetite for animal. I mean, I know a bunch of towns need it. Are you getting people? Are people interested in working with you on it, or?
Tentatively, yes, but so there's one of the hard things in building up what I'm going to refer to as a county animal control officer or a regionalized animal control officer. Pick your words. Is right now it's going to be the cost and the geography, and so there's some towns that are in different valleys that have a desire for it, and it just financially it doesn't make sense trying to get it off the ground to try and tie a framework of towns together, as opposed to if I had Westminster, Putney, Dummerston say we want to commit to a position. So we're trying to build on the geographical needs, and right now that is where we're probably going to be investing the most energy. I'm aware that including Putney, 3 towns are definitely 100% interested. That'd be Westminster and Wyndham. There's a couple other towns who right now it's not an issue, but it's kind of like, well, we have our animal control officer, so it's working for us right now, but we might call you back next week. Because everybody's been having the cycle of every 3 to 9 months, they have to find a new animal control officer. So I'm just trying to find the right timing to approach towns and say, hey, this is something we're looking at. And if we can build a model with Putney and Westminster that really works and we can demonstrate that success, I know that it's a headache for the various boards as well as the various administrators for the towns when they say we have this problem and we're being told that we're doing nothing about it, but what can we do? That's hard. I feel for Luann because she has a problem that she needs solved, which is why I'm also saying we need resources in Windham County. I mean, we have public safety has been severely undermanned forever in Windham County, and that's not the fault. It's a very realistic fact that there's a cost that's associated with public safety. But there's also a cost on the resident when it isn't here, and this is just one example.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything aside from asking Luann to document or record that we can do to be supportive of her at this time?
Recordings are ideal because we can say this is timestamped. Civil violations, the burden of proof of them is more likely than not. And so what that means is that we essentially have to show that there's a 51% chance that whatever happened. So having a log is useful in terms, or a journal, as Karen mentioned, is useful for us in terms of an investigatory capacity. Like, hey, it's every Friday night the dog's barking. We now know Friday nights, this is maybe something between these times we can look at. We do the same thing for suspicious vehicles. There's 15 cars that come in and out of that driveway Tuesday at 2 a.m. and it's really weird. Well, write down the plates or the times or description of the vehicle, and we can use that information to develop patterns. Recordings are ideal. A journal certainly will help us get to a point where we could be physically present to witness it ourselves, which then minimizes some of the burden on trying to prove the case. Again, the hard part is a continuous 15 minutes of barking. If I hear bark, bark, bark for the next 5 minutes and then silence for 30 seconds, now has that burden not been met? And again, I need to reach that 51% line. It's tough. In my experience, we have been, in the time that we did animal control, we're very rarely successful in successfully prosecuting a sustained barking complaint because that's what would happen.
Is it helpful if there's more than one person in the neighborhood that's being annoyed by it and they're keeping multiple logs? And does that support you in trying to prosecute this? And I want to ask Luann after this, is there anybody else in your community, your neighborhood there that's bothered by this that could either help you in the community or help Sheriff Anderson if he had to do something about it or could do something about it?
Are you asking me that now?
I'm asking both of you, 2 questions to each of you.
Oh.
So, Mark, you go.
Why don't you go, Luann, why don't you go first?
Okay.
Is there somebody else?
There is no one else within, sound range here. The only other people near me are a bit of a ways downhill from me, and then quite a ways on the other end. Okay. And so that, I'm kind of stuck here with somebody behind me and across the street, and it's very frustrating. I mean, I was planning on selling the house anyway, but I was hoping maybe there was some kind of help while I have to, get the place ready to put on the market. So I guess there isn't.
So it seems like it's a moot point for Luann, but would it help, Mark, Sheriff Anderson,
So potentially, having 6 people say the dog's been barking for 15 minutes is far better than me saying, well, I have the testimony of one person who says the dog's barking for 15 minutes, and I have the testimony of the defendant saying, no, it barked like twice, and then 10 minutes later it saw a squirrel, and that's how they're calling it 15 minutes. So sometimes having people, multiple people support with what I'll refer to as a similar narrative, doesn't have to be the exact same experience, but a similar narrative of like, this is the pattern that they're seeing is useful. The other problem, very specific to the context of Luann's case, is that if there's, I think she said 3 houses where there's a barking dog, well, now we have to identify which dog is barking, and it might be the dueling banjos effect, so to speak, that dog 1 barks, that causes dog 2 to bark, that causes dog 3 to bark, and we don't have sustained barking from the animal. It's round robin. Now, I don't know that that's the case. I personally haven't heard it. And certainly I can understand the frustration that Luann would have from that amount of time, but this is where we come into a difficulty of me having to witness the dog barking, and looking at the geographic nature, that could be hard for me to prove which dog it is without having a task force of deputies up there to figure out which dog's barking at which point. So this becomes quickly resource intensive because while sound is considered witnessing of an act, we have to be able to affirm that it was dog A or dog B or dog C that was in fact the one that was barking. And we don't even know if it could be dog A and dog B at house 1 that are.
I mean, I can tell the difference between the dog that's behind me and the one that's across the street. It's quite dear. I mean, they sound very different. And the one across the street is brought in at night, whereas the one behind me is not brought in at night, which is when I have the majority of my problem with it.
So it's the way I explain this is that what we know and what we can prove. And so while we can know that it's the dog across the street, and we know that because we heard it barking from across the street, and we know that it's the dog barking behind your house, and we know it's the dog, dog 3 that's then barking. My staff would have to be able to testify that they are 100% confident that it was dog 3 that was barking, and then defendant comes with a recording of their 2 dogs that are going back and forth, and now we can't. We have an issue where we would be considered perjuring ourselves. So deputies don't want to be put in a position where they're potentially at risk of losing their job for lying under oath. They don't want to affirm that, well, I know it was dog 3, not dog 2. And that's where proof becomes even harder, especially if dogs are inside and we don't know how many dogs an owner has. So these noise or barking dog ordinances are incredibly fickle. They are hard to enforce, they are hard to investigate, and they're very easy to witness. That's the difficulty.
I've lived a lot of places.
Luann, I'm sorry. Luann, I have to interrupt you. We do have to end this portion of the meeting. Does anybody, Karen, do you have any further questions for Sheriff Anderson regarding enforcement or lack thereof? Does anybody else on the select board have any questions?
I just want to make sure, Karen, when you meet with Sheriff Anderson on Friday, he was referring to us giving the authority to have them follow up on things. Can we make sure we've done that if we haven't? I mean, I don't think it'll do us any good in this instance, but it would be too bad if it was an instance where it would do us good and we hadn't granted the authority. So let's just make sure we.
And I want to add, Luann, I'm sure sorry for the problems that you're having and that we can't be more supportive at this time, but we just don't have the law really behind our back on this one at this time, and it's just the way it is, unfortunately. So
thank you for listening.
No problem. Sheriff Anderson, before before you take off, I just wanted to ask if you would reiterate we were in a phone conversation with legislators on Saturday, and the question came up, and this is a little off topic. I apologize to everybody, but I think it's important that it goes out publicly. The question came up regarding if people believe that people are congregating in a way that they shouldn't be at this time, or they're breaking social distancing orders, what should they do, and what is it that you would do? And I felt like you gave a really great explanation on that. And if you could just repeat that.
I'd be happy to, and I need to caveat that today is a perfect example of why I gave the answer I gave on Saturday, because today Executive Order 13 came out. And so what people can do, to cut to the chase real quick, the Department of Public Safety on their website, I believe it's dps.vermont.gov, they have a reporting tool. The point of that is not, some states have been calling them the rat line, so to speak. It's not that, it's to try and reduce resources to answer the abundant flow of complaints about people violating social distancing. What that form does in its entirety, it collects data so that the governor can make actionable efforts with information that he's receiving, similar to the AOT workers sitting on the state lines, just counting cars. But that information goes from the Department of Public Safety to the responsible law enforcement agency for that area to determine how to respond with it. So that's method number one. Method number two, call my office. What we're not out trying to write everybody a ticket when they're inadvertently violating an executive order. It's an incredibly fluid situation, and so what our goal is to try and educate and gain voluntary compliance with the executive orders as they come out. It's hard for people to stay on top of it if they're not employed to stay on top of it. And some people don't even know where to look. So our goal is to try and educate people. Our experience has been that a majority of Vermonters are law-abiding. They are trying to follow the executive orders. There's confusion, there's misinformation. Social media has been both good and bad things in terms of communicating what's going on. And so we're trying to communicate with authority that, hey, this is what the current executive order is. Now, today, for people who haven't read Executive Order 13, there is an additional loosening of restrictions. And so now play dates with a trusted home. And so what a trusted home is a home that you know that people are following the social distancing guidelines. It's basically, let's try and have a little social interaction. Let's start relieving some of the burden on families, but let's not go to every single person's home. Let's pick a family I call my quarantine family. Pick a family that you can be exposed to each other, have that social aspect. We still encourage maintaining people are still needing to maintain the 6 feet distance, but we're trying to help people see that we can start to pick back some normality of life while still maintaining a healthy distance from each other, because we don't know who carries the virus and we don't know what 10 people they're going to see next that could cause somebody to get horribly sick and or kill them. So when we explain that our goal is that, and we explain that you could be the person killing someone else's grandmother, and this is why it just makes sense, and we explain the science behind it, we find compliance. So there is a process in terms of enforcement, and I do like to make clear that if somebody calls my office and one of my deputies responds and then they see us just drive away, it's not that we're doing nothing, it's that we're responding to things that are violations in mere seconds that have a multi-day process behind how we deal with what I'll refer to as the enforcement component. Education is the first step, and trying to gain that compliance. Sometimes people just made a mistake because they weren't thinking. If we find willful or malicious violations of it, we contact the Attorney General's office. They have a process which includes both civil and criminal penalties. their goal is to not do this. We all want to support people's constitutional rights to do things. We just want to do it in a way that doesn't get a lot of people sick.
Uh-oh, Laura. I don't know what happened. Okay.
Hold
It
on.
should be good now. There you
Okay.
go.
The one, yeah, the one that keeps coming up for me is Airbnbs. I mean, and I have any authority, but folks keep reaching out to me to let me know that like I saw Massachusetts plate at an Airbnb, and then I try to walk them through, well, so that could be a essential personnel coming in from another state. Like there are reasons that Airbnbs can be occupied right now. And so let's not jump to conclusions. And if you have concerns, reach out to local law enforcement. But
another thing on Airbnbs, the DPS reporting link specifically has an area that deals with reporting those things. So I would encourage you to focus people towards those. The Department of Public Safety, as well as local law enforcement, has processes for not only speaking with Airbnb directly to say, like, you can't do this, but there's always a way around various restrictions. And some people resorted to other websites to try and continue pushing their vacation rentals. So we are investigating those. We are dealing with those. And the other thing with those, with Airbnbs and VRBOs and whatnot, is I'm not sure if this has actually been effectuated yet. However, I believe the governor's administration was actually looking at using Airbnbs for not only essential personnel, but also as relief for homeless. As shelters and hotels fill up with homeless populations, utilizing Airbnb capacity to help the vacation home industry be able to support themselves, but also help our homeless communities to be safe. One of the biggest struggles at the very beginning of this was, how do we keep people who don't have the luxury of a home to maintain social distance when they need to rely on each other to survive? So right now, the Brattleboro, I say the Brattleboro district office has over 100 people that are currently housed in hotels. There's vouchers available, general assistance vouchers. If your communities are aware of people that need some sort of assistance, I don't know who the designee for that is, but certainly I'd be happy to help connect them.
they should go through, this is actually my day job. They should go through 211 and they will get help that way. They'll get an intake through 211. So
I learned something.
Oh, I just lost you all on the screen. Oh, now you're back. Okay. Karen, did you want Sheriff Anderson in for the rest of this conversation, or do you feel like the only other thing that we had in here that I feel like we didn't cover was dog licensing, and that's really just going over. What's that?
Right. No, I think we're good with him.
Okay. Does anybody else?
We can release him now.
Yeah. Thank you for your exceptional patience through this.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. I'm happy to help.
All right. It was really appreciated. So take care. Stay safe.
You as well. Take care.
All right.
All right. Let me get him. Okay, he's gone. Oh.
All right. I will, we had dog licensing on here. It came up recently through a community forum that folks were feeling, or some folks were feeling a little perturbed that they're paying licensing fees and that we have no enforcement. And so I just wanted to point out that of the licensing fees that we collect, $5 of every fee goes to the state. And then I'm sorry, I've lost my paperwork because we've talked so much. Bear with me. Anybody want to take a stretching break while I?
I mean, I think one of the values of licensing is the fact that there's a registry of dogs that have had
Yeah.
rabies, which
right.
Yeah. So
there's
that's
value in that alone.
absolutely. But you know, in paying that licensing fee, 300 of what we collect goes right into the cost of tags. We have to maintain an annual contract with the Windham County, not with the Windham County Humane Society, but that is who we choose, and that's $831 a year. And I'm sorry, that's 786. And then we also contribute to them through social services. They're a third tier in our social services. So we contribute 831 to them. By the time it's all said and done, between the contract to them, the cost of tags, and the social services, we as a town are already paying out more towards supporting the animals in our community than we're getting back in licensing fees. So just so everybody understands, we're not like making bank off these licensing fees and not doing anything with it. Anything that goes beyond to an animal control officer is really beyond that. It's not, they're not linked together.
Yeah. We might be able to, in fact, close that gap if everybody who had a dog licensed them.
Maybe.
Yeah. So just to comment on that, so back on April 9th, I had reports from Jonathan, and there were 121 dogs that are unlicensed. We don't know how many dogs that were never licensed in town. And we have 168 dogs that are licensed.
Yeah. And of the licensed ones, we're not covering our needs as far as supporting animals. Oh, but Josh, you make a good point. If every single dog that lived in town was licensed, we probably could go
maybe break even anyway.
Yeah, right. So, I think the animal ordinance public hearing, Karen, that was already covered in the conversation, wasn't it? Or did you
Yeah,
have more on
because
that?
of the COVID, we can't really have a public hearing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it would have to be like outdoors. I would imagine there would be quite a few people there. So, given we already have an ordinance intact, but the Animal Advisory Board did spend a lot of time on revising the ordinance. You know, it was well over a year. And we'd like to see it, you know, brought to the people and get comment on it. And given what Mark Anderson just spoke about, you know, does it make sense that we, you know, go by a state regulation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because with a town ordinance, our town ordinance would be in effect first, and then the state, anything that we don't have in the regulation, the state, you know, would cover. But
it's still, you know, broken record. It's still an enforcement issue. It doesn't, you know, I mean, not that we shouldn't have the ordinance. We absolutely should, and I very much appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I would love to something sooner rather than later, but it really doesn't mean squat without being able to enforce it, unfortunately.
And I actually think it has a lot more teeth in the revised version, and
Yes.
I'd like to see it, you know, get adopted.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm excited to see about the direction that you and Sheriff Anderson are taking, Karen, and hopefully something comes of that. We're able to get legislative support going down the road.
Yeah.
All right.
Comment about that, if I could, just really quickly. It seems like, and I have very little experience at this. You know, I've luckily never had neighbors I couldn't work things out with, and ultimately, from my experience in youth when Bill Graham was sheriff, the thing that was most effective was a visit from somebody who had teeth in their personality and came into the situation and basically said, look, you need to do something about this. And in no way am I saying let's not have an ordinance. Yes, let's have an ordinance. Yes, let's have rules. Yes, let's try to figure out some kind of ticketing and enforceability, but let's have somebody when they step on the property and say, look, you need to quiet your dog down. Whoever has the dog listens to.
Yeah.
Because that is going to be the thing that actually gets the job done.
Yeah.
I don't know how we get that. We can't even get anybody to take the job. Say nothing about the right person to take the job.
Right.
No.
Well, hopefully the conversations that Karen's having with Sheriff Anderson, we can end up doing something as a group of towns together. That's, I think, possibly our best direction, but.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Emergency management preparedness update, farmers market discussion guidance. Do we have anybody on the call for this, Karen?
No, we do not.
Okay. Do you
want to wait till next week?
Just thinking in terms of time, I'm thinking, I think that these are important conversations to have. What is the timeline on the farmers market opening, our outdoor business concerns? I think the outdoor business maybe we should address right now, at least minimally.
Yeah, because it may cover the other two.
Okay. All right. So maybe let's talk about the outdoor business. It was brought up this week that, as businesses are reopening and starting to serve the public, that people are traveling to Putney again to partake, and that's wonderful. We want that on so many levels, and at the same time, we want to be sure that it's done safely, and that people are educated when they're coming into our town as to how to do that safely. So Karen and I were talking about how do we help support safest practices within the community and support our businesses at the same time. And is that a matter of some signage that reminds people of what safe practices are, and what is needed when you're coming into the town of Putney? What does that look like for us? Do we do some kind of town educational campaign to both support our businesses in functioning and ensure that folks coming into town and folks coming out of their homes that already live in town are encouraged to practice best precautions?
Do we need to buy a bunch of sandwich boards?
All the sandwich boards, David. I think I said this at another meeting. We need all the sandwich boards.
I wonder. I mean, I think we need to be doing this as much as we can. As I've expressed before, with things along these lines, our ability to message significant numbers of people is limited. And I wonder actually whether Putney Mutual Aid might be almost better equipped for this than we are.
It's a piece of why the conversation's coming up.
Yeah. I saw somewhere the other day, and this may be cliche at this point, I don't know, but I really like the image of staying one cow's length apart.
Yeah.
And I don't know whose image that is and who's using it and whether we can, but a creative sign with a cow's length is humorous and friendly, and might be worth doing. Exactly.
Yeah, it is all over Vermont right now. I believe it's a Vermont thing.
I don't know where its origin was, but I think we could adopt it.
Yeah. So, and in thinking about that, I agree that Putney Mutual Aid are working with them to try and implement something that is around different areas in the town, like different entrances. So thinking in terms of like at the community garden and coming south on Route 5, and maybe Harlow's would be willing to work with us to put something up there. So it was just a conversation that Karen and I felt was important to have. As regulations are loosening and spring is really springing, and so I like the idea of cow signs. Josh, do you have plywood, and are you artistic?
He's a builder.
Yes. Time.
You don't have time. Do your kids have time? Would they?
I wouldn't mind. I'm trying to think. I wonder. Putney School might have some cow things around. I can explore that a little bit.
Okay, cool. Do you want to cover the farmers market discussion? I think it's important too to have the farmers market in on this. I would love to hear what they're doing before we dive into like what our concerns are.
I agree with you, and given that, I think they need to be in the conversation as well.
And I may be off, but it's my assumption that there isn't a farmer's market scheduled for probably at least several weeks. Is there?
Yeah. I don't believe so. I think we can safely put this conversation off and ask for them to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's table that.
I mean, the state has come up with clear guidelines, so I don't know whether we would just adopt those or how we would work it. I also, just from hearing farmer friends talking about it, they are definitely working on protocols. It's just going to really change the nature of a farmer's market. So
yeah, I have faith in them to.
I do too, definitely.
But Karen, I thought you brought it to me that we actually have to approve something. Was that correct, or am I mistaken?
No, it just states that in the governor's executive order addendum 11 regarding farmers market, it states effective May 1st, 2020, farmers markets may open using limited in-person operations to ensure consumer access to quality, healthy food. Farmers markets must adhere to all municipal ordinances and regulatory and permitting requirements prior to opening. So we do not have an ordinance on farmers market, but Josh, being that it's private property, would the landowner be responsible?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Give guidance?
I'll find out. I don't know. They carry insurance, but I'm given pandemic, who knows? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I would also guess, and I don't think we in any way want to go down this route, but I would guess that if we chose as a municipality to not allow a farmer's market this year, we probably could do that. I don't think we should do that, but I do think we encourage it to be as, sort of well organized as it can be.
Yeah. And I think because we have a platform and having that conversation with them would be helpful for them as well, because we have a platform. So it would get the word out on what they're doing. So David, I'm sorry, you were going to say.
Totally fine. It strikes me that these are the kind of people that will be so good at being compliant.
Yeah.
That this is, I'm sure they've already thought of this. Because of the risk of not being able and the financial detriment of not being able to have the farmers market, I guarantee you they've thought about it. I haven't talked to Marissa. I haven't talked to Howie. I haven't talked to Linda, in a week, so I don't know. But they were talking about this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they've worked really hard to do as much order and pickup as possible, and as much PSA as possible. So if it isn't people coming in from out of town, chances are good it's going to be pretty orderly and not too much to worry about. And I'm not saying don't have the conversation. Of course, have the conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd want to help with the cow signs. So,
maybe.
I'm really loving those cow signs.
I think
so.
I think the governor's guidelines for farmers markets are pretty clear and detailed, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And I would almost like adopt them, but I mean, I don't think we need to. I think we should have the conversation with the farmers market and see how they're going to proceed. And you know, again, it's like the sheriff said. You know, I mean, somebody may not be 6 feet apart, but they're not going to write a ticket to, you know, each person. So I think as we come out too, people aren't going to be thinking about, you know, distance right off, and you know,
I will,
after a while it'll become normal.
I will say I did get off the mountain here for today for the first time in a very long time and drove to Brattleboro. I had to get some medicine for my mom, and there was an outdoor food cart truck, and there was a dozen people lined up elbow to elbow in line.
Oh, that's
to
too
get in
bad.
there. Only one of them had a mask on. And this was in Brattleboro. And I won't say any names. And I just thought, the first thought I had was, oh boy, I wouldn't want to be in that line. And, I thought, you know, I get the feeling there's some combination of, you know, people being so starving for socialization and just feeling like because we've done a reasonably good job at distancing and keeping our numbers low compared to other places, they're not taking it seriously. So with that said, on the heels of me saying that I think we have a pretty educated group of people that would be running farmers markets, who knows, maybe we would have a problem. I don't, you know, what would we do with that besides educate people?
You know, the other thing that we're definitely witnessing around the country, and I haven't heard of anything locally, but these disagreements about this kind of stuff are becoming pretty explosive. So we want to be
try
and keep people as level-headed as possible as well. You know.
Yeah. I will say that as someone that's navigating the human-y world an awful lot right now, maybe a little bit more than I want to be some days, most days, I see very different levels of respect and in surprising places. So it's you know, it's varied. There are times that I'm in a grocery store and I would say 98% of the people have masks on, and then there are times when it's more like 15%. And so it's just where you are and when, and who the people you happen to be around, how they feel about it. And, you know, I've heard a lot of different feedback on the way the governor is rolling this out. And I think that we have to try and hold all of it together. Like, yes, the economy is important, and so is people's health. And the best that we can do is take care of ourselves well and encourage everybody to do the same without getting overly heated about it, because that doesn't help anything. All right, library protocol curbside service. That's exciting.
I spoke to Emily to see what her plan is, and she met with the board. So they're going to open just for curbside service starting Wednesday next week. And Emily will be the only one at the library. For right now, they're going to loan books out with, you know, no date for return. And then, you know, as the restrictions are lifted, they'll figure out a protocol. She's still a little nervous. She's going to work with Tom too about how to open, how many people. She's working with the state libraries too. So they all seem to be accumulating steps to put in place so they can,
Good evening, everyone, and we apologize for the slight delay in the start, but this is the May 4th meeting of the Vermont Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. This is being done as a webcast, so just very briefly, members of the audience joining will be muted as they join. If you need to ask a question, you can just email me or text me at 802-272-1714 to say that you have a question. You don't have to write in the question at that point. There will be times during the meeting that we will open basically all of the connection lines, so people in the public will be free to ask questions. The way we're set up, the discussion between individual panelists should be unmuted. I see a number of people have muted themselves, but for the sake of background noise, if anyone, when you are not speaking, please mute yourself. We have, at this point, 40 different people connected to this presentation, so background noise will be a problem if we do not self-mute. With that, I will turn the meeting over to the panel chair, Josh Unruh. Josh, I hope you're here and we can. Yeah, okay, you are here. And hopefully we can actually hear you at this point.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How are you? So the only thing that I need to change tonight is making an amendment to the agenda is our 815 status report on the Vermont NDCAP legislation. I'd like to move that to right prior to the North Star update on the VY site decommissioning. So that will move to 625 from 815. Scott State is going to join us if he hasn't joined us already, or maybe Dave Pearson will speak in his stead. I'm not sure yet. But they have an announcement regarding that legislation. So, and they will not be able to be on the call to 8:15 to make that announcement. So we're going to move that forward if everybody's okay with that. So the next thing on the agenda is the introduction of panelists. I'm not terribly concerned about doing that, Anthony, unless that's something that we have to do, because I think it's going to be fairly cumbersome to try to do through this format.
Okay. Well, it looks like I have a clear picture of who's on the meeting right now, so I will make a note of that. We pretty much have everyone. We have 15 panelists present right now. So
very good. So the next, go ahead.
Tony, can you tell us who's missing? That would maybe be just helpful.
Yeah, right now the only person I see missing is Paul Mark, the representative from the Massachusetts towns. For those of you who don't recall, our New Hampshire representative, Bob Gustafson, has retired, so he is. There is no one here from Vermont, I'm sorry, from New Hampshire. But right now, who I have on here is Bill Irwin, Bob Leach, Chris Campany, Corey Daniels, David Pearson, Emily Davis, Josh Unruh, June Tierney, Brett Long, Madeline Arms, Laura Sibilia, Sarah Coffey, and Chuck Schwer.
Thank you.
And Lissa Weinman.
Oh, yes, and Lissa. My apologies, Lissa. Yes, you're not showing up on the list.
Quick question.
Just for procedure's sake for this evening, if we do have to do a vote tonight, we are going to do it in alphabetical order. Tony sent out an email with that list. in order. If we do end up doing a vote, I don't foresee us doing one, but if by chance we do one, it will be in alphabetical order based on that list Anthony emailed out earlier today. And somebody was trying to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. This is Emily. This is a question for Tony and Josh. How do we want to proceed with video call during the Skype meeting? Do you prefer us to, if we unmute ourselves to talk, do you also want to have video on like I have right now? Or what's the best way? What's the best thing? Those of us who can come in on video.
I would say the choice is yours. I think it would be better to have the video on because that will make for overall a better recording. But that is entirely up to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think at this point the only person we would not be able to see is Lissa.
Okay.
All right, so that being said, I started my video. All right, so what we need to do now is review and approve the January and February 2020 meeting minutes. Those were sent out for your review. So I will entertain a motion on both of those. And again, as we're voting, it will be in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just so folks know, what I had sent out on the meeting minutes, there were some minor changes. On the January meeting minutes, there was a change, two changes on page 4, line 16 of page 4, to complete the sentence, the words "are being held" was added. And down on line 28, doctor was added in front of Bill Irwin's name. Also on page 3, this is something that I had put in, but I had neglected to note because of a typo on page 3, line 33. I have changed the word "actually" to "currently." Those are the only changes that we've had on those.
I had can you hear me?
Yes, Lissa.
I wanted to suggest that we add a link or include the comments that were made by Ray Shaddis for that February meeting about how the Maine Yankee expenses operated. Those were presented at the meeting and they're also on the ENDICAP site, but they should also be reflected in the minutes.
Okay, I thought I had that in the minutes. So you're referring to the February minutes at this point,
yes,
rather than the January. Okay,
I looked for them and I didn't see them, but if they're
okay
there, that's fine. But I did not see them in there.
Okay,
so.
well I'll tell you what, I will. Yeah, okay. If you go to page 4 of the February minutes, what I have noted beginning on line 13 is Clay Turnbull outlined that the written comments that Ray Shaddis provided to the panel on behalf of New England Coalition. These comments may be viewed at the ENDICAP website. So if you would prefer, Lissa, I can put a direct link there to the comments themselves.
Yes, I think that would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other revisions to either January or February? Hearing and seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
So moved. Bob Leach.
Is there a second?
I second.
So moved and seconded. Does everybody have the voting list If not, I will call out your name and ask for a yay or nay. Maybe that will be easier. So I will just do that. Let's just make it easy. Maddie Arms.
Yes, yay.
Chris Campney.
Yes.
Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Yes.
Emily Davis.
Yes.
Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Corey, I think that's you.
Dr. Irwin, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself and vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Bob Leach.
Yes.
Brett Long.
Yes.
Mark McDonald.
Oh, I missed him. He is not here that I can see.
Oh, okay. David Pearson.
Yes.
Chuck Shore.
Yes.
Laura Sibilia.
Yes.
June Tierney.
Yes.
Josh Unruh says yes. Lissa Wyman.
Yes.
Okay. So we are unanimous as corrected for both January and February. So as I mentioned prior to the start of the meeting, we bumped up the status report on the Vermont handicap legislation. David Pearson, I believe you're speaking, or maybe Scott State is on the line. I'm not sure. Whomever is speaking regarding that particular line item, please do it now.
Josh, I believe Scott's on the line.
Yeah, can you hear me, Josh?
Yes, sir.
Good. I just wanted to just give a brief update. I know that this particular legislation was obviously of great interest to the NDCAP, and I know that during the process of debates and committee meetings in the legislature, this had been making progress, and then with the COVID issue, it got set aside. And so what North Star would like to do is be a good corporate citizen and make the assumption that this bill would have been passed in normal course. And as such, we would like to make the contribution that was in the bill on July 1st as if the bill had passed. And I spoke with Representative Sibilia earlier today and let her know that was our interest. I think she spoke with Commissioner Tierney, and I don't know the process, but what North Star would like to do is just find a way to live up to the obligation that is in that legislation, and presumably at some point the legislation will be taken back up again and be put in place. But that's really all I had to say about that particular matter. We do want to have a positive relationship, obviously, in Vermont, and we've been very pleased with the year plus a few months that we've been working in Vermont, and as such, that's the commitment we're making.
So, Representative Sibilia, do you have anything on this, or Commissioner Tierney?
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I'm happy to defer to, not defer. Commissioner Tierney will speak for herself. Just a quick status update on where the legislation is. It did pass the House. It is over in the Senate. I know the Vice Chair has inquired as to the likelihood of it passing. She may want to update. It would be my sense that it probably will pass at some point this year. I don't know when. I doubt that it's going to be in the before July 1 stack, but who knows? And I appreciate North Star coming forward in this manner. And I think that's all I have to say. I don't know if the Commissioner or Lissa have anything else to add in that regard.
This is June Tierney. I much appreciate the gesture from the company. Representative Sibilia did contact me about it earlier today. what I expressed to her was that we certainly would try to find a way to make that work. There can be legal hurdles at times having to do with where money goes, who receives it, and so forth. So we will certainly run those to ground. And if we can accept the gesture, we will. And if we can't, we will remember that North Star made the gesture.
All right, very good. Representative Coffey, do you have anything to add to this one?
Sure. Thank you, Josh. I just want to add to the appreciation that I have for North Star for stepping forward and giving this commitment and in the first place, and in light of the COVID-19 situation in the legislature, I really appreciate Scott, you coming forward and making this commitment. So thank you, and I'm optimistic that the Commissioner Tierney will figure out a way to accept the money. Thank you.
Very good. So I'm watching kind of the IM conversations that are going on, and Dr. Irwin and Chuck Schuer have a good suggestion to kind of help me through this meeting. If you have a question, which we are going to hold all the questions until after each presentation. So North Star's presentation is up next. If you have a question on that presentation, please wait until they're done and send a little note in the comment or in the IM so I can do it by so I know who all has a comment to make and I can call on you appropriately. That way we're not trying to talk over each other. So if you all understand where the IM feature is, it's in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Looks like a little cartoon talk box. Click on that, type a message, and say, I have a question. I will call on you, and we will be able to get through our questioning a little bit easier after each presentation. So if that makes sense to everybody, we will proceed with the North Star update on the decommissioning.
Okay. I don't know, Corey, are you doing that?
Yes, Tony, I'm here. I'm ready to start.
Okay. Okay. Can everyone see the North Star initial slide right now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Terrific.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This update obviously is for 5/4/2020. I know a good part of the conversation tonight will be the financial reporting. So this is a fairly truncated slide deck tonight, and we try to keep it at 15 minutes. Tony, next slide, please.
It is up on my end. There may be a lag on your end.
There is definitely a lag because it has not switched.
Interesting.
Is it possible for Corey to give Corey control? Does Corey have the presentation?
Yeah, Corey, you should be able to request control if you want to try that. There should be a request since you're a presenter at this point. There should be a request. A request button at the top of the Skype interface.
And I believe Corey would need to be showing it from his computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm operating this from a tablet as well, so I don't know if I have that option.
Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I am out of it's showing on my end here as the presentation. I'm not sure why it's not coming up. Wait.
I'm seeing the present. This is Chris. I'm seeing the presentation.
Okay. Okay, this may be a function of individual internet connections is what we're running into.
Chris, what exactly are you seeing? Are you seeing the diorama of the plant?
I am.
Yeah, that is slide 1, if I'm correct, right, Tony?
Yeah, and I had scrolled down to slide 2.
I'm seeing slide 2.
Okay.
Yep, me too.
Simple priorities is slide 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it just moved on.
Just moved for me too.
Okay, I don't know why it didn't move the first dozen times.
Tony, it's Chris. In case folk don't know, in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, the second little icon, it has a arrow pointing at a symbol of a person. That's where you choose the presentation view, or whatever layout you want.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I know what Chris is talking about. In the upper right-hand corner, yeah, why don't you try switching to content view? And that should give you the slide.
I think everybody's on the second slide at this point. Corey, if you want to keep going, let's do it.
Yeah, let's try it, Tony. Unfortunately, I don't have that menu item, but second slide with simple priorities. Obviously, nothing's changed with safety. We're going to talk about safety and performance a little further on in the presentation. But it's a good reminder, the radiological and nuclear component of this slowly goes away, but the industrial environmental aspect of it remains fairly high. And we're going to demonstrate that we've had good performance for a full year straight. We just wanted to show a graphic with that. So you can go to the next slide, please.
This is
project schedule. You guys have seen this slide before. The date is shifted slightly with the large component removal, mostly due to the reactor vessel segmentation work, and sliding a little bit to the right. But with that, we've made great gains with our turbine and steam plant removals and some of our demolition projects. Overall, the schedule's well on track. We have very high confidence we'll be able to complete it well ahead of 2030. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we were going to talk about safety. We've now worked 350,000 person hours with no recordable injuries on site. Pretty good by most industrial standards, very good by decommissioning and deconstruction efforts. We continue to have good regulatory performance. We've had no cited violations in all of 2019 and so far for all of 2020. As I mentioned, our production overall is on track, and we already talked a little bit about the reactor removal project. We're actually commencing a second shift this week with that project group to gain some efficiencies and improve our usage of the reactor building crane. And we're not seeing any slippage in that schedule currently, so we believe we have good control of that. We have some of the harder projects out of the way, which I'll show you in some of the photographs upcoming. Next slide, please. All right, this is a familiar graphic, and again, a little reminder for the arrows along the bottom. It kind of describes the manner in which the reactor vessel is taken apart. It pretty much works from the top down. The progress along the left-hand margin, I won't read all the slides to you, but the more important part is that the steam separator is now done. As I mentioned in the upper right-hand corner, that's a very complicated job. And now that we have those components removed, broken down, and packaged, we're moving through the next couple of steps, most significant of which is the core shroud, along with feed water sparters, and those cutting operations are in progress right now. Next slide, please. So one more photo of the top half of the steam separator after it was cut up and pulled out of the reactor and slid over before we could segment it. Next slide. Obviously 4 photographs here, so a little bit more complicated visual of what you're looking at in the upper left-hand corner. Now the shroud head is being cut up. And that's with the portal cutting system. You can see the next one over to the right working clockwise. That basket is one of the containers that we use to slide into a larger cylindrical red waste container. And you're going to see a few more photos of those type of baskets in the next couple of slides. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see our portal cuddle system being removed from the dryer separator pit. And that was for maintenance activities. We actually set up a little tent and worked on that equipment and retooled it for the work that it was being used for next. And then you can see on the bottom right-hand corner it being lowered back into the water. So a pretty elaborate operation to pull all that equipment out, tool it up, check it out, perform maintenance on it, put it back into service. Next slide, please. So back to the steam separator. These are some of the photos that show the final segmentation efforts for the steam separator. In the photo that I showed you first of the steam separator in its entirety, you can see all the cyclones sticking up. The segmentation bandsaw being placed into the water in the upper right-hand corner, guiding those baskets through the transfer canal back into the spent fuel pool. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see what those baskets look like with the individual cyclones stacked in them. And that bright light you see in the middle of the photo is just a reflection from a light above. It's not anything exciting like underwater welding, but I know that might get a couple questions, so that is all that is. Next question. Next slide, please. So those are the big items happening on the refuel floor with the vessel segmentation. The other activities of significance are happening in the turbine building. Now that the turbine is gone and we're working our way down through the steam lines, you get a little bit of context for the level of effort into the cutting operations. A lot of physical hands-on work. We're moving small pipes to get to big pipes, slowly lowering those into place until we can get them staged and prepped for transportation. Next slide. So you're going to see quite a few photos demonstrating what I just described. You can see the plastic laid down on the floor. We pick an area that we want to go after. This happens to be near the turbine control valves, which were under the top front end of the turbine, where all the big steam lines come up and used to supply the steam to the turbine itself. You can see the workers placing and holding the smaller steam lines while they're manually cutting them. You get an idea for debris being stacked up, waiting transportation. Starting on the bottom row in photos, you get an idea. Those are 18 and in some cases 36-inch steam lines in the overhead that are being cut up and partitioned and pulled out of the turbine building. You get an idea for how big those control valves are. Some of those valves weigh well over 5 tons each. If you look carefully, you can see the legs and people in a suit sitting on top of one of those valves, dismantling one partially before we cut it out. And then you can see some of the loading operations with the turbine building crane being staged to place in a gondola. Next slide, please. So we have several small teams working in concert but independently. Part of the way we've managed some of the COVID controls was to redistribute the work with smaller dedicated teams. You see a couple of folks going after the feed water system, a large supply pipe and valve, prepping that for removal. And behind them, you can see one of the feed water heaters, which is close up on the right-hand side after we used a diamond wire saw to segment that in half. Those feed water heaters are too large to place in a single rail car, so we cut those up, rigged them out, and stacked them into the rail cars individually. So the inside of that heat exchanger, about 10,000 tubes inside of that, gives you an idea of how much material is inside of one of those. Next slide, please. So with that feed water system and all the heaters, of which there are 10, actually 4 pairs of the heaters have already been removed and in the process of being shipped. The 2 remaining heaters are built into the sides of the main condenser, which we're maintaining as a storage volume. So that'll be one of the later things that gets removed, but all the other feed water heaters have been cut out. You get an idea for what we consider a manageable size piece, usually on the order of 5 to 10 tons. And you can get an idea for just how thick the piping is around some of those turbine valves and the feed water lines. The bottom row, you can see the steam lines being worked from the top down, and you can see the segmented components of the feed water heaters being lifted and loaded into gondola rail cars. Pretty significant material handling operations, which again, I'd like to remind folks we've had near perfect safety performance and no recordable accidents with all those activities. These are unconventional rigging actions. We're being extremely diligent with our engineering controls. We have a dedicated on-site PE engineer to make sure that we are performing those activities correctly and safely. And we have an experienced team of riggers who know the equipment here on site, making sure all that equipment comes out of there safely. Next slide. So with all that material coming out, you get an idea, we're moving about 3 rail cars out of here a week. We're looking to ramp that up a little bit. And with the current controls in place, our production rates are slowly going up. We expect that to go up by quite a bit with the demolition that's happening with the exterior buildings. But we sent almost 100 shipments today. Actually, it'll be over 100 today. I believe we sent 4 rail cars out of here today. I won't read the slide to you, but the total volumes and weights are significant. For those who may not have audio, we've sent over 10 million pounds of material out of here and over 147 carries of activity. We've upped our rail car inventory by about 18 rail cars with the amount of time it takes to get them all the way across the country, transload and offload them and get them returned. Now we have no holdups with our rail transport capability, and we should see pretty strong movement out of the site going forward as the summer months pick up. Next slide. So that's kind of what's happening inside the buildings for radiological decommissioning. Now onto the non-rad side, the characterization remediation efforts. A lot of progress has been made with the help from our friends in the state. We've got the review complete of the site investigation report. We received their comments and input. We've got revisions and changes in process. And the number of AOCs, not all of the changes and adjustments of those were significant. A lot of that was detail and specific sample data and the way it was formatted. You'll notice of the AOCs 3, 7, and 8, the South Warehouse, the fuel storage tank, and the transformers, I have those highlighted. That's because we have corrective action plans under review and out for public comment for those small remediation efforts in those areas. What we tend to call a dig and haul, basically, where we plan to remove a set location of soil and sample the peripheries, validate that we got everything out of there, and then close those areas out one at a time. So next slide, please. As mentioned, so we have the 3 remediation plans so far designated and submitted, or designed and submitted to A&R. That went out on the 13th of April. They've been working through all the comments and issues on those and got a great turnaround considering all the constraints on them from the pandemic impacts. We've completed our 4th round of quarterly groundwater sampling. We've got no new source terms or anything significant identified that we didn't know about. We have more groundwater sampling planned for this month. We'll coordinate with A&R and ATC representatives to make that happen. We've also drilled a couple of additional wells with input from the state on where that would make sense so we can get good sample data going forward. And the annual report is being finalized right now, and it should be ready for submission any day. I think it's just awaiting final signatures. Next slide. And so we revised and completed our SWEP plan. We had some mold abatement operations that we had done in one of the old outbuilding structures where we walked them through into the plant side of the site. That was all cleaned up and validated. No further activities required. The ongoing iterative process of validating that all the samples for the buildings that we plan to demolition with the state's input is ongoing. We submitted got concurrence from the Agency of Natural Resources on the building characterization for removal of the warehouse and the AOG structures. A good portion of the warehouse came down today. That work started in earnest this morning and will continue on the rest of this week. And then I'm sure the debris load out will take some time once it's all down and separated out. And we had our bi-weekly call with the state agencies today also. And those continue to bear fruit and be quite useful for keeping us aligned going forward with the remediation efforts. Next slide. And so you saw this slide before at a previous handicap. It's just a reminder. The large building on the left side with the red circle around it is where we started. That's the warehouse and maintenance office building. The AOG structure just to the right of that will happen a little later, where we're going to get the other building down first. Because it's a metal skin steel frame building, it will require very little effort to knock down with the heavy equipment. The AOG structure, on the other hand, is going to take a little more work. The concrete walls at the base of that structure, about 7 feet thick, was designed to contain a hydrogen explosion, and it's a pretty robust structure. And we have a very detailed plan on how we're going to dismantle that and get the material out of here as well. But both of those are prepped and ready to go. Next slide. So trying to stay under my 15 minutes. I'll open it up to questions at this time.
Okay, so going through my list, Emily Davis, you have the first question for Corey, please.
Great. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Corey, for that. I have a question on the corrective action plans. Did paw through on the environmental notice bulletin and looked at those plans. And under what Haley and Aldrich had filed under Section 4, the corrective action plans, there's a couple of sentences that I'm hoping you can elaborate on, and I don't know if this is a question for you or your consultants or A&R, but it says, because of the expedited schedule, North Star understands that for smaller areas of contamination, it is more efficient to proceed with remediation without completing a feasibility study to compare remedial options. In these cases, Vermont A&R will be notified in advance for approval. I'm curious about I don't doubt that that's not the best way to move through with this, and I appreciate the expedited schedule, but I'm hoping that you can elaborate a little bit more on what else we get out of completing that feasibility study, that in your there's a judgment that that's not necessary to move through with this. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, Emily, I understand your question. More than likely, one of the state representatives will be able to answer this more completely. But for some of these very small corrective action plans, the high rule is adjusted to effectively allow this interim performance of doing something like a dig and haul to remediate a small section where we clean it up and validate the perimeters and make sure that it's taken care of. But that is only one small part of the non-radiological decommissioning. It doesn't mean you're done forever with that. You still have to verify that if it extends in any direction, that it's that it's completely taken care of. But as far as the feasibility study component of it, I think that's probably better left to either the experts with Haley and Aldrich or someone from the state to help fill in the gaps on that, because I'm probably going to give you a bogus answer.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the state that might be able to shed light on that?
This is Gerald Noyes from the Agency of Natural Resources. I had reviewed the corrective action plans and then filed them up on the environmental notice board.
Mm-hmm.
Our investigation and guidance document, or the rule for doing a site investigation, some of that is geared to complex sites where you might have a large release and it might not be immediately obvious how to clean up that release. In that case, a feasibility study might be in order to kind of identify the best cleanup method. These first three corrective action plans, one of them was basically contaminated soil in the vicinity of a fuel oil tank used for space heating. One of them, and I forget, I'll have to review it for the other two, but basically those were pretty clear small operations, and it was clearly the easiest way to do it is just to dig up this contaminated soil and ship it off site, since North Star has the disposal options in Texas and the heavy equipment for the digging, and there really wasn't any need to do a feasibility study to decide what is the best method to get rid of the contamination that was observed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's the short answer there. But I did review what they had submitted in terms of the data, and I agreed with their assessment that in these three locations, the areas of concern number 3, 7, and 8, that excavation was the appropriate remediation.
Great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Emily, my apologies if I put Gerald on the spot there. To add to that a little bit, some of these are pretty simple, small cleanups.
Yeah.
And when you get into the feasibility study, you can spend more time, energy, money, and resources, even of the states, efforting all that than just taking it up and hauling it out of there. And these ones kind of hit that framework. And that's the approach that we're allowed to take, and we're trying to explore and to do the decommissioning effectively and still do it efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, Dr. Irwin, you have 2 questions for Corey?
Yes, thank you. First, about schedule of activities. The May 23rd last year, there were numerous documents that were shared with the Department of Environmental Conservation, Agency of Natural Resources. They shared them with health. And among them, there was a schedule of activities for the majority of the year. And I was wondering if you're going to share a similar schedule of work activities for the coming year from, say, March of 2020 onward. And then the second question is about the status of the advanced off-gas building, particularly the structure systems and components inside it, prior to now that you're approaching the demolition of that building. And then particularly if you could, relation of those structure systems and components that service the plant stack and ventilation of the buildings there at the site.
Thanks, Dr. Irwin, for the question. For the first one, if I understood it correctly, you were looking for the more detailed yearly schedule that we put out previously. We are efforting that. We've obviously made some adjustments due to the impacts that have happened here in the last couple of months, but we plan on having that out in the next month, and we'll definitely get it out for the next handicap meeting. Overall, the macro schedule is generally more effective for explaining the level of detail that's usually useful at this handicap meeting, but we'll put something together with more detail for one of the following meetings. So I'm going to take a push on that. We'll definitely get that out in one of the next meetings. As far as the AOG, most of the components in AOG are skid mount. Most of those skid mounts have been pulled, and that equipment has already been removed. The ventilation system, with respect to the rest of the plant, will be separated out from AOG. The way that's designed, the AOG is no longer in service. None of the ventilation components are required from AOG to maintain ventilation in the reactor building and to the stack. With respect to the other infrastructure items that support any of the equipment that runs in the rest of the facility, AOG is completely separable from that, and that is also one of the reasons it was designated as an opportunity for large component removal and early in the schedule, because we can effectively fully separate that out, take it cold and dark, remove all the equipment on the inside of it, and demolition the structure.
That's great. Thank you. And one follow-up question. Well, GZ10, which is just east of the advanced off-gas building, is there water in the ground there where that well samples?
I'm going to have to take a look up on that one, Bill. I don't have real-time data on that, but I can get that for you pretty quickly, and I can call you outside of this if you want and follow up with you.
Great, yeah, and if you've got any samples from GZ10, it would be great to see those, because that was where the condensate leak from the AOG tunnel occurred, and obviously it's one of our areas of concern relative to water being dammed up from the east side towards the river by the large concrete foundation of the advanced off-gas building. Thank you very much for your answers and for that assistance in the future.
Thanks, Bill. I'll see what we can find out about GZ10 data, and we'll be in touch.
Lissa, did you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, I fixed it. I might have missed it because I was trying to fix my system here, but you mentioned there was 4 additional wells that you'd begin sampling in May. I was just wondering, how that determination was made to increase the number of wells.
A good amount of that, Alyssa, was input from the state's consultants, ATC, but they're also in locations that make sense for the monitoring with the site and the hydrological gradient. It all kind of runs from north to south and west to east, so those wells got put on the back corner between it and the river.
I see. Do you know how many total wells there are that are monitored on the property?
I don't have an exact count of which wells are all monitored at this time, but I believe it's right around 30 or 32. But I can find out that data as well, and I can share that with you.
Yes Thanks, Troy.
Kicked off.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for Corey. So we can move on to the state agency's assessments. So let's start with the PSD.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Eric Guzman. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Service. Yes, I know.
Hey,
Tony,
Anthony, we can hear you.
Fucking meow.
Tony, would you be able to pull up the presentation as well?
Eric, this is your boss, June Tierney. You're doing a great job so far.
Thank you.
My apologies if you heard that, folks.
No worries.
Edit that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tony.
What are we talking about?
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the presentation to show up. I'm not seeing it, at least on my end. I can go ahead and start.
No, we're not seeing it here either, Eric.
Okay.
We all were sent copies. We might be able to open those and follow along with you.
Yeah, it's on the Endicap site.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start just in the interest of time while Tony gets the presentation up. Like I said, my name is Eric Guzman. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Service, and I'll just be providing a brief summary of the department's annual reporting review that was submitted on April 1st by North Star. And joining me is Nicholas Capik and Mark Gamir from 4 Points Group. They're the department's consultants, and they've been contracted to assist the department with its project and financial oversight role. And they are helping the department assure that the issues that would challenge successful completion of the project are identified and timely addressed. And so moving on to slide 2, just pull it up here. Just as a general reminder of the department's role in the Vermont Yankee decommissioning, as a part of the department's financial oversight of the project, the department receives monthly expenditures from North Star, and those are also submitted to ANR and the Office of Attorney General. We also receive 30-day notice of disbursements for the Site Restoration Trust. We receive the annual public certification detailing work completed versus work that's remaining, and funds remaining versus the amount estimated to be required for completion of the project. We also receive monthly and annual financial disclosures and reports. And we receive monthly updates on the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust and the Site Restoration Trust fund balances. And these documents are submitted to the department on a regular basis and forwarded to our consultants. And the department reviews essentially the financial performance of the project to determine the financial health of North Star and assesses the viability of the financial assurances. In coordination with ANR and North Star, every month we review the work performed or reported by North Star and determine whether it's reasonable and consistent with the SRT and NDT of withdrawals. We also evaluate the project to identify any risks or concerns that could challenge successful completion. And the department continues monthly coordination with the other state agencies and North Star to follow up with any questions or concerns resulting from any annual or monthly reporting. I'm sorry, Tony. I don't think you're muted right now.
Actually, I'm getting text messages from Tony. This is Josh, the chair. He can't hear anything at this point. So as you need to change slides, please let me know. I will text him and he will change them.
Okay. And also the department conducts regular site visits to verify the progress reported by North Star. And we can go ahead and move to slide 3. So as I mentioned, the memorandum of understanding signed by the parties in the Vermont Yankee sale docket 8880 requires North Star to provide 2 groups of submissions to the department on an annual basis. Those are the annual public certification documents and the financial disclosures. The public certification is required under the MOU under 2H, and that's submitted to the department, ANR, Department of Health, and the Office of Attorney General. The financial disclosures are submitted solely to the department under Section 2I. And then we can move on to slide 4. So under the MOU under 2H, the annual public certification, apologize here. So under 2H1, the annual public certification is required to detail any work completed as a real result of the corrective action plans approved by ANR. As North Star in its presentation earlier described, there is not an approved corrective action plan to date. However, that is currently being addressed with public comments. Under 2H3, the amount of funds that are available for site restoration at the end of the calendar year are required to be reported. And that balance of the site restoration trust as of the end of 2019 was approximately $62 million. The balance as of March 31st is approximately $64 million. And the amount of funds estimated for completion of the projects right now reported at approximately $23 million. If we'll move on to slide 5. So under the MOU 2I, as I mentioned earlier, there's financial disclosures reports that are provided only to the Department of Public Service. Those were provided April 1st, and under the MOU that requires audited financials from North Star, audited statements of fund balances from North Star. If you want to move on to slide 6 here. A current deal model, the completion of partial release and site restoration, as well as a variance analysis are required for submission, and those were submitted to the department, and our consultants at 4 Point received those and reviewed those within the last month. Go on to slide 7. So slide 7 is just a list of the disbursements that were made under the NDT and SRT since the last IndyCap meeting in May. As of March 31st, the balance is $425 million for the NDT trust and roughly $64 million for the SRT. The NDTs, just as a reminder, use to complete all work that's needed for removal of radioactive material and radiological contamination, whereas the Site Restoration Trust is used to clean up any non-radiological contamination. Disbursements from those funds are disbursements from the SRT are for work already completed. All SRT disbursements require a 30-day notice, which the department receives, and the department has 30 days to submit an objection if the department finds that the work performed does not match up the Site Restoration Trust disbursement request. I want to go on to slide 8. So in addition to the annual report, we received the annual radiological effluent release report, as well as the radiological environmental operating report. Based on the department and its consultants' review, there have been no identified concerns related to project safety, work control, radioactive waste management. In addition to the current pandemic, there has been no identified concerns in that area. And as far as progress goes, the department finds that the estimated work completed to be reasonable based on the monthly submissions as well as the annual reporting. And it is the conclusion of the department that North Star is on course to complete the project with the current available funding. And North Star has completed completed 15 months with approximately 15.5% of the project, and has calculated an value of completion of the project at about 17.3%. And so, based on the reports provided, the department finds that North Star is on course to complete the decommissioning. And so I can go ahead and end it here and open up to any questions. 4 Points is available on the call to answer any questions regarding their review as well.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Sibilia, you have the floor with the first question.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That was a good presentation. We've had a number of conversations about the financing, and just a follow up from our last conversation, maybe for 4 Point. We had talked about what type of red flags they would be looking for with regard to the decommissioning expenses and drawdowns. And I asked this question, as a project that is ahead of a lot of other projects in the state or in the country. So not because I am thinking that there are red flags, but what types of red flags would you be looking for?
Yeah, Nick or Mark, would you like to answer that question for Representative Sibilia? I don't know if they are able to connect right now. I know that they were on the call, so it might be an issue with sound.
They have chatted into the chat box that they are muted right now, and if they wanted to respond, they'll have to be unmuted. Tony, are you able to unmute them?
I don't know that Tony can hear us at this point. I'm communicating with him via text because he seems to have lost partial connection at least. So we're doing the best we can right now.
Okay, I can now hear you again because I dialed in.
All right, there we go. So Tony, Mark, and Nick of FPG are all muted, and we need to get them unmuted so they can respond to Representative Sebella's question.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Who do you need unmuted again?
That would be Nick Kapik at FPG, as well as Mark Gamir.
Okay. Oh, lovely. I'm not finding Nick right now.
It looks like Nick has been unmuted on my end.
Okay, I've just unmuted everyone.
Tony, Mark, or Nick, can you hear us? Can you talk to us?
I can hear you, but I did not hear the question.
This is Mark Amir. I can hear you.
This is Nick. We're on now, too. So the question was, what are the red flags that we'd be looking for? I think there are three primary red flags. The first one is a change in scope for the project that would significantly increase cost. A good example of that is finding unexpected contamination, particularly soil or concrete. The second is a substantial change in schedule that would also increase costs. And then the third would be some kind of financial change that would make North Star unable to satisfy the financial assurances that have been made.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sebella, I believe that was you, but you were echoing pretty bad. Nobody could hear you.
may I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly, have any of those types of situations happened during North Star's decommissioning to date?
To date, there's been no change in the scope of the project. There have been changes in the schedule, and North Star is taking appropriate corrective actions at this point. Those relate to the vessel segmentation project. And with regard to financial assurances, the situation has improved from what it was when the MOU was entered a year ago, or a year and a half ago.
Thank you very much. I'm finished with my questions.
Okay, so the next question on the list, Dr. Irwin, do you have a question?
Yes, hopefully it's not reverberating, but my question is, the 4 Points group, do you publish reports for people to review your fine work?
We provide reports to the Department of Public Service. Many of them contain confidential information, so beyond our providing them to DPS, I don't know where they're distributed. Eric, you may be able to answer.
Yeah, so they, 4 Points does provide monthly summaries, which do, like Nick said, contain which do contain confidential information. So those are limited to the department's review.
Dr. Irwin, do you have anything additional?
No, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions for the PSD. Let's move on to ANR, please. The Agency of Natural Resources.
I believe a question came up for Lisa.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it come up. Lisa, what do you got?
I was just interested in the site restoration work, and I noticed in the past 4 months it sort of doubled from the spending doubled from the previous 4 months. And I guess I'm just not really sure what kind of work goes on with the site restoration right now? I mean, what does that work consist of is what I'm asking, and was there a reason why the expenditures doubled relative to the previous 4 months at the end of the year?
Nick, do you have that? This is Nick. I can certainly answer, although do you want North Star to respond to this, or do you want us to respond?
I don't care. I don't care.
So most of the site work, there really are 3 site pieces. One is characterization, a second is preparation of buildings for demolition, and then a third is soil removal. So most of the characterization, or virtually all of the characterization of accessible areas, have been performed. And that's what a lot of those costs have been. The second part relates to non-radiological remediation like asbestos. So both of those activities have gone on. Most of the characterization is done, and the non-radiological remediation continues. So that jump in expenditures related to the progress on those projects.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead. Is that Emily?
Yeah, sorry, this is Emily.
Yep, go ahead.
So the nature of that work, that's just more expensive.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, and I heard an echo. I took myself off mute quickly, but the nature of that different work that you were describing, is that just inherently more expensive work then? So it's not necessarily that the overall productivity is different, but it's just a more expensive kind of work.
No, the contract that's been set up is one where North Star recovers from the trust funds based on its progress. And with regard to site restoration, North Star has not recovered the full extent of the work it has done. So that was an attempt by them to true those up a little bit. They still believe that they've completed much more of the characterization work than they've recovered for. But that's why the change in recovery. And there was some pushback from us and A&R, which is why it's not continued. North Star is keeping more effective contingency in those accounts by not claiming compensation for work it believes it has completed.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I believe that ends our questions. If you are not talking, please mute yourself. That should help take care of our echo that we're having. A&R, if you are ready, please begin.
Okay. This is Gerald Noyes from the Waste Management Division. You can, I guess, go on to the second slide. That's the first, get away from the titles. As Corey said earlier, Haley and Aldridge had submitted their supplemental site investigation on behalf of North Star. This investigation was basically to follow up on the initial investigation that was submitted in July of 2019. It further explored some of the areas of contamination that were identified. The state received that report end of January, and it basically updated the initial site investigation results, took some additional samples of the areas of contamination that were identified. Much of this was soil sampling for polyaromatic hydrocarbons, for semi-volatile compounds, volatile organic compounds, and total petroleum hydrocarbons. These are things associated with petroleum fuel storage areas, vehicle maintenance, heating fuel storage like fuel oil, diesel, Also, then there are transformers which have oil coolant in them. Next slide. That'd be number 3. The supplemental site investigation did not really find anything significantly new or unexpected from what was previously identified in the initial site investigation. It did, however, refine some of the degree and extent of contamination that has been previously identified. And this information gets used to develop corrective action plans for the areas of contamination. Next slide. As Corey said, quarterly groundwater monitoring was performed through 2019. 4 rounds were completed. Some of those results were initially reported in the supplemental site investigation. 3 of those 4 rounds had some split samples with the state technical consultant, ATC Group Services. And what they did was they basically stood alongside the Haley and Aldridge technicians and collected duplicate samples, which were shipped off to a different lab. And the purpose of this was for quality control. Basically, was Haley and Aldridge doing the work as they said they would in their work plans and according to their standard operating procedures, and were the results comparable between the 2 labs? And there is going to be a groundwater sampling report issued soon. I've spoken with Haley and Aldridge. They had initially said end of April, but I've been told that it will be coming quite soon. The first quarter for 2020 has been planned for May 2020, and that will also include split samples with ATC. Next slide. In addition,
hey Gerald, can I interrupt you real quick? Is anybody able to see the slides right now?
I'm seeing them, and
Erwin is.
Yes, Chuck Suarez.
Yes.
I see them, Lisa.
Okay, great.
This is Bob Leach here. I'm not seeing them.
I think there's a handful of us that are seeing them, a handful of us that are not seeing them. So
I've got the presentation in my hand. I'm kind of following it with that anyway.
Okay, I'm on slide number 5.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So as Corey said, Haley and Aldridge has overseen the installation of a groundwater interception system. This is designed to prevent clean groundwater from infiltrating in turbine building basement, and once it gets in, then it needs to be disposed of as radiologically contaminated water. So the purpose of the system will be to intercept that groundwater while it's still clean and discharge it to the Connecticut River without going through the building basement. That system's been designed, and Haley and Aldridge has submitted the groundwater or the discharge permit application to the ANR. Next slide, number 6. So that that permit is in review, and that is on the environmental notice board along with the corrective action plan. So there is, or that permit will be placed on the ENB for public comment. Moving on, Corey talked about the corrective action plans which were submitted. Haley and Aldridge submitted 4 plans on behalf of North Star. The first one is kind of a site corrective action plan containing general approaches of what they propose to do at individual AOCs. AOC number 3, the first of the 3 individual corrective action plans, was the excavation of approximately, by the testing that was done in the supplemental site investigation, they basically delineated an area containing of about 300 yards of contaminated soil from the south warehouse. This soil, or the warehouse, was used to store used and virgin motor oil, battery storage, vehicle maintenance. I mean, this is a large site. They had a lot of vehicles. So not unlike what might be found in a typical garage, automobile garage. Next slide. Okay, and the next AOC was they identified a fuel oil, above ground fuel oil storage tank at the shipping and receiving building that had an area of stained soil under it from just ongoing use. Again, and nothing huge, and they're proposing an excavation of approximately 8 yards of soil, and that soil would be shipped off site to Texas WCS. And then the third corrective action plan was for AOC number 8, and this was again stained soil from a transformer pad that was located at the former East Cooling Tower. Again, really no, other than the investigation to figure out how much and where it exactly was, no feasibility study or anything like that was necessary. It was fairly obvious this is just spilled oil or cooling oil for the transformer. They'll dig it up, ship it off site, and then do confirmatory samples in the empty hole to prove that they've got it all. Our next slide is number 8. So the ANR DEC is doing, we're doing reviews of the work that's being submitted, the supplemental site investigation. That was reviewed by the DEC and the technical support contractor, ATC. We've submitted the comments to Haley and Aldridge. The wastewater program is reviewing the groundwater discharge permit application from Haley and Aldridge, and the Department of Health has developed groundwater testing criteria for the ANR to use for the discharge permit. And yeah, we can move on to the next slide. It would be number 9. The 4 corrective action plans have been reviewed by the DEC and have been approved subject to public comment. So they're still draft, and they've been placed on the environmental notice board for public comment. Here is the web address for that, enb.vermont.gov, and then just do a search for, I would like to say do a search for Vermont Yankee. Unfortunately, the site's been called VT Yankee or Vermont Yankee, and there's several different permits. But if you search the address for 320 Governor Hunt, that will get all of the corrective action plans and all of the permits that are publicly searchable, such as the discharge and the stormwater permits. All right, next slide, number 9 or number 10. The ongoing work for the demolition, of course, as there's asbestos abatement going on in all the buildings as they're being prepared for demolition. Our consultant ATC, they've been present for some of a site-wide asbestos review that was done with Hillman, which is North Star's asbestos contractor, and then ATC has gone on site to inspect particular sections of each asbestos removal. That is, they've checked for that the containment facility, the area has been properly sealed off before the work gets done, that the asbestos crew for North Star is doing the work in an appropriate manner, and ATC has been reporting back to us, and they have not reported any significant anomalies. Pre-demolition building material characterization is also occurring. Is there lead paint on some of the? There is lead paint on some of the metal. Some of the caulking has small amounts of PCB in them, so they have to do these inspections to make sure to identify these areas, and so that they can be appropriately disposed of, so the material can be appropriately disposed of. Next slide is number 11. Additional ongoing work will be more of this groundwater sampling. We're doing split sampling of that. The sample results basically are showing some areas of low-level groundwater contamination, like what might be found at a gas station or where there's been some fuel spillage. The comparison between the labs has shown acceptable precision on sampling. And initially, there were some minor procedural deviations between what was the Haley and Aldridge technicians were doing and their quality assurance plan. They were noted by ATC. ATC reported back to us and let H&A know about that, and they were corrected. So, but they're still going out. ATC is still going out there as kind of a second set of eyes. If we move on to the next slide, number 12. So ATC will continue to be used to provide their evaluations of the submitted reports and work plans, continue with the split sampling, and continue with the ongoing asbestos work and reporting conditions and evaluations of what they see during their site visits. And we'll probably be doing they will be doing some split sampling of once the wastewater permits get implemented. They will also then take up some split sampling there, because there will be sampling programmed to ensure that the water that gets pumped out of the ground is not contaminated before it gets discharged to the Connecticut River. So they will also be doing some sampling alongside Haley and Aldridge. And I guess that is the last slide, or one more slide, and then I can open it up for questions. So our future work is going to be more of the same, what we've been doing. Continue to review the work plans, the environmental permits, disposal documents, sampling results, corrective action plans, site remediation, pretty much anything that North Star submits or Haley and Aldridge submits on behalf of North Star. We'll continue to use our technical support contractor for abatement observations, split samplings. They also have been reviewing some of the submittals and the work plans. So anyway, that is what the DEC has been doing, and I can open it up to any questions.
Emily, I believe you have a question for Gerald.
Yeah. Thank you for preparing this presentation, Gerald. I have a couple questions, if I may. First one, easy one. On the ENB, I'm looking at the what's posted for 320 Governor Hunt Road, and under what's there. Under the status column, there are a few that say in review, and then there are some, the corrective action plans are under draft decision and comment. Which one of the, like, where do each one of those sit in the timeline of in the process of these permits? And which one is first?
Okay, I don't have the ENB in front of me. My understanding is that the permits that I won't say permits, but the corrective action plans that I worked on, those are out for public comment. So they have been approved subject to comment. So if there is no public comment on them, they will be approved. They'll be sent. I'll just write a letter back to Haley and Aldridge and North Star saying, do what you said you were going to do. If there is public comment, I'll review the comments, talk with Haley and Aldridge, and we'll see what those comments, what, if anything, needs to be changed because of the comment. Mm-hmm. The other permits, they're not programs that I work with closely. My understanding is that the stormwater and that the discharge permits, they are being developed. I've sat in on a couple of meetings on that. Bill Irwin sat in on the last one. So, the permit application was submitted by Haley and Aldridge on behalf of North Star. Mm-hmm. The A&R is now writing the permit, reviewing the permit, and we don't have someone here who can say what the exact stage is, but I could get back to you on that and let you know.
I think what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when it says in review, it is just, that's not necessarily a certain, chronological stage in the timeline, but rather it's just internal staff review. And review means that it's looking at, it's being looked at internally in the agency, and under draft comment, that's in public comment period, right?
That is correct. If it's in review, it just means that the permit application was submitted to the A&R, mm-hmm. and now the application is being reviewed, and a permit will be written if the application is complete and there are no questions. Okay. But the four that I mentioned that I work with directly, which are the corrective action plans, we're waiting on public comment to see if there should be any modifications. But until we get any comments, we're not expecting needing any modification.
That was going to be another question, was if you had any public comments yet in the probably the 21 days or 20 days that it's been posted?
I have not on the 4 corrective action plans.
Mm-hmm. Do you typically get public comments on these kinds of plans?
On corrective action plans, very rarely.
Uh-huh.
I mean, most of my corrective action plans have been things like gas stations and after this investigation is done, the consultant then comes up with a plan of how to clean up, and very rarely get any corrective action, any comments.
Mm-hmm. Would you remind the panel and myself, mostly myself, what's the process that the public becomes aware of what's posted on the environmental notice bulletin? And I'm wondering also, as just a broader process question, if there's any other way that these corrective action plans have been posted so that folks can see them.
Well, they get posted on the environmental notice board, and then the A&R sends out a letter to individual landowners of abutting properties.
Okay.
And basically that individual notice is a reference to that, yes, there's corrective action going on. Please check the environmental notice board for details, and gives my email and name as the project manager as a contact for the ANR.
Okay. I do have one more question, but I'm tempted to, it's a little bit technical, and I'm not sure that it'll necessarily serve the purposes of this panel. It's just an
I just lost the rest of your question there.
Oh, I got muted.
You got muted. Can you repeat the question?
I said it so nicely the first time. I was just saying, I think I do have another question, but it's a little bit technical. I'm not sure that it really serves the purpose of the panel and the work that we're doing this evening. So I might just pause and see if there are other questions, and let the conversation move on. But thank you.
Okay.
So there are no other additional questions that I see in the conversation area of the Skype meeting here, unless somebody has something that they have not presented yet. And hearing nothing, Emily, do you want to ask your technical question, or do you want to save that as a email to?
I would love to. It's a technical question about documents, which is really exciting. Gerald, I might just be missing something, but when I look on the ENB and again search for 320 Governor Hunt Road, I see 4 documents that are those in review permits, which sound like those are outside of your purview, but within the agency. And then I see 4 other documents that are the corrective action plans that are in draft decision and comment. And those all have different ENB IDs, but the same permit number of the corrective action plans. So when I click on each one of those, I can see the 2 plans for AOC 3 and AOC 7, and those make sense to me. And then for the other 2, the final 2, I'm looking at this document from Haley and Aldrich, which from February 2019. And I think that this is what you were referring to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this is what you were referring to with this this general approach to these these 4 AOCs. But the idea is that for each one, and they're discrete and simple enough that you don't necessarily have to have a full-blown plan for each. This is more of your general approach. So my question is that right? Is that how you're going about this? And I guess maybe I'm asking if you could help me understand what I'm looking at here and where, if there's going to be corrective action plans for those 2 other AOCs.
Well, there's the AOC 3 and 7. The last one was number 8, and I think that was the transformer ones. Now, did that not? Pardon?
There wasn't a 4th. I could be.
Well, there were 3 individual AOCs, and then there is one kind of a corrective action plans for the 3 individual AOCs, and then there was one general one for. That's going to be kind of a site-wide, so that will apply to, because there are, I think, 17 or so of these areas of concern, and they will get individual corrective action plans, but there will not be another general one put out.
Okay.
But
okay. And that all falls under this same permit number that you have here, whether it be an individual corrective action plan or the general site restoration plan.
Correct. The way the ENB works, there are some small glitches in it. I mean, I was attempting to use the general one as kind of the master corrective action plan and have the other 3, the AOC 3, 7, and 8, as corrective action plan amendments, and when I was working on my computer to get into the ENB that way, it wasn't happening.
Okay.
So as long as you can read the documents, you can get the documents, that's the important thing.
I can read the documents. The connective tissue between them was my question. I think I might let the rest of the panel move forward. Thank you, everybody, for humoring that discussion of documents. And thank you, Gerald. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
And feel free to email me if you have any specific questions.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions for A&R. I don't believe we have any additional state agencies on that are ready to present anything. Do we have any additional panel questions for North Star or for the state reports? Hearing none, as long as everyone is okay with it, I believe we will skip our break because we are all sitting in the luxury of our homes anyway. So we'll move on to public questions for North Star or on any of the state reports.
Okay, all lines for the public should be open.
Okay.
Please remember to unmute yourself.
All right, not hearing any questions from the public. We will move on to general public comments. If anyone has general public comments, please unmute yourself and do so now, please.
This is Ann Darling. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I actually did type in a question, and I have two questions. One was to know, I would like to know specifically what precautions are being taken to protect the workers from coronavirus. I know that was mentioned that the state felt that the precautions being taken were good and effective. I just wanted to know more detail.
So Corey and or David Pearson, if you can field that question, please.
So I'm here. Hello, Ann.
Hi, Corey.
Hi. This could be a really long conversation because it's an extensive list of items that we're doing, but we've managed to comply with the state of Vermont's executive order, all 12 of the addendums. We're monitoring folks at the beginning of their shift. They take their temperatures. Folks are wearing masks when they're in the proximity of each other. We've even provided meals for folks for their lunches and dinners so that they don't have a point of vulnerability for transmission vector, traveling to get food and going to the grocery store. We've done a detailed task analysis for all the job groups. We've broken people up into smaller teams. We've limited our meeting sizes. We're working remotely where people can. And we're employing all the precautions that are known from the CDC and WHO that are reasonably employable. Hand washing, sanitization, wiping down systems. We even have extra cleaning people coming in, looking at all the common areas. And we're monitoring it carefully to make sure that folks are thinking about it every day too. So that the task analysis is an iterative process where we ask our people to watch each other and tell us how they can do their job more safely. And we made process changes wherever it makes sense to do so. If you have anything more specific, please let me know, but hopefully that's answering the question you're asking.
And so how has that impacted your ability to move the work forward? I know you said you had to kind of rearrange a few things.
So that's a good question. And fortunately, the teams that are doing the vessel segmentation, the type of PPE and the equipment they're wearing already lends itself to meet all those requirements, as does the demolition activities for the folks cutting out the steam lines and the equipment out of the turbine building. Now, when we get into the demolition of the exterior structures, that requires a little more active participation on our part to manage the work groups, to keep them small and the way they interface with each other. So it does have an appreciable effect, but it is manageable. And so far we've been able to continue successfully. And, you know, knock on wood, we haven't yet to have a case here at the site. Our goal is to keep it that way. And we ask everybody to treat that as a team sport, because we're all counting on each other and our families are counting on all of us to make sure we do everything right and safe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing I wanted to say was, Tony mentioned earlier that the representative Mark from Massachusetts is not present. And as I've said before, as a resident of Massachusetts, I've spoken with him. He is not a member of the panel, and I've asked that you try and find someone from Massachusetts to represent the interests of folks here on the panel. So I've been asking for quite a while, so I don't know what the problem is, but I'd like to see it remedied.
Hi, Anne. This is Tony Lashinsky. The way the panel is set up and the way the appointee for Massachusetts and New Hampshire, for that matter, are appointed is the governor's offices from the individual states must make the appointment. Right. We can try to reach out to the governor's offices again. I know in the past week, New Hampshire has contacted me about, well, what needs to be done. So I relayed information back to Bob Gustafson's department so they know what's going on. But I would say what we need to do is perhaps have the Vermont governor's office contact the Massachusetts governor's office again to get a new appointee. But I don't have a way of, I don't want to say force, but emphasize to the governor's, Massachusetts governor's office that this is important.
I understand.
Mr. Chair, June Tierney would like to speak.
Go ahead, June.
Yeah, I'm aware of this request, Ms. Darling, and the request has been forwarded to the governor's office, and I am very sorry that it is taking so long to get an answer back or an appointment back. My memory is that the last dealings I had with the governor's office on this were shortly before the onset of the pandemic, and I'm sure you can understand that the state has been fully engaged since, I would say, mid-February in dealing with the public emergency that the governor declared.
Right.
So I realize that's not a satisfying answer to you, but that is the state of affairs.
Well, I certainly understand this is not as high a priority, and I'm glad he's trying to protect us here in Massachusetts. When you said you last had contact in February, can you tell me what about that contact? What?
Very simply, I let them know that we need somebody appointed and they need to reach out to Massachusetts and their counterparts. And beyond that, I'm not going to go into it.
Is there, is this just the governor's office? No, perhaps citizens contacting might help.
You're certainly welcome to contact the governor's, I think it's called HIRO. It's their portal for constituent or public interest concerns. And you're certainly welcome to make a query through that. I'm sorry, I can't recall the details of how to do it, but it's on the website. And I can think of no reason why you couldn't do that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will accept any additional public comments at this point or questions.
Well,
I believe someone named Deb Katz is trying to speak, but you are very
Far out.
yeah, something like that. I can't even put a word to it. All I can think of is Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yeah. Deb, if I can suggest, can you text your question or use the instant messenger feature? Maybe that'll help.
So we'll hold just a second and see if we get a question come through IM from Deb. And Deb, IM is in your lower left-hand corner of your screen. In the meantime, do any other public have questions or comments? Okay, so I did get a question from Deb come through IM. This is for North Star regarding COVID protocols for workers. New workers coming in, what procedures do you follow for new workers coming in the COVID era? Corey, I believe that one's for you.
Protocols for workers. So the protocols for new workers coming on site, we require, if they're coming from out of state, that
Hey, Corey, I believe you're muted.
is that better?
Yep, you're back now. So we didn't catch anything. We heard the very beginning sentence.
Yep. So new workers that come onto the site are required to self-monitor and ensure that they have not been exposed to anyone who has tested positive for the virus or suspected have had the virus. And then they're also required to follow all the social distancing rules, wear masks, and continue to self-police, including taking their temperatures at the beginning of their shifts, and follow the protocols that are still in alignment with Governor Scott's executive orders. And I believe it's addendum 7 through 12 as they changed. And the last executive order 12 has some additional information as we're starting to bring the businesses back online. But effectively, they have to self-monitor and follow all the rules and prove that they do not have it and continue to not have the virus. Does that answer the question?
Deb has an additional question. Has anyone tested positive on the site?
No, no one's tested positive for COVID-19 at the Vermont Yankee site to date.
Okay, I believe that is the end of Deb's question. Do we have any additional public questions or comments, please? Seeing none, we will move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the panel pursuit of national decommissioning and spent fuel issues. And for this particular section, I will hand it over to Lissa, as this is something that she asked to be added to the agenda. So the floor is yours, Lissa.
Thank you, Josh. In reviewing the legislation regarding NDCAP's duties, I was struck by some of the language about our duty to advise on issues related to decommissioning, and it seems to me that we haven't really taken a position and advised much on issues as a panel. And I think the big issue for me is always the redevelopment of the site and the future, those 26 years after completion of decommissioning, where we're still going to have the spent fuel likely maybe even longer on site. And I just think that the panel should potentially take a look at this issue and consider having an advisory opinion on some of the legislative efforts that are out there. There was a number of pieces of legislation that were presented in this last Congress, and of course now due to the pandemic, a lot of the stuff gets put on the back burner. But then again, a lot of stuff tries to get pushed through at the final hour too. And I think that it just behooves us as a panel to potentially take a position on one or more of these issues, if only to try to stimulate some national action on this intractable problem regarding how we deal with spent fuel nuclear waste. And I know that there's probably nobody who wants to address this more than the people at North Star. And there might be opportunities for the panel to support North Star in some of its legislative pushes, potentially for the waste control specialist interim storage facility to be actually licensed and brought on or not. We did take a position as a panel. I know I've mentioned it before. I'll just address it briefly. Under Kate O'Connor, there was a letter that was signed that with some of the other Yankees that puts us on the record as supporting consolidated interim storage, the development of such the kind of waste control specialist facility that North Star would probably like to see developed. But I guess I just wanted to put it out there. I reviewed the procedures for advisory opinions to be considered by the panel. Someone like me would potentially write an opinion, maybe form a subcommittee, maybe working with someone like Corey or someone else who's interested in this issue, and then bring it before the panel for discussion, and then see if it's something that we would like to vote on. So my main concern is just to clear the record for regarding this consolidated interim storage position that we unwittingly took. And if indeed that's something that we want to back as a panel, then I think we should actually have a vote on it. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I think in terms of there's bills about local compensation for having the waste and having to protect it while it's here. There's considerations regarding timing that these different pieces of legislation address. And the other piece is just for us to be able to network with other sites where the stranded spent fuel is, and potentially add our voice to the national mix so that there could potentially be some action on this issue sometime in the future before those 26 years are up. So that's just what I wanted to address the panel regarding that, and hear if anybody else had any opinions or insights, or felt this was something that we should take up or not take up, and if so, how to proceed. Should I present an advisory opinion and have us discuss it in the future, or is this something that the panel just doesn't want to touch? So I turn it back over to you, Josh.
Okay, Representative Coffey, you have a follow-up to Lissa?
Yes, thank you. So Lissa, I know that this has been an issue that you've raised to the panel before, and I'm wondering now that in one of the obstacles I think has been in terms of getting a deeper understanding of some of the issues has been a financial one in our ability that we did not have any kinds of funds to bring in some experts or speakers. And one thought I had is that it seems that there's a real opportunity with our panel to, at minimum, hear from some members of our federal delegation or their staff to give us some updates on federal legislation that could help inform some of this. I think it could be, if others think that that's a good idea, I mean, that might be something for us to be working towards on a future agenda. I'm not opposed at all about having an opinion, but I know that I guess I'm not the newest member of this panel anymore by a long shot, and it might be worth educating this batch of panelists a little bit more on some of the issues. So, and with North Star's generous, or this offer that we have some funding to do that, that's now possible where that wasn't possible before. So those are just my 2 cents, and I'm looking forward to hearing other people's thoughts, because I think this could be an important role of the panel, and I think there might be a number of topics that we might want to consider.
Bob Leach here. I know a little bit about what's going on. As of right now, there's no money in the budget for processing the license at Yucca Mountain. I don't exactly know what's happening in reality, but I do know that the next budget year, they've got no money in it to continue the processing of the license for that facility. Horrendous amounts of our dollars, the money we have paid into the fund for that particular issue through our rates. It's in a fund, and the Department of Energy was supposed to take on a responsibility of starting up a site. Congress picked Yucca Mountain as that site, and a horrendous amount of funds have been spent in developing that site. Nevada does not want it there, and as of right now, they're not funding it next year. Now there's a move in Congress to put money in that budget for it. I don't know exactly where that's standing right at the moment because of all the stuff going on with this Corona-19 issue. So the other thing that keeps popping up, they want to find someplace off-site where they could gather up this spent fuel, i.e. like what we've got stored in Vermont Yankee. That doesn't appear to be moving anyplace. The best place to put that, if we do it, is right there at Yucca Mountain. They've got the area, and they can certainly set up someplace to accept that fuel and store it there until such time as they do something in the final issue. The facility that we are part of down in Texas is also moving in the direction of trying to establish a storage facility down there. I don't think there's been any serious movement on that other than by the group that owns that particular facility, but that's all I've heard. Can't help you much more than that.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else have a question or follow-up regarding this particular topic? Are we interested as a panel?
Yeah, Josh, I can add something to this as well.
Great. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. One of my duties is to represent the state of Vermont in what is called the National Transportation Stakeholders Forum, which is Department of Energy's means of consulting with state governments regarding spent nuclear fuel shipments to either a permanent repository or an interim repository. So most of what Bob Leach has described matches with what I have garnered through that consultation. I don't know if I can add anything more to it right now, other than the fact that if we do want some expert presentation on this, I certainly have contacts in Department of Energy and also the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that can discuss the status of this. Some of you who have been on the panel for a few years will recall that I believe it was in the end of 2017, I made a presentation on the status of spent fuel storage in the United States and its history. Admittedly, it has not changed much since then, honestly. So that's about all I will add at this point. But certainly, if there is specific information that the panel wants, let me know, and I can find the people for it.
Haley from Senator Sanders' office, can you set me a little IM? What can you add to this discussion, please? And make sure you're unmuted so we can hear you.
Yeah, Haley, you should be unmuted. On my end, she looks to be unmuted. No, we're not hearing you right now. Did you self-mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Haley Perrell from Senator Bernie Sanders' office. I've attended some meetings, particularly when they're in person, and I know Tom Barry is also on the line from Senator Leahy's office. And as our offices have done in the past, I just want to reiterate we're happy to give, kind of a general federal update. Typically, that's going to look like a summary of any legislative action, any new bills on nuclear issues, decommissioning, and budget issues, particularly with Senator Leahy's role on appropriations. So we're happy to do that. I'm not sure it's to the level of detail that you may be looking for to take an advisory opinion. If we have advance notice, we can certainly draw on some of our resources. We have, obviously contacts in Department of Energy, the NRC, and we also have access to the Congressional Research Service. They can provide some memos on particular issues. So I just want to set expectations that we aren't, experts on this issue alone, and I wouldn't rely purely on us, but at any point that you would sort of like an overview, and if you want to do that either on a regular schedule, I'd be open to that, and imagine the other offices would be as well. Usually when issues come up between meetings, I'll email Tony and/or Josh and Lissa as well to keep you apprised or mention any comment periods, anything of that nature. So again, I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're looking for, but just wanted to let you know what role we can provide. I don't know if Tom wants to add anything to that.
Tom, do you have anything for us? Nope. Looks like he's all set. Any additional comments regarding this topic or an idea of how we would like to pursue this or not pursue this particular issue?
Josh, Bob Leach here again. One thing that I've kind of mulled over in my mind is this whole issue. We've got one representative and two senators, and it might be worth our time and effort to draft a letter off to all three of those individuals supporting Yucca Mountain so that they could kind of get that darn thing rolling. It's close to being ready to accepting fuel. It just mostly just needs the money in the budget that is already there. It's money that the ratepayers have put in there in a fund to go ahead with the licensing and open that thing up. It was our Congress that picked that spot out of all of us, all the different sites in this country that were looked at. And if they're the ones that set it up, then let them finish it. And let us put together a letter telling our representatives to support that activity. It's just an idea. We could put it on the next time the committee for our issues to discuss by the panel. We could look into it a little bit and set it up for the next meeting if the panel is interested.
Well, this is the kind of thing that, I want to open up because I would completely disagree. I mean, first of all, Yucca Mountain was just recently not funded. It came up in front of the Congress and they didn't want to fund it. The people in Nevada don't want it. It's on an Indian reservation and it's been deemed geologically unsuitable. Further, it would already be full. I mean, we're creating nuclear waste every day and we have no place to put it. Even if we could use Yucca Mountain, it would already be to its capacity, according to what I've read. So it really is an important issue nationally, and I do feel that the panel should at least educate ourselves about it a bit because it does affect us greatly in many different potential ways, having that spent fuel there for the foreseeable future, maybe forever. What does that mean? Their government is creating a new nuclear waste administration agency. From what I understand, it will no longer be under the auspices of DOE. At least that was the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission that Obama set up. It seems to be something that the Trump administration is following in the footsteps of them. So these are important issues, and I think, we as a community that has waste should really weigh in at whether you like nuclear power or you don't like nuclear power. We can't keep creating nuclear waste if there's no plan for dealing with it. It hurts everyone. So I do think it's something that we should take up. How we do so is the question I'm putting in front of you guys. We talked about having Jim Hamilton come in. He's with the National Spent Fuel Collaborative. I don't know if it's still called that. But we need more advocacy on this issue.
So I would suggest, since we're already about 2.5 hours into our meeting, that we obviously have varying opinions on this particular issue within the committee, and it's really hard to do a whole heck of a lot through a Skype meeting like this and work through an extensive issue like this through this particular avenue. I suggest that we move this on to the next meeting, which I'm assuming will probably be in person. Chris Campany did send me a message that he has a comment to make. So, Chris, I'll give you the floor before we close up this topic and move it to a next meeting.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. All right. So,
Josh, this is Bob Leach again. Just let me add one little tidbit to this waste transportation. Way back when they were originally looking at sites for where they were going to put this waste, Vermont was one of the sites that was being considered. Congress elected to put it in Nevada. They elected to put it there because the federal government owns most of that state, and there's not a lot of people there. Well, Vermont, the federal government doesn't own a lot of Vermont, but it is a state that doesn't have very many people and doesn't have a lot of representation. So before we shoot down Yucca Mountain, we may pick a new site, and it might be Vermont. Just a tidbit. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Bob. As I mentioned, we will we will move this on to the next meeting. Representative Sibilia, you have something for us real quick?
Just a comment, listening to this, I'm not sure that advocacy so much as public facilitation and education is our role. And I've heard advocacy on this issue being discussed. So I just want to flag that will be a concerning word for me in future discussions.
Well, we're already advocating for consolidated interim storage because we're already on the record as supporting that without a vote. What I'd like to see is a discussion, and if we are in favor of supporting federal efforts to create an interim consolidated storage facility, then we should talk about it, we should vote on it, because right now that's what people think, that's what the advocates are using the letter that we signed to do. So you talk about advocacy, it's already being used as a tool of advocacy by others, our position taken without a vote on this very important matter. So, I'd like to move that we create a subcommittee to draft an advisory opinion on this matter. I'd volunteer to be on that subcommittee. If anybody wants to join me, I'd like to actually put something in writing to present at the next meeting rather than just kicking this can down the road, which is in fact what happens nationally and what's been happening for the past 50 years. So yeah, I mean, it's not something people are always eager to get into, but for those who'd like to produce more nuclear reactors and for those who are concerned about the buildup of waste at sites throughout the United States, it matters. So I think it matters for this panel to keep moving. And if anybody would like to join, maybe I'd make a motion that the issues committee create a little subcommittee that can sit together or Zoom together and create a document that might start drafting an advisory opinion on the matter. That's what I'd like to put a motion for. Does anybody second that? Guess not.
I second it. This is Sarah.
So moved and seconded to establish a subcommittee to discuss, I guess, spent fuel issues and the direction of the panel is in an advisory manner. Laura, Representative Sibilia, you have an additional comment?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I don't know that you captured the motion that I heard. I think I heard a motion to have a small group draft an advisory opinion.
Correct.
So if that were to go forward, I would want to understand how. I would want to make sure that there was plenty of time for public participation in that.
I agree. So there's a motion and a second on the table to establish a subcommittee regarding this particular issue. Let's take a vote to see if we want to establish that subcommittee, and I will go down through the names. Please say yay or nay as we go down through. Maddie Arms.
Nay.
Chris Campney.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Nay.
Emily Davis.
Yay. Yay.
Reluctantly. Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Bob Leach.
Nay.
Brett Long.
You ain't here.
Did we lose Brett? Okay. David Pearson.
Did we lose him?
Nay.
Chuck Shore.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Representative Sibilia. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I'm going to vote no, because I need more information on what we're doing here.
Commissioner Tierney.
This is a tough one. The reason I think it's tough is I really want to see the citizens guide this panel, but my view is no.
Okay. Josh Under, that's me. I vote nay. Lissa Wyman.
Yes.
Back to Chris Campbell.
Yeah, my concern is that, sorry, I know the echo is bad. It's just really hard to have a good conversation in this context where we're having to do it remote. I'm okay with having the conversation. I just think it needs to be when we can actually meet face to face again. That can actually be more public engagement. So I'm inclined to no right now. Defer it for another time.
Okay, so the motion has been defeated, and if I'm doing my numbers right, Anthony 8-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting here as well.
Okay.
Well, now we see why nothing happens on a national level.
All right, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, schedule a rereading 20.
Oh, dear.
I'm still here, Tony. It's Sarah.
Yeah, okay, can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to eliminate some of the echo, and I think I accidentally muted everyone.
That's okay. So everybody get your calendars out, and Anthony, I'll ask you to take the lead on this one with your calendar as well to schedule the rest of our 2020 panel meetings, or at least our next couple, being that we're in the situation that we're in and not really knowing what tomorrow holds.
Okay. Okay, so going by what we did last year, we met in May and then we did not meet again until October. We had tried to meet in September and we just had conflict after conflict. So I guess my first question is, do people want to try to meet, say, for example, in June? That would have to be another webcast because we're not going to be able to get a facility. The schools are closed. My suggestion would be to try to meet again in September. Mondays and Thursdays seem to work best right now, so I'm moving forward in my calendar to September, and pardon me just a second here. I went a little too far. Yeah. We would have to rule out September 7th because that is Labor Day. We would have to rule out September 28th because that is Yom Kippur. But I don't see any other significant conflicts. So what would people prefer, meeting on a Monday or a Thursday at this point? Or is there another day of the week that works for people?
Mr. Chair, June Tierney here.
Go ahead.
I am agnostic on whether it's a Monday or a Thursday. I have very strong views about whether we're meeting in person or not. I don't see us meeting in person anytime soon. So we need to get used to this format, if you ask me, and that should open a few dates up if the panel wants to use it, because it's much easier for me to participate when we're participating in this manner, as opposed to having a 2-hour drive down and back to get to the handicap meeting. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'll be honest, I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum, and I really wish everything would reopen right now. But
somehow I'm not surprised.
yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't concede that I'm not a capitalist, but I've been eating, living, and breathing COVID-19 response, as have many people in leadership positions in the state, and I'm not going to be somebody who's giving back any of the governor's gains. So I'm staying safe, and I want everybody else to stay safe too.
So I got a couple suggestions popping up on the screen. One is September 22nd. The only concern that I have September 21st. The only concern that I have is that seems kind of far out. Looking at Thursdays, as Anthony had mentioned, would the 3rd work for people, the 3rd of September?
Josh, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
For those legislators, we're talking about having to be back in session for sometime in August and September, which we will not know about for a while. But I do know that Mondays will always be a free day for me. So if it comes to pass, so I could potentially say okay for a Thursday, but it would be a little bit harder for me to be able to say with complete confidence.
Okay. If Mondays work better for you folks, because you will be in session at that point, how does the 21st work for everybody? That was one of the suggestions. My only concern is that the length of time it is away from today. But if we don't have anything pressing, which it doesn't seem like we do, anything we need to make decisions on, September 21st is an option. What do we think about that?
Bob Leach here. I don't have a problem with it.
We can have our issues committee meeting, at which point I will re-enter a discussion about the future of the spent fuel at Vermont Yankee.
Okay, so that settles it. Let's make September 21st our next IndyCap meeting.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes,
question,
go ahead.
Request.
Sure.
I want to thank Tony for putting this meeting together. There's a lot of people here. Facilitating these types of meetings is incredibly difficult. This is in no means a comment on Tony's work, but I have been participating in nonstop virtual meetings through all bunches of mediums, and this was by far the worst quality. I would like to suggest that we go to GoToMeeting, or the state is using Microsoft Teams. If Zoom is not a possibility, the legislature is using Zoom. So just something to think about. It doesn't need to be debated here. I just offer that as hopefully something to be considered for the next meeting. I agree it should be planned to be virtual just in case.
Okay, Anthony and I will work together on that particular issue. I agree this was a little cumbersome, but honestly, this is the first virtual meeting that I've had throughout this whole COVID thing, because I've been working 60 hours a week. So in person. So this is my first experience with any of this type of thing through the COVID. So Anthony and I will work for a better solution going forward. And I think that is it. We'll send an email out regarding the issues committee meeting prior to the September 21st meeting, and go from there. Does anybody else have anything from the general public, comments to the panel?
Okay, all lines to the public should be unmuted.
Kevin Camps, if you unmute yourself, we can hear you.
Okay, Kevin, try it now.
How about you type the question, Tony?
Hello, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Kevin Camps with Beyond Nuclear, and I just had a couple of questions. I tried to ask them earlier, but couldn't get through, and I had a couple brief comments. I'll keep it brief. The questions I had were regarding a Susan Smallher article in the Brattleboro, Vermont newspaper, The Reformer, back on March 2nd, that described North Star getting a waiver from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding how long it takes for the waste shipments to travel to Texas. It was an increase from something like 20 days to 60 days. And my specific question, I guess, would be what takes so long for that train journey? And a related question is, are these rail cars resting in rail yards for long periods of time? And if so, what kind of dose rate is being given off? Because the workers in those rail yards or residents nearby would be exposed to that dose rate that whole time. That's one question. A second question, I guess, for North Star as well is, has the radiological surveying where you said nothing surprising has been found, unexpected, has that yet extended to where those leaks were taking place back in like early 2010, late 2009, the underground pipes that were leaking? Those are my questions. My quick comments. I was really concerned to hear the advocacy or the support for the Yucca dump in Nevada and even for the consolidated interim storage facilities. So I'm speaking on behalf of our members and supporters in Vermont and New Hampshire and Massachusetts who are directly impacted up there. But I just have to point out that Yucca is not going to happen. I mean, as was said, the state of Nevada and the Western Shoshone Indian Nation and many others are adamantly opposed, have been for 33 years. It was mentioned the Western Shoshone land title. That's going to be a bit of a problem to overcome, for one thing. But on consolidated interim storage as well, Beyond Nuclear has a lawsuit against both the Texas proposal and the New Mexico proposal because it violates the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, and that's going to court. And we're joined by others, a coalition of environmental groups across the country in the host states. Just to name one, the Sierra Club, the biggest environmental group in the country, is opposed to these proposals. So I just wanted to get that out there as a concern, and really you can't depend on those anytime soon. That's why hardened on-site storage for the foreseeable future is the only way to go. Thank you.
Okay, so Corey, I'll turn it over to you to answer the couple questions at the beginning of Mr. Camp's statement.
All right, the first question with respect to the waiver has to do with the reporting requirements. Whenever a shipment leaves by rail, the reporting requirements are that we track that and we know where it is at all times, and it should arrive at its destination within 20 days. If it does not, we file a report with the NRC saying we understand where that material and shipment has been and why, and where we are in Vermont and where the waste facility is in Texas. We're about as far across the country as we can get. And unfortunately, we were learning that 20 days regularly does get exceeded, and it has mostly to do with the rail operations. But the postings and the placarding and the controls for all the materials and the shipments are in compliance with all DOT regulations. And where those shipments are and the rail yards go, I can't give you a definitive answer for the exact dose rates that any member of the public would receive, but it is within the Code of Federal Regulations governed under 10 CFR 39 and the Department of Transportation rules for shipping materials like the ones that are being shipped. So it's really a reporting requirement. We extended that periodicity to 45 days, and we've been able to meet the rail turnaround time for that. But to answer your question, yes, rail traffic is complicated. Sometimes trains do get stopped, broken up, recoupled, and shipped part way. And often it does take longer than 20 days to get a rail shipment from Vermont to Texas. As far as the second question goes, there is significant monitoring around the area where the tritium leakage from the condensate drain lines did put water into the ground back in 2009 and 10. A good component of that area has extensive monitoring. The well that Dr. Irwin specifically asked about, GZ10, and sample data for it, which we'll find out about and get some information in. There's no source term there anymore, and we have seen an extremely appreciable degradation in tritium values ever since the plant shut down, and actually well before that when we did all the mitigation efforts with the half-life of tritium. The values of those, for the most part, all the wells that are outside of those areas, we've seen well below the drinking water standards. So to answer the question fully, we have seen an expected reduction in the tritiation of the water that's in the ground in that area. And in most cases, it's down to non-detectable or well below the drinking water standards. I think I got this question, but I'm open to follow up if I missed anything.
No, thank you. I guess in addition to the tritium contamination, I remember there being other forms of radioactive contamination. I don't remember the exact isotopes, but there were several, I think. So are you going to do more extensive testing of that area where the leakage was, or is that well the only testing that you're doing?
Some of the wells that are associated with that are in the groundwater monitoring sampling program for our radiological samples, so that's an ongoing process. But for specific radiological constituents, I'm not familiar with what you're describing, and I'm not sure how to answer a question that's not defined.
Okay, is there any additional public comments or questions?
I thought we had another one coming in. I'm scrolling back to see.
I don't see any. I've been paying attention to it as well.
No, I'm not seeing anything else.
All right, very good. So I make a motion to adjourn.
Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, everyone, thank you for bearing with the Skype meeting this evening. With regards to using Teams, Teams more or less has the same interface as this, so I do not think that's a viable option. I suspect that some of you heard me swearing when the entire interface on my laptop disappeared in the middle of the meeting, so I thought the entire meeting had crashed. So my apologies for the unprofessionalism there. I'm not sure what we can do to make this a little bit easier. If we can go back to GoToMeeting or GoToWebinar, I would certainly be willing to do that. I was much happier with that setup than Skype. Zoom is a possibility, assuming I can get it installed on my work laptop. However, what I see on that is unless we pay some additional money for it, the meetings all cut off at 30 minutes, which would not work here. So that may be a reason to tap some of the funding that North Star has offered. But thank you very much, everyone.
I'll second Josh's motion.
Very good. So moved and seconded to adjourn. Let's see. Let's go down. Well, we probably don't need to go down through the list. Please unmute yourself and say aye.
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 All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Linda. And welcome everyone to the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting live on YouTube. And I'm Representative Carolyn Partridge. I chair the committee, and you can see all the folks, my good folks here on line. We are, as usual, going to be covering COVID-19 related agricultural issues. And today is go day for the farmers markets. But we want to make sure that everybody understands that there are some requirements that they have to meet in order to hold their farmers markets. And we've invited Abby Willard from the agency and Steve Collier, who's the general counsel for the agency, to join us. So Abby, welcome. And you sent out the farmers market guidance, which I've reviewed. I'm sure all of my committee members have reviewed that. And so would you like to just go over and kind of give us a narrative about what's going to be required?
Sure. Good morning, committee. Nice to see you all. So I'm Abby Willard, Agency of Agriculture. And yeah, so farmers markets are able to open today, May 1st. So rabbit, a new month. And we just held a call last night with the Vermont Farmers Market Association hosted by NOFA. And there were 30 some odd markets represented on the call, and we shared the frequently asked questions document with them. They asked lots of great questions. It felt like a really productive call. I might even just start by saying they did a quick poll of those market members that were on the call, and 68% felt that they could comfortably open under these new guidelines. 16%, which I think is about 5 markets that were represented on the call, felt like they are unsure whether they'll be able to open, and another 16%, or about 5 markets, said that they probably will not open for the season. Probably due to a result of many circumstances, but related to the guidance and the frequently asked questions interpretation.
Abby, do you think that if things change, let's say in June, that they would maybe start up, or is it just not financially worth it to them?
Yeah, I think it can go both ways. I think there are some markets that if the guidelines shift, they may be more inclined to be able to open. For other markets, they were pretty clear that they function based on vendor fees, and that if they don't have the ability for full vendor representation at the market, they may not be in a financial situation to be able to open.
Okay.
So I think it will likely be an individualized decision of each market.
And one of the guidance points was that only food and basically essential stuff was allowed. And do you potentially, I should actually just let you go through this, but I know that there's at least one legislator who's very interested in whether or not she does sewing and does aprons and things like that. And I know she's going to ask if you think eventually some of the crafts people will be able to open up, going by the guidelines and everything else.
Yeah. So let me start by, I wanted to just sort of give you the frame of kind of the most recent conversation we had with the community, and then maybe go through what currently exists in the guidance, as well as sort of some of the frequently asked questions. There were also questions, obviously, from the farmers market community of when we thought this might lessen and open be different than today. And I think generally the answer to that question is we don't know. But as the circumstances are today, markets are able to open as long as they're following other kind of parameters and requirements. Oh, look at those beautiful daffodils. I love it. That markets can sell food and beverage items at the market. And those food and beverage items can be raw, they can be value added, they can be prepared, prepackaged. They just need to be consumed off-site. There was clarity in the guidance that there's really looking at farmers markets as a pre-order and prepay arrangement, more like a food distribution location, as opposed to the traditional market environment that many individuals are familiar with and comfortable with. So some of the decisions that were clarified yesterday with the community and included in that FAQ document that we shared with you all yesterday as well. So far, vendors are able to sell edible plant starts that will soon be food, closed container beverages that aren't to be consumed on site. They can do bakery items, they can do raw product, they can do canned preserves and food put by, and all other food and beverage items that again are prepackaged and intended to be consumed off-site. There were a lot of questions around non-edible ag products, and so that would be fiber or fleeces, cut flowers, body care products, beeswax candles, goat's milk soap. And those items, because they're not food or beverage and aren't consumable, they're not currently allowed at the market. And that, the question, do you want me to?
How about goat's milk soap? Couldn't they pre-order that and throw it in a box or something?
Right, so that's a great point, Representative Partridge. So we're saying that those non-edible ag products and non-ag products that are jewelry, crafts, note cards, kind of sewing items would, because again, they're non-edible, would not be allowed at the market. But because farms have been deemed essential, they have been open from the very beginning of the Stay Home, Stay Safe executive order. And so vendors at the farmers market are able to arrange for those non-edible items to be picked up at the farm, to be ordered and mailed to the individual customer, or even picked up by curbside pickup at a location that's not the market. Again, the goal being not to add congregation of people for non-essential items at the farmers market.
Okay, that's helpful, Abby, thanks.
Yeah. Were there other questions about that so far?
Sharon's hands up. Sharon.
Thank you. So if I needed to buy some soap or hand sanitizer and I drove to Hannaford's to do it, how is that different? I'm pushing back a little bit because I feel like our farmers market shouldn't be held to a higher standard than our grocery stores, or a different standard, except for where the unique differences between those two settings requires it. And so I understand jewelry or really cool hats being not allowed, but I feel like soap or natural, kind of natural artisanal hand sanitizers absolutely should be allowed at the farmers market. I can go to Hannaford right now and go there and buy nothing but soap and expose myself to a lot more than I would at a farmer's market if they're doing the social distancing practices.
Yeah, so thanks for bringing up the hand sanitizer topic. The secretary felt really strongly that he wanted there to be an exception allowable for hand sanitizers containing greater than 60% alcohol to be allowed for sale at the farmer's market. So that is the one non-edible allowance at this time to be sold at farmers markets.
I hope they add soap soon.
Not at this time, so far. I think we appreciate the question and the concern, and I think that the overall messaging, and Steve may have some piece here that he wants to also contribute if you're open to that, is that there's still grave concern around the public health risk of bringing people together for non-essential purposes. And the farmers market gathering place is really designed to be pre-order, prepay, distribution of product that's essential to customers. And because farms are still open, if someone wanted to sell soap to their customers, they could mail it to them. They could make it available for pickup at their farm stand, at the farm, at the house. But those opportunities for engagement with customers are still allowable. So that's not being restricted. We're just saying, don't come out in public and gather with other people that are here for essential food items or beverage items, and also think that there will be non-essential items available.
Thanks, Abby. John O'Brien has his hand up, and then Vicky. John?
Hi, Abby. No, I was just echoing Sharon's concerns too, that once again, it seems like we could sew a nasturtium into an apron and the famous nasturtium and sell it as an edible. And what about vendors who have some of both? You know, if you have, I sell eggs and chapstick, you have to keep half of that home or just instruct people to come by the farm. It just seems right compared to the box stores, the supermarkets, general stores that you buy food and you buy other stuff, and yet farmers markets are sort of unfairly being censored.
Yeah, so at this time, if you are a diverse operation and vendor, you can bring your edible items for sale to the farmers market. And those items that are non-edible, you can take orders for your aprons or for your soaps, and again, make alternative arrangements for people to pick them up or have them delivered to them in some other way at this time.
Okay, Vicky?
Thank you, Abby. I know there's a lot of thought going into all of this. I was just wondering if it's actually fluid in the sense of, my goodness, every day we're seeing states open and different types of protocols. And are you getting pushback from some of the farms at all, these folks? Because really, people are starting to get anxious and they want to get back to work and back to shop. I'm just expressing some angst from constituents. I've had numerous calls this week saying, please tell the governor. And I tell them, please email the governor yourself. But in the meantime, is this something that you see as maybe week by week, really? As far
I think
as
that's a great question. Yeah. And the farmers market community last night asked the same thing. They said, like, at what interval of time are you going to re-propose more lax kind of guidance around farmers markets to the administration? And I would say, I don't think that we as an agency have a particular time frame in mind as to how quickly and how frequently we're going to do that. But I think that's a very fair request to say that as businesses continue to open, and if the theme of Fridays being the days that new sectors and new environments are opening up in new ways continues, that we will make sure that farmers markets, being one of the first that was authorized to open to some degree, would continue to be reevaluated for what kind of fits and what's appropriate for the kind of restarting the economy efforts that are underway. So we hear that and agree that we're going to continue to have to put farmers markets back on the table, ask that there be some additional allowances considered as time goes on. I think the question is the when, which we don't know, whether that's in a week, in a month. Again, I feel like the importance of providing guidance now as of May 1st was, and actually they got it on the 24th, was for markets to be able to plan. And we felt that it was really important that they understand what vendors would be allowed to be there, what products could be sold, what layout and expectations around physical distancing and health and safety they needed to take into consideration to be able to be open, so that we were giving them some adequate time to make those decisions as an organization, as well as communicate those expectations to their vendors as well as to their customers. The world may actually look a fair bit different on June 1st when most markets start to open. And we have, 4 weeks in that time frame where all sorts of things could change.
Thanks, Abby. It also sounds like there's a little bit of wiggle room and latitude in terms of workarounds for some folks to make things happen too. So,
yeah, I think the reminder that farms are open and farms can engage in commerce with customers in a variety of ways is a really important message.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
You want to continue? And Steve, feel free to jump in if you feel like you need to. Thanks.
So let's see. So some of the other pieces that were captured in the guidance are really about the expectations of so many businesses. So I can just sort of run through those quickly, though I think these are pretty understood, and frankly, these aren't the issues that, well, that's not true. There are some markets that are struggling with the pieces of this. So, acknowledgement that each market needs to adhere to the municipal requirements and permits needed to be able to be open. Strong recommendation that markets promote their customers to wear facial coverings while at the market. So not currently a requirement, but a recommendation. Vendors, though, do need to wear facial covering when they're engaging with others, including servicing and supporting, working with their customers. Another piece to kind of facilitate that concept of a pre-order, prepaid distribution model is that vendors must offer online or phone ordering options as an incentivization to see more pre-order, prepaid pickup occurring at the market. What the markets asked yesterday, and we hadn't actually clearly articulated this in the guidance, but I think we made the right call. They asked that if you made a pre-order for pickup at the market, did it need to be a curbside pickup? And I don't believe that it needs to. So you could pre-order product and still pick it up at the vendor's table at the market if that's what works better for you. And that may be because you haven't paid for that product yet, and so you want to pay at the vendor booth. It may be because all vendors don't have the capacity to have a runner that's managing their curbside pickup, as well as someone at the booth that's managing in-person orders. So I think markets are going to try to figure out the best way that works for them to be able to accommodate as many of those customers that have called ahead, ordered in advance, and those that are there in person to shop for the first time.
And Abby, it sounds to me like, having read the guidance, that cash, while discouraged, can be used, but exact change is really preferred. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction. So when markets couldn't have any person-to-person contact previously, that meant that you really couldn't do payment at a curbside pickup. And so that's a change to this updated guidance. So you can do payment at the site. And that also allows for EBT transactions, crop cash, double bucks to be processed for that SNAP recipient population that have to do it in person. And so that was an important addition and really important to the administration to make sure that EBT transactions could occur at farmers markets.
And Abby, we've heard about EBT cards, of course, and crop cash, although some folks might not be totally clear about it, but what are double bucks?
So double bucks, that's the same as crop cash. So the concept of crop cash and double bucks is that you can double the value of your SNAP benefits with crop cash being provided to that SNAP recipient population to be able to be spent at a farmer's market on edible food items and plant starts. So there's also restrictions around what they can buy, but
okay, thanks.
It's really doubling the value of your 3 Squares Vermont benefits.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah. One piece that we heard some feedback on was the decision to have booths at a 12-foot spacing between them. Since many markets will have in-person shopping, some may elect not to, but those that do have in-person shopping need to have kind of one directional flow of kind of coming into the market area and leaving the market area, having hand sanitizer or hand washing stations at the entrance and the exit, with signs that if you're sick or been in contact with someone that's COVID positive or has symptoms, please don't enter the market. And as well as the 6-foot distancing markers, so that people that are waiting to visit a booth or waiting to enter the market are not standing in groups, but kind of are following that physical distancing requirements. To be honest, I think some markets are trying to understand how they're going to do 12-foot spacing of booths. I think that's going to be a challenge for certain locations based on their size and their setup. But they are, what I appreciate about this population is they're willing to try to figure it out. I think they're taking the public health and safety responsibilities seriously. I think they are understanding a little bit more where we're all collectively coming from. And I believe that they're going to do their best to be able to accommodate the number of vendors that want to be at the market, and offering in-person shopping opportunities, and how they'll be able to configure their setup, which will be different, obviously, than how they normally are set up.
Right, right. And I think, if, for instance, the one I tend to go to is Londonderry because it's closest, but you know, given that the crafts people will not be able to participate, there might be an opportunity to spread people out a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, I think we're empathetic to the craft people, and we're getting emails from folks that are sell perennials and other plants that are non-edible, and feel like, there's a lot of kind of health and benefit to having that product available. And I think I would just continue to say that I think our message from the kind of state and the administration in general is that you can still make those products available, but just not at a public gathering place like a farmer's market at this time.
Thanks, Abby. Sharon's hand is up. Sharon?
Thank you. It occurred to me that if I was going to go to a farmer's market and halfway there I realized I'd forgotten my cloth mask, I think it makes a lot of sense to allow the sale of cloth masks at farmers markets, because then I could call ahead and I could say, you know what, I want to pre-order a cloth mask. I would pull over on the side of the road. I wouldn't do that while I was driving. If I had cell phone service anywhere around here.
Lots of ifs, yeah.
And that way I could get a curbside delivery of that cloth mask, and then I could do my shopping. And I really feel like cloth masks should be added to the list of essentials allowed for sale, because they're going to be people who show up who, just like the reusable shopping bags that people always leave at home, and they get to the grocery store and realize, oh, I forgot my shopping bags. People who care and want to do the right thing, they're going to be doing the same thing with their cloth masks. And so I'm going to advocate that. I think that should be an item that is absolutely allowed at the farmers markets, so that, for the reasons I just explained.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, John O'Brien's hand is up. John.
Abby, is there any agency guidance on thinking how farmers markets are so social and social gatherings? Is there any guidance on entertainment? Like, is music discouraged, or clowns tying rubber balloons, and even bringing of children and pets to markets? Because maybe we can use common sense, but that certainly adds an element of a not so safe situation.
Yeah, so the guidance did offer some kind of language about that. As far as music is concerned, markets need to suspend all entertainment activities, children's activities, or any, music, sampling, cooking demonstration, again, anything that's encouraging people to congregate, for the same reason that you can't kind of stop at the market, drink a cup of coffee, and have a donut right now. You could buy a to-go coffee and you could buy a bag of donuts to bring home to your family, but it's really not encouraged that you're going to linger and stay at the market for any amount of time, and the sense that music may incentivize that is why it's being restricted or suspended. And the same guidance was given around shopping practices, so really encouraging you to not bring your families, but for you to come as an individual, get your essential needs, and do your shopping, get it done, buy the food and beverage that you need, and then bring it home to your family. So one additional piece that came up around that particular topic is around prepared food. And so what became really clear was that you can provide prepared food in to-go containers to be consumed off-site at the farmer's market. So that prepared food could be prepared off-site and brought to the market in to-go containers and sold. That prepared food could actually be cooked on site, packaged in to-go containers, sold for consumption off-site. So there is this potential for even food vendors or food trucks to be able to presumably function at a farmer's market in alignment with the guidance, as long as, again, they're packaging material to be consumed off-site and to be taken away. Which I think that's good news. I mean, we've debated this, but food is food, and if your family is tired of cooking like mine is, you might appreciate having some to-go food from a farmer's market using local ingredients that you're going to quickly go and get your few essential things and bring home breakfast or lunch. And
fantastic,
so
Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saved at least one good thing for the end for you.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like most farmers markets and vendors are pretty tuned in to what the agency and the administration has done. And I'm wondering, for folks who might be watching this YouTube presentation, or just in general want to know they're good farmers markets customers, where could folks go to find this information?
Yeah. So great question. I would say, just kind of to respond, I think there's so much activity within the farmers market community. They are so passionate about this conversation. They so want to be able to serve food and product to their communities and to their very loyal customer base. And for that reason, I think they're paying close attention. They're really engaged in asking a lot of questions. And so for that reason, they really prompted us to, in addition to the guidance, which is, a couple of pages in length, we also created the multi-page frequently asked questions document. And both of those can be found at the Agency of Agriculture. So agriculture.vermont.gov. And you can go to the COVID-19 page, and there's a FAQ section, and the frequently asked questions document is there. The guidance is actually linked right from our homepage as under agency news, I think. So both documents are very accessible. NOFA and other kind of organizations are providing lots of assisting support to farmers markets about looking at hand washing stations, thinking about how to do more volunteer recruitment to help the markets run more smoothly. So there's so much support for this community because I think there's just a lot of passion and appreciation for the contributions that they're making to making local food available.
Thanks. John Bartholomew has his hand up. John?
I kind of get the sense that the farmers markets are glad they don't want to rock the boat. They're just glad they're able to move forward in some way. And I personally don't feel the same obligation to avoid rocking the boat, and still feel kind of outraged that we are imposing on some businesses, small businesses, farmers, restrictions that other big businesses don't have. It seems to me if you can go into a grocery store, which I believe is a much more dangerous place than an open air market, and you can buy any kind of soap or any kind of flour, meaning, the ones in pots as opposed to bags, whatever is in a supermarket, or you can go into other establishments and buy stuff. Why can't you do it at the farmer's market? It's an unequal standard. It's not fair, and all it's doing is helping the big companies that don't need the help, or at least don't need it as much. There's no reason that we should be imposing different limitations of what can be sold at a farmer's market if you can go and buy the other stuff at a supermarket or at Home Depot or wherever. It makes no sense to me, and I think we ought to be pushing back on that as a committee.
Yeah, Representative, it said you share a common feeling of many others that this comparison between retail and farmers markets. And I guess the reaction that I have to that is I hear you, and I think under different circumstances, we may all be in agreement about that. I think where we are today is that farms can still sell their product. We're working hard to help farms get into retail establishments. So many vendors or many producers that had been selling to colleges, schools, and restaurants lost their markets overnight. And that was devastating to those businesses. And we've worked really hard, not just at the agency, but amongst kind of like the local food system community, to figure out how to help those businesses find new markets and expand their opportunity to sell food to customers in new and different ways. And the success of that has been outstanding. And I know that you guys have heard from Ellen Kaler, and the ability of businesses to make market shifts and pivot to new market channels has also been an outstanding example of how resilient our ag producers are and how open they are to really trying to be creative and find ways to still be viable businesses and still stay committed to serving their communities. So there's so many bright spots about how the ag community is responding at this time. There's devastating circumstances as well, but I think it's really important to acknowledge that many businesses have made the transformations that they have been able to, or been exposed to, or been guided towards, to be able to continue to sell local product. I think, and that could be doing online sales, that could be selling to retail and food co-ops in ways that they hadn't historically, or really just getting accustomed to having customers come to their home and increase their sales. Some farms, like as we've shared before and as you've heard, are seeing, doubling and tripling of their membership. So people are really wanting to buy local food, and people are feeling more comfortable connecting directly with producers. So I feel really optimistic about the possibility for local food to still be available across Vermont. And I think, being a rural community state, we're very fortunate, because that's not obviously the case in other parts of the country.
You're in a position, though, of really needing to defend the decision, which is great. But what I'm saying is, I think that we as a committee need to speak out in a different way than the administration is.
Yeah.
I don't agree with this decision. And through this entire pandemic, all we're managing to do is to help online business and to help huge businesses, and at the expense of small businesses and farmers. And I just think we need to push back. And I understand why you feel that these decisions are the right ones, but I'm just disagreeing with you that, and I think that we ought to speak out. I don't know if anyone in the committee agrees with me, but there it is.
Okay, thanks. Oops. Hold on, guys. I lost you for a second. There. So we have several questions. John O'Brien has his hand up, Vicki has her hand up, and then Terry. So, and we have about 10 minutes left for our time today. So, John, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Carolyn, were we going to talk about garden centers and nurseries today with Mother's Day coming up? And it segues from farmers markets too. And then the other thing, this morning, for example, I heard Kinney Drug was advertising hanging flower baskets for $9. So because they're a pharmacy, have they found this sweet spot that they don't have to meet the same requirements that our local garden centers and nurseries do?
Yeah, and I think, John, what we had determined was that if farm stores and farm stands were providing vegetable starts and produce, that they probably could sell hanging baskets with, some of the stipulations. So no more than a certain number of people in greenhouses, and hopefully some kind of easy way of paying where there's little contact. And so Abby might want to clarify that, but I know that many of, and then there is the nasturtium in the hanging basket, my friends, don't forget that. And So Abby, you might want to clarify that. I'm kind of conscious of time. So, you know, if we could make these answers somewhat succinct, I want to then go to Vicky and Terry. So Abby?
Sure. And again, Steve's worked on this more recently than I have, I'd say, in the last 48 hours. But nurseries, greenhouses, and garden centers have a very different arrangement than farmers markets. So the restrictions and the guidelines for that community is very different. The only restriction outside of following physical distancing and health and safety hygiene practices would be the limitation of the number of employees and visitors in the center at one time. And so that limit is no more than one customer per 200 square feet for retail space, or a maximum of 10 people in total at one time. And that 10 people includes both employees and customers. But they can still do curbside pickup. The people waiting for curbside pickup are not included in that 10-person count. That 10-person count is for those people that are shopping and looking at hanging baskets and buying plants. And those items don't need to be just edible. Those items can be ornamental, perennial, annuals, plant starts, or just plain pretty flowers, and that's fine.
Thanks, Abby.
Again, their main restriction is just number of people on the premises in the shopping retail area at one time.
Great, thank you. Vicky?
I appreciate Representative Bartholomew's pushing back, and I want to echo his concerns and think that we as a committee should really start talking a little more about this, because I feel like we're on a fine line, and a sense of urgency is building in my community and my constituents to say, you know, I really want to see my freedoms exercised. I've been in compliance, and I'm ready. It's 60 degrees out and the sun's shining. I want to get that T-shirt at that farmer's market I've been looking forward to. I think we're on the verge, and we should really feel the urgency of our constituents. So I want to echo some compassion for people, but also the sense that it's a double standard happening, and at some point there's going to be more angst that we'll be dealing with. Abby, I'm sorry, you don't have to comment.
Yeah.
I just want to echo Representative Bartholomew's concerns, and I feel the same way.
Thanks, Vicky. Terry?
Yeah, I'm just going to say I agree with Vicky. I think it's and John. I think it's time that we, you know, if everybody's going to wear a mask, which you could require, I feel it would probably be as safe as going to Shaw's and Hannaford's. And it's important for people to start getting out and doing those kind of things. And I was just going to ask Abby, I mean, she can plead the Fifth Amendment on this, but does the agency give recommendations to the governor on these things, or does the governor tell the agency what you guys need to do to, you know, implement these things? Because I'm just curious, but I can live without an answer.
I'll share as much as I can. We have been asked to propose guidance for a variety of different market sectors, farmers markets being the first. And we have used a public engagement process of at least pulling in one sector representative. In the case of farmers markets, we worked with NOFA Vermont and the Vermont Farmers Market Association on guidance recommendations for proposed language that, you know, collectively we could all live with. That information then does go through an administrative process that includes a variety of feedback from folks. And then a final decision is being made at that level.
Yeah, because I watched part of the governor's, well, today is what, Friday? So it was Wednesday. And, you know, and there was a caller there that said, you know, when we first started this in March, the whole purpose was to level out the curve and to alleviate the big surge in hospitals and things like that. And it almost seems like that has happened. And and we have to kind of wonder, well, what is the purpose of what they're doing now? They're just keep continuing to change the criteria for what they're doing. I mean, it's going to be impossible, I believe, to eliminate everybody getting the virus. Possibly, the people that are the most susceptible are the ones that need to isolate. I mean, we all know we don't want our aunts and uncles and grandparents to be getting sick, but some people have to, live a life and move on and work, actually. I mean, our unemployment system is just a mess. It's irritates people, and we get that irritation from all the emails that we're receiving. So it's frustrating, but I know you can't help that. So, but thanks for all your efforts.
Yeah.
So the question, thanks. And Vicky, is your hand still up? Did you just not lower it? Okay. So, and I want to echo what Terry just said, that we really appreciate all the work that's been done. We have about 3 minutes, and in response the comments of John Bartholomew and Vicky and Terry and maybe others on the committee, I'm wondering if the committee would like to ask Mike O'Grady to take another stab at a letter to hopefully, not be irritated, but just to encourage, given some of the things that other stores are allowed to do, some kind of safe way of allowing our farmers markets folks, especially people who are doing hanging baskets for Mother's Day, things like that, which may not have nasturtium planted in them. But, I know that, well, it's complicated, but is there general agreement that you all would like to do something here? And if there is, you can nod your heads if you want, or put your thumbs up. And okay, I'm seeing thumbs up from many. Okay, yep, I see thumbs up from basically everybody. Can people other than the host see the thumbs up? Yeah, okay. So so perhaps we'd like to work on that. And what I'd like to do is have you, because we've got 1 minute left to be online, to have folks maybe chime in through email directly to me, maybe copy Mike O'Grady, who is with us right now, to talk about what we would like to do in terms of push the envelope a little bit. I mean, we're thankful for what's been done. We're thankful that the farmers markets are able to start as of today, but maybe we could make some good arguments for why some other products could be allowed. And that's just basically not us being angry or frustrated with the agency or the administration, but just representing our constituents. Does that sound good? All right. Good. Sharon's hand was up. I've got to we've got to get off of YouTube and get on the floor of the House momentarily. So Linda, would you like to take us off of YouTube? We thank everybody for joining us today, and hope that you will join us again next Tuesday at 9:30.
Okay, I'm assuming that other committee members that haven't popped their video back on yet are listening. So we will begin to look at S346. And so first we'll hear from Senator Kitchell on the bill and how they came to it, and ask her some questions probably. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How we came to it, let me tell you, it was quite a process, and much more complicated, and raised a lot of policy questions that we really had to struggle with. This legislation actually was started by a work group, not by a specific committee. We had a special work group that I chaired, and we had Senator Hooker, Senator McNeil, and Senator Pearson and myself. We also had a great deal of assistance from our Joint Fiscal Office staff. So I think most of those employees are on the line, but Stephanie Barrett, Chloe Wexler, Joyce Manchester, Dan Smith, and then Damian Leonard, who was the drafts person. When we first started out, we were looking at the issue that had been raised to many legislators, not in the Senate, but in the House as well. And that was the disparity that was created by the federal $600 a week add-on benefit to UI, which $600 equates to $15 an hour. And the concern was the disparity that and the fiscal disincentive that was created for people who were working versus those who were not. And then that got compounded by the fact that many of those individuals working were in fact carrying out job duties that were placing them at significant health risks. And then there was the third issue, and that is for certain areas of employment, we were experiencing a great need to address the risk and compensation that the jobs presented. So we started out with three fundamental questions: the who, the what, and how. And the who we really struggled with, because there are really two pieces. One of which is what employers would be covered, and then what employees would be covered. We wanted to balance the need for simplicity with equity. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't too complicated. We had to, in the end, consider obviously from the beginning, but what would be the cost. We started out hoping that we could do more in terms of I know, Gil, would you please be quiet? I'm sorry, I have a problem. He's suffering from memory loss, so I've told him to be quiet, but it's picking up, so thank you. So I just wanted to say that throughout this, we were struggling with that old problem of perfection being the enemy of the good, because we wanted to do steps, but steps added complexity. How would we be able to process it? So we ended up debating a lot of different directions before we got to where we are. We also know that there are a number of other funding streams coming in, so we wanted to make sure that we were not duplicating perhaps efforts that were being undertaken in other areas of the workforce. So we have, in essence, a two-part test, and that is the employer who's covered. We worked, Damian looked at the list of essential employers that had been developed by the administration. We didn't want to create something separate from that. We felt that there was a lot of analysis that went into it, and so we worked from that. And then the other second part is the criteria for who's a covered employee. And that gets into very difficult decisions, because for anybody who is not meeting the test of an employee, it often gets translated into their essential work is not valued. And so if you will notice, and when you go through, Damien goes through the bill, you can see that we are saying we are setting forth criteria for eligibility. The minute you start doing that, the minute you start putting in a wage cap, the minute you start putting any parameters, you're then somebody's in and somebody's not. And that gets into, I had sent you an email kind of giving you our thinking about the various questions about why we made the decisions that we did. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at the highest risk, and we defined, because I had emails from someone saying, well, they pump gas on the way to work, so didn't that put them at risk? And so it was an interesting discussion, but if you will notice, we are talking about an employee working for a covered employer whose principal job functions involve in-person service to the public or clients. So that inherent in doing that, I just want to say it's easily interpreted as though if you don't meet that requirement, then your work isn't valued, or that that it isn't important. And that is absolutely not true, but inherent in setting forth criteria. If you don't meet the test, and we also get that question when we set the $25 an hour cap. The 25-hour base pay cap was really to try to get the equilibrium between what would be comparable to that UI benefit. So that's where that kicked in. Now, the other area that we looked at as part of this deliberation, and that was the Agency of Human Services had already negotiated higher wages, higher compensation for staff who work at the designated agencies and our specialized service agencies. So that negotiated group of employees that were also going to be paid for out of this same federal funding was a $7 million package involving 2,700 employees. So we wanted to, we had communication back from the administration around not duplicating compensation packages in multiple ways for the same population. Now, of course, some may not align perfectly, but the other area where we know that negotiations had occurred is with the state employees as well. So we recognize that there are a variety of funding avenues and funding streams. The chair had mentioned some employers who are covered, in fact, are getting the payroll protection benefits. I happen to be on a board of a residential care facility that received $240,000. Now, their revenue stream to pay their employees has not been impacted because they are getting either because they're people who have the income to pay it or because Medicaid is paying. Some employers are able to mitigate the impact if someone, for example, earns $26 and they feel that that person meets the criteria. Then some employers have the ability to address that. And we actually try to communicate that in section 12. Just it is to say that within the parameters of this program, there are limitations, but we are encouraging employers to look at mitigating the impact because it was hard. We could not get into that level of complexity. For example, recently the University of Vermont Medical Center said they were giving a week's pay bonus to nurses earning up to $99,000. So different employers are responding in different ways. There was also concern that large employers who are making a lot of money during this time where they had implemented a wage increase might use this as a rationale to take that wage increase away. So we added language to address that concern. We also wanted to recognize that other funding streams were coming down. So there's a section on public transit because wage increases for the drivers there had been funded through another federal stream. We also recognize that many employees work, and you will notice that we did not include employees who work for the state because they can be negotiated through their bargaining method, and to some extent already had been. We did not include political subdivisions, which means counties and towns. And the rationale for that is set forth in section 11, and that is as the appropriations committees, we know that towns are experiencing the costs of the pandemic, and these costs oftentimes are associated with salary needs because these towns have, some towns operate EMS services, they have fire departments, they have police. Other towns do not. So there's a great variation. And our thought was that we would, in the appropriations process with the COVID money, appropriate a certain amount of money that would be available for towns to access for these permissible uses of COVID. Now, let me be clear, the municipalities are very concerned about the impact of the pandemic on town revenues, just like the state. But the COVID CARES money, the 1.25 billion is very clear. The state nor the towns that money cannot be used to simply make up lost revenues. So towns are very concerned about non-payment of property taxes, water, sewer, and so forth. But those are not permissible uses of COVID. On the other hand, of the CARES Act money. So, but on the other hand, compensation for hazardous duty is. So our thought is, because there's such great variation, that we would create, and there would be maybe a variety of needs that municipalities, that we would do an appropriation, and then this would be a permissible use under that funding stream. So even though those employees are not addressed here, our intent is that they would be addressed through a different mechanism, the same as how mental health got addressed, the same as how the public transit drivers are addressed. So we ended up with, and this, I'm sure you have a copy of the summary that outlines in the end who is eligible and what's the benefit. Originally, we were talking about 3 months. In fact, that's what got negotiated with the mental health agencies, 3 months. On the other hand, we were very concerned. We were getting feedback in terms of what that appropriation would look like. So we decided in the end to, because we have so many unknowns ahead of us, to do a 2-month benefit period, starting with March 13th and going through, I think it's May 15th. So it's a 2-month period of time, which pretty much will align with the stay at home, stay safe order. Even as it is, it's $60 million. So we were very cognizant of how much money we wanted to obligate at this point in the process. We also know that we struggled to estimate the universe of potential eligibles. In the end, we believe that we would be providing a benefit to a total of 33,500 essential Vermont workers. Now, 5,600 of those would be in nursing homes and home health. And we would not use the same payment mechanism for that group of eligible employees, simply because the covered employers have a very well-established payment relationship with the Medicaid agency, with DEVA. And so we have language in there that would have the payments to the eligible employees for these covered employers be administered through that payment structure that exists through the Department of Vermont Health Access. On the other hand, for other people, for example, the grocery clerks that have been out there from day one putting themselves at risk, we also had to figure out a solution for the many direct care providers who are paid through ERIS, a payroll entity. They technically work for the Medicaid beneficiary who needs care. These are usually choices for care. These are choices for care individuals, most of whom are seniors. And so technically they're the employer, but there is no way that we could take an employer-based program that this is and expect that that elderly individual would be able to go through that requirement. So we have a different structure. We're considering ERIS as the employer for the purposes of this program. The other thing that we're very cautious about, and that is the fact that our current state systems are overloaded. We're all getting complaints in terms of the UI delays, the processing. And so we felt that we really needed to look at something that was simple, that could be administered. So Dan Smith, who's our IT person at Joint Fiscal Office, and Joyce Manchester made some calls to figure out how we could do it through what would normally be a payroll entity. We are believing that these payments could be administered that way under contract and not put a greater burden on an existing state infrastructure, particularly the Department of Labor. And that once again balanced out what we needed to do for simplicity and ease of administration. So I think that we've tried to, in the summary material, lay out the parameters. I have to say that determining who is in is probably the most difficult. The more people how expansive you want to make it is obviously will drive the cost or reduce the benefit for the individuals where it's very clear that there is a high risk. The what is for full-time, we ended up with a full benefit of $1,000 a month. So it would be a maximum of $2,000 if you had individual who worked more than 108 hours for the 2-month period. And the how, except for the home health and nursing homes and what we've carved out from the agency would be done through a contracted entity. And that would be how we would approach it. We did have one area that we also addressed that was really a pressure point for care. And that would be the nursing homes and our home health agencies that provide the care to keep people from going into a nursing home. As you may have seen or heard on the news, the state of New Hampshire increased nursing home pay by $300 a week. If we had applied the $25 an hour limit on those home health staff, we would have not been able to, we would not have addressed the more than half of the nursing staff in those situations. So for that reason, and recognizing the nature of the work, the nature of the payment, we treated them similarly as the agency had already done for the DAs and SSA staff, where there is not that $25 an hour limit. So it was a way of addressing the high risk that comes with those communal settings. What is the wage rate reality for licensed nurses? And we realize that that does obviously create some boundaries of of who's subject to the $25 and who is not. But once again, it was a balance in terms of trying to address the most acute situations and setting up the criteria that addressed not only the disparity, but also the elevated risk associated, as well as selected areas of the healthcare workforce that were to a large extent totally funded through state payment mechanisms. So I think that is where we ended up. I know that the committee is going to go through with Damien and other folk the bill section by section. I will say that it to set up and design a whole program was a lot. I don't know. It really was quite a challenge. It was rewarding. We want to do something to recognize these employees. We recognize that we have Vermonters who are out there on the front line, who are not necessarily represented by a union, by an association, who are providing essential services and have been there from day one. And so we wanted to look at that workforce, not just within the context of whether those employees or that covered employee had a payment relationship with the state. So that, I think, is the other thing I will just say. This is an employer managed approach, which means that the covered employer has to make a determination as to whether that employee meets the criteria. We are not requiring an employer to participate. It's not an employer mandate. It would be one that the employer, because of the way it's structured, would be an opt-in. We can't imagine what employer wouldn't want to, a covered employer wouldn't want to, but we did not want to add another mandate in this environment. So I think that kind of gives you the bill in a nutshell. As I say, the hardest part and where we got the greatest pressure is who should be covered. And that's where we really struggled. And it's not to say that if you're cooking meals to feed children, that is not an important or that is an essential task. The question really becomes one of, is there significant risk of higher exposure? And are you, as a principal function of your job, interacting with the public and where that risk would be encountered? So with that, we didn't want to duplicate. We wanted to respect what had been put in place. We wanted to make it simple, and we ended up with the bill that is before the committee today. So that is, I think, what I wanted to cover with you, because you're going to get into more detail with Damien and the other staff. The other thing is there was a lot of work to look at that universe of eligibles out of all Vermont employees, because there isn't a lot of data specific. So the joint fiscal staff really worked hard to use all the data sources available to come up with the best estimate for the covered universe, which then determined the appropriation need. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I think we're starting to realize the pressure also. I think our email boxes have been lit up almost as much as they have been with UI issues.
Well, and then for some of us, you overlay the Vermont State College proposed closure. Yes. And the last few weeks has just been crushing in terms of communication. That's why I wanted to share with you the deliberations that the work group went through in terms of making the decisions in response to those requests. So people are saying, well, what about EMS? And we know it's split between municipal and then, nonprofit. And so the complexities here are, the more you get into it, the more you'll see.
Yeah, Did you have any discussions about the sheriff's departments and?
Yep, we do. They're a subdivision, counties are, and therefore they would come under, and those counties consist of all the towns and therefore could be funded under that appropriation that we would make available to municipalities, those subdivisions, for permissible, which these salary adjustments would come under.
Okay.
Where the towns are really suffering though, it's from lost revenues, and you can't use the money from this source to plug those revenue holes.
Yep. Questions for Senator Kitchell? Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I'm wondering if in your deliberations you had conversations with employers that are covered employers under your definition as to which ones of them may have already increased pay for those frontline workers. Did you talk to anybody about them?
We did, and we had a lot of discussion, and that led into the concern that, for example, you've heard on the news, Hannaford's, I think, had given a salary increase. And that was why we did not want to have employee, we put in the language for those that had done it. And that's the other thing, not the amounts that had been done, who did it, was it done at all? If it was done, was it $1? Was it $2? Was it $1.50? We didn't, all we wanted to do was protect those salary adjustments. And that's what we did with the language, to say that you couldn't replace what you had already done with the grant. And actually, by only going through May 15th, the reality is that isn't going to happen anyway.
So, I mean, so when you talked to, you had employers that spoke to you about what they had done, or did they speak to your committee about them?
No, we didn't take testimony on it because for us, that wasn't the determining factor.
Okay, because the other part I was wondering about is if any of those employers had indicated a need for personal protection equipment and the expense of that, or finding that and providing that to their employees, if that could be something we could do with the state, with the coronavirus relief fund.
That might be, but that's a different benefit. It would be to the employer to underwrite those costs, as opposed to, this is a payment to the employee. So we did not get into additional employer costs associated with protective equipment or whatever.
Okay.
One knows that we are going to have to, Commerce and economic development are going to have to look at segments of our small businesses, for example, because of the impact, but that'll be in a separate package, obviously. So this is, I want to make it clear, this goes directly to the employee, because there was concern, are we going to be subsidizing out-of-state big corporations and, the Walmarts or the Hannafords? And so we had a lot of discussion about it. And that's why we put in the language about not pulling back on the wages. But by the time this gets through, the period of time is going to be finished anyway. So the risk is becomes non-existent. But we didn't want to say, well, you happen to work for this kind of employer, we're not going to, even though you're doing essential work and you're high risk, we didn't differentiate based on that.
Thanks, Senator.
Zach?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator Kitchell. I was reading this and seeing that the governor is reopening the state and relaxing some rules and allowing more people to go back to work. I'm curious if you all had sort of explored projections of how these funds would be applied as the rules became more relaxed. It feels like there's a lot of unknowns in the next month.
There are a lot of unknowns in the next month, and probably for the for a number of months to come. That's why we limited it through May 15th. That's when things are opening up, and we reduced it to just that 2-month period from March 13th through May 15th. So that got into concerns about out of the 1.25, which sounds like an awful lot of money, but in fact, you start chunking it out. We want to make sure that there are other investments that and needs that are out there. Broadband, for example, is one that's top of the list. I know our ag committee is working on from that sector of the economy. So concerns were expressed about not obligating too much of the money. There was a desire to recognize the work of these employees, which has been done sort of sector by sector, like in New Hampshire, the nursing homes or law enforcement, et cetera. But this was just saying, we don't want to distinguish. We wanted to make sure if you had a covered employer and elevated risk, it didn't matter. We wanted to recognize that person's contributions, and also recognize that they were working when other people were not, and maybe even earning more.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Senator. Question that I have that I've gotten from a constituent is, why the $25 threshold, among others? I have other questions.
The $25 threshold was established to create some comparability for UI and the $600 a week add-on.
Okay.
You could raise it, but then you're going to have to increase your appropriation, or you're going to have to reduce the benefit to the people that are lower paid employees. And we had a lot of testimony. Actually, one person was saying most of these jobs that we're talking about are really filled by women. So that's the choice you have in terms of the more you want to raise it, you either have to put in more money or you're having to reduce and prorate the benefit across the lower wage employees.
Okay.
So that
Another
was why we did it. But it was
Thank
set
you.
at the comparability with the UI.
Okay. Another point that this particular constituent brought up is that, and the way he summed it up is essential is essential is essential. And licensed nurse practitioners, LNAs, will be eligible in large part for this, but RNs won't.
RNs that are working for nursing homes and for home health do not have the wage cap. Those entities are largely rate setted or dependent on Medicaid reimbursement. So it's true, FQHCs or hospitals, those RNs are going to be subject to, and then of course, as you get into the higher paid, I know that, for example, we have a nurse practitioner or advanced practice nurse for another agency that I'm on the board, and compensation's over $100,000. So there's great variation. And that's why we put in section 11 that employers, if possible, can help mitigate this. And as I said, University of Vermont Medical Center is doing it for nursing staff up to $99,000. So it's it just gets into the extent to which you can keep that simplicity of this program, keep within an appropriation, and knowing that there's great variation depending on where those licensed medical individuals are working.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you talk about UVM and other hospitals of comparable size, the employers would still be able to apply?
No.
Okay.
The hospitals can apply. And what we're saying is that for those employees that meet the test, this program will provide it. But for those that don't, if you want to provide you want to recognize that group that don't meet the test of this program, then we encourage them to do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Glenn?
Yes, thank you, Senator Kitchell. The way I read this, and you may want to correct me, is that this will be retroactive back to March 13th through May 15th for these. So these employers will be giving there will be a lump sum or something that goes to these employees after the fact.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct on that. And we realized even as fast as we wanted to be, we weren't going to stand up a program. But what we heard, particularly from nursing home and residential care and that group of providers, was that having a message out there that there would be that there would be compensation was a very important message. So even though people weren't getting it in some cases as part of their wage from an earlier date, like the mental health folk that were covered, they felt it was really what was of value to say to these employees, some recognition is coming to you too. It'll come in a different format, but it will be coming.
Okay, so this is listed as a grant.
Yes.
And it says that taxes will be withheld except for FICA. What about UI and other related state payroll taxes?
No, they're not. It's not. We're not doing it through a wage. If we did, then all those deductions. So it's a grant. It's just the income tax. Yeah.
State and federal.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Senator Kitchell?
I'm not typing.
Senator, thank you very much.
My husband's just rattling dishes. I apologize for that, but.
My fault. It's Damien typing, by the way.
Oh, well, we have a slight problem remembering, so I'm sorry about the noise in the background. So I think the summary document and then the summary of the bill that section by section Damien's doing will probably will stimulate more questions as well. And I don't know, Representative Marcotte, I sent you the email, summary of the responses that I had given in regard to certain questions. So that might be something your committee would find helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. There is one more question. Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the in-depth summary, at least on the explanation of the bill. Much appreciated. I think you're right in one of your statements a second ago. I have not had a more controversial bill than perhaps this one, or equally as controversial as the unemployment insurance issues and such and so on, and then with the state college issues. But pertaining to this one, the $60 million, and I'm reading it. I've got the bill up and I'm looking at it. The $60 million is provided by the federal government for the Coronavirus Relief Fund to the Agency of Administration for use in fiscal year 2020, 2021. So, and we're limiting the scope in which employees are going to be eligible, or employers' employees are going to be eligible to receive a benefit. And then you keep alluding to the fact, or you've mentioned a couple times, that there are other programs that may be coming to fund municipalities or the county sheriffs or other maybe higher paid employees. Is there anything in the works that you're aware of, or do you know of other programs that are coming? When I'm giving an explanation to people regarding this bill and who's receiving a benefit and who's not, it would be nice to have the ammunition in our hip pocket to say that there are other programs that could be applied for or that are coming that would cover some of these other agencies or towns and cities.
Well, there are two pieces to that. some sources we know already. For example, public transit. That is a federal separate funding stream from the CRF 1.25 billion grant. And so that's why we address those public transit drivers separately. And that is an existing known. We also know that, that the agency has negotiated higher salaries for selected workers at the DAs using this same COVID 1.25 billion. We know that some employers have gotten the payroll protection money, and depending on their circumstances could help fund above the $25 for people that are above that threshold. And a lot of the language we put in just to anticipate the possibility that before this gets signed into law, that there might be further action on the part of Congress, but we don't know yet. So we went through excruciating detail around that appropriation to try to envision every contingency of where money might come in that would be designated for this same purpose, and then that would allow this money to be used for something else. So a lot of the language is more anticipatory and contingent language. So a certain amount is known funding streams, and the other is just trying to put on the belts and suspenders around making sure that if there's another source for this group of workers, we use it, and this money would be available and for other things.
Thank you for that explanation. I am also a second question, or a third if there was two in the last, regarding any duplication of efforts. I think that's the other thing that that is giving me some hiccups is you mentioned some employers are compensating their employees monetarily, either by hourly or with some other benefit. I'm not sure the PPP plan that employers are giving a bonus, if you will, or enhanced hourly rates. Like the employer I'm familiar with, they're taking advantage of this to retain their employees instead of laying them off. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't aware that, and they may be eligible to do that. I'm just not sure that was the implication that was going to be used for enhanced benefits.
Once again, that's across the board. Absolutely. For many employers, they're using it to maintain their payroll because they have lost revenues. What I was saying is there are some providers, and I'm on a board of a residential care facility, where their revenues have not been impacted to keep their employees, but they still got the $240,000 in the case that I'm familiar with under that program. So it helped underwrite costs and could be used to fund, a higher compensation, say for anybody above the 25. Once again, there's so much variation in terms of which employers did what, which ones are hit with a significant loss of revenues across that whole stream, that it was impossible to deal with that degree of relationship and build in those rules. So we just know that that it's variable, and we just couldn't begin to figure out a way to address it without turning ourselves inside out, simply because the way the difference in employers, the nature of their revenue stream, what their payroll and wage structure look like. So you're right. It's going to once again be one of those. Well, if they're lucky, they're getting it, or some, and I'm not, that kind of thing. So we really struggled with it and came down. We had to be simple. We knew that employers were in different places. We knew that the $25, if you moved it to 30, you're going to have somebody at 31. You're going to, so everything came back to how do we make it manageable and fast. And we're talking about at this point 2 months, and it is our best effort to move it forward in a way that could move some money out to people. I would suspect that these grants go out, they'll be spent, they'll go into the Vermont economy. So you're absolutely right. There's great variation. And all we can say is we understand that, but there was no way this program could ever begin to accommodate all those variables.
Zach?
Thank you, Senator. I thought of a couple questions after I finished speaking before, and mostly clarification questions. There's a section in here that talks about rewarding people based on number of hours actually worked, and this includes if they contracted COVID-19 and were paid emergency sick leave. So does this mean that if somebody had gotten COVID-19 from basically anybody that had COVID-19 and received sick pay during these 2 months, even if they didn't actually work for the job during this time, that they would be eligible for these benefits?
Yeah, and I think Damien can explain that better. We did have some conversation about that because if someone actually had worked on a grocery line, at a checkout, and had to be out of work, they might be eligible for workers' comp, but workers' comp just replaces a portion of the wages. And so this was simply saying, you took your job, put you at risk, you experienced a health impact, and we were not going to reduce your benefit because you had to be out for that reason. That's really the thing behind it.
And two other quick questions. You had said earlier that this was a direct benefit to the employee, but I believe I was reading that the money does eventually make it to the employee. But can you clarify that the check itself would go to the employer to distribute to the employee?
That was feedback we got from the one payment processor. Said it would be better to take all those individual checks and simply mail them to the employer, who would then distribute them to the employee. But they are made out to the individual employee. And while I do want to say, because we had some discussion about this as well, and that is, while the payment goes to the employee, there was recognition that this was a program that also helped the employer retain staff and recognize the work that they were getting. So it kept their workforce stable. So it was viewed as benefiting both employer and employee. But the payment does go to the employee, although all of them for that employer are mailed in one envelope for the employer to distribute.
Okay, and that thank you for answering that. And it sort of feeds into my next question, which has to do with hiring another payroll service and recognizing that this is, these types of programs are putting strains on our existing system. And yesterday we heard a lot about Maximus, the system, that the third-party system that's dealing with the Department of Labor, and the responses have not been particularly positive. So I'm hesitant to hire a third party, and so I'm mostly just curious, if we already have a payroll system, why is that not sufficient enough? But also, in terms of putting stress on the system, there is a piece about making sure that the employer is required to distribute the checks within 5 or 10 days. That also seems like, how are we going to verify that? And that's also might put some additional stress on our system with that verification. So I guess that's two questions, but those are my last questions, I promise.
Okay. Well, short of an audit, we probably won't, but generally somebody's going to complain, and there would be follow-up. In terms of the stress on the system, the employer would have to provide the necessary information, the same as they would if they used a payroll entity to process a payment. They're going to need to have personal information, pretty basic, and they can make the payment. what you're really talking about is another part of the bill where we've got to have staff who can answer the phone, who can go through with an employer who might have a question or whatever. So we did talk about either having the ability to take some staff within all of state government, which in fact they did to some extent with UI, probably could have done more, and also hire some temporary staff. So we recognized that there was a need to provide that kind of support to employers. And so the payroll entity is more just a matter of processing the checks and withholding and doing the necessary tax forms. But there will need to be staff available because the last thing we want to do is replicate the UI experience where people, where you don't have any ability to get a question answered. And that is giving the Secretary of Administration flexibility around that, recognizing to move staff or to sole source, et cetera. So I want to be clear, we are not looking at that payroll entity to be comparable to UI. UI is handling a lot more than just the processing of the payment itself. It's all that upfront and questions that are really creating a huge problem.
Well, and I guess that the initial question was, don't we already have a payroll management system, and why is that not sufficient?
Are you talking about for state employees?
Yeah. Or I mean,
well, let me. I'll just say that we actually had Dan Smith, our IT person, who had also been in touch with our Agency of Digital Services around what's the best way to do this. This is what they came up with. So if you need more information about why this was selected, it was the extent to which this would lend itself to existing systems processing. So you didn't have to do a lot of reprogramming or new programming. And so that was part of the discussion, but I don't want to attempt to get into some of those IT other than to let you know that Dan Smith spent a lot of time, talked with the folks at the state Agency of Digital Services around what the different options might be.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your work.
Lynn?
Yes, thank you. As an employer, I can assure you that most employers have their own payroll services. They don't even have to be big employers. Bigger employers have huge HR departments, but just about everybody uses the payroll service. This isn't going to be any different than paying your person a bonus. You're going to go and you're going to get the check. It's going to go back out to the employees. The payroll service, you can adjust what kind of deductions you make, and then it goes to the employee, usually direct deposit, and then it'll be done. This is very different from UI. It's really a very efficient system. The state really doesn't sit down and manage everybody's payroll systems. Number two, Maximus, to talk about the UI, my understanding is that we've got people from Green Mountain Power, Vermont Gas Systems. Maximus is the group that handles Medicaid under HP or whatever they're using now. The issue is that these people don't understand UI. They don't work in UI. They do have some knowledge of customer service. It's a very different beast. And there still aren't enough people probably to do the 73,000 people who've applied. As time goes on, that will clear itself up, not because we're going to be wonderfully more efficient, although we probably are, but because more and more people are going to go back to work. And so they won't be on UI. This is intended to help people, either get people off UI or keep them off UI and keep them working and give them a bonus. That's how I see it. It's a retroactive bonus. But employers can handle this just fine. And they're probably going to be very happy to help work that through with their payroll service.
Thank you, Representative Dickinson, because that's sort of what we were hearing. And we tried to keep the information that an employer would have to provide just the basics to process a payment as you pointed out. So it doesn't have the once again, it doesn't have the complexity of you. My only point was we knew that we couldn't add this new program on to the Department of Labor at this time. That's all. Not to suggest that it was, in fact, that was why we wanted to make it as simple and as less of a burden as we could on employers. But once again, the employer is going to have to determine the criteria, because you can have a covered employer, but not every employee is going to meet that test of being at risk. So we struggled with that. How do we develop a test? What would it be, et cetera? And we said, oh, in the end, we just said we have to rely on what would be sort of there's a legal term. I always want to call it a reasonable test. So that's how we ended up, and it does. I'm glad you can speak from the perspective of an employer in terms of what would be required of them. So thank you for that.
Okay, Senator, I have a couple more questions. Just want to make sure from the people that are asking questions that they're questions of how the Senate came about this. If there are more questions about pieces that are in the bill that we can get the answers from Ledge Council or others, then we have half an hour left on this meeting, and we have joint fiscal with us. We also have our legal people, and I'm sure Senator Kitchell has other things that she needs to get to also.
Yeah, like putting my dishes away.
Charlie?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I promised to be brief. I'm just thinking about the processing of this, Senator Kitchell, and how a third party, because you're going to have to make that political decision, a third party or somebody else as to do they fit in the criteria. And so it becomes like ACCD and trying to figure out who's an essential employee, can they open, all that kind of stuff in the sector guidance. I'm just wondering how that can be outsourced outside of an agency or outside of state government. And I'd love to get your feeling and if you had discussions about that.
We did have discussions, and we felt that unlike knowing the nuances and the programming of the UI system, this would be more straightforward guidance, and we thought probably they'd have to hire some temporary. You could take some retired state employees who are used to working in eligibility rules. I'm thinking about some of the old colleagues I had in social welfare, these kinds of reviews, and then you'd have to have ultimately, if you felt you needed to have a legal review to figure out how to do that. So that is part of the administrative work that the Agency of Administration would have to put in. We started struggling and said, wait a minute. That gets us into a level of administrative minutia that we could not begin to address in a piece of legislation. So we're leaving some of those operational concerns, but put in language to give a lot of flexibility around the funding, hiring staff, doing the sole source contracting for that very reason.
And I'm wondering, since the bill passed and the governor started to open the spigot a little bit, there's a requirement for employers and employees to get online and go through a training process that Department of Labor has that was developed by VOSHA and OSHA. And so there are, within that training, they talk about, they have a high, medium, and low on employees and what that means. So we might be able to look at that and actually use the VOSHA determinations to help us. So we can look at that.
Okay. Oh, that might be a good threshold to determine that elevated risk, but then you have to determine that those are your principal job functions.
Right.
So, but it don't reinvent the wheel if there's something out there that perhaps could be transferable.
Yep. Senator, thank you very much for all your time this morning. We really appreciate it, and thank you for your work on this.
Oh, well, I was lucky. We had, it was a lot of work. And you're just beginning to experience it because you're going to get some of the same pushback that we got in terms of how we set the criteria and so forth. So I wish you well, and I thank you for taking it up. And then our joint fiscal folk and Damien will be able, I'm sure, to fill in a lot more than I can. So thank you very much for your questions. And
thank you. Okay.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, you had, I think you froze up there for a minute.
Oh, you did. I don't know. Maybe I did. Okay. All right. I'm going to go and get ready for my next call, but thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Damien and Rebecca, not sure that we're going to be able to get to looking at the bill. I'd like to bring joint fiscal in first. And we have 30 minutes left on this meeting. So we may have to put this off until next Tuesday to do the walkthrough, if that works for you. I think we have a time from 9 to 11 next Tuesday. I'll have Amy reach out to you then, but I don't believe we'll get through joint fiscal and then be able to do a walkthrough in half an hour. So I'm sorry that we had you on here, but and I hope we didn't take up your time where you could have been spending it in a better way and being more productive than just listening in. But we appreciate it, and we'll touch base with you on Tuesday if that works.
Sounds good. Thanks. I'll keep listening.
Okay.
Thanks.
Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
And Joyce, I think, is with you too.
And I believe Chloe as well.
Okay. Is Chloe still on? She was on earlier, but I don't see her now.
She had to go off to Ways and Means for a few minutes, but we can reach her if we need to.
Okay. Very good. So Stephanie, if you could kind of walk us through a little bit, and I think probably the first question that we need to ask is this allowable under the CARES Act?
So the guidance that came out at the beginning of the week it has this statement that says asking them to define hazard pay, and they basically said hazard pay is hazard pay. And so because this is a payment, a benefit associated with the hazard of the elevated risk of COVID-19, we believe it is a allowed use under CRF, under the Corona Relief Fund at this point. We can't speak 100% for the U.S. Department of Treasury, but given that definition and the fact that this is a payment, it's not a wage, it's not subject to the payroll taxes, but is a payment to employees for that hazard of elevated risk, we believe it's an allowed use under the CRF.
Okay. Is there any way that we can we ever can get 100%? Or even close to that? We're attempting to spend a whole lot of money, and I think there's a worry out there that a year or two down the road, the federal government can come back and do an audit and say, that wasn't correct, and we want that money back.
That is true. Short of sort of submitting the bill and asking Treasury to weigh in on it specifically, and we could try and do that. I'm not sure what sort of time frame of response we would get, but that would be the option, to try and get close to 100%.
Okay. All right. So if you could just kind of walk us through how you came to the determination of where we are in S346 as far as the money goes.
So Chloe Wexler in our office developed a model based on the Department of Labor's employment data, and as closely as she could tied that, pulled the information from the Department of Labor and the identified employers in the bill, and applied what data was available on wage information and part-time, full-time employees as the basis for the estimate that we have, both for the portion of the program that has the $25 hourly cap and the portion of the program that is specific to the nursing homes and home health. We do know that the nursing home health estimate of employees comports with what the Agency of Human Services sees for that number of employees. So we have pretty high degree of confidence in that number of employees. If Chloe was here, I think she would say, it's the best estimates that we can make given the data that we have. I think the wage cutoff information is a little less clear than the total employee counts. And then the other piece is how many would fall into the full benefit versus the partial benefit. I don't know if folks have had a chance to look at that small cost summary sheet that we did, but that's where we made the most conservative estimate for the appropriation in terms of assuming that a lower number of the higher number of people would be getting the full benefit given the range of full-time and part-time information that's available. So we're hoping that we have the best estimate for cost. We do have language in the bill that recognizes that if our cost estimates are off significantly, that second month payment could be prorated if the uptake is significantly higher than what we are estimating based on the data that we have. So we did sort of, belts and suspenders around that appropriation for that reason.
Lynn?
You're still.
Thank you, Stephanie. About the numbers of hours that constitute part-time and full-time.
It's not full-time or part-time work. It's the full benefit versus the partial benefit.
Right, but it's based on the number of hours worked per month.
Yes.
They're low. The 34 hours is 4 days a month, and the 108 is like 13 and a half days. Oh, that's slightly over.
It's about 25 hours a week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's low. Is that based on the DOL numbers that you get for like the C101 or how did that get determined? Because that's really
so that was a policy choice of the Senate in terms of and I think it ties back to, and maybe Damien can step in here too, but the one of the driving pieces behind this was the UI benefit of $600 a week. Mm-hmm. And that $600 a week is not tied in any way to hours worked. Mm-hmm. And so instead of saying you only get the $1,000 if you're a 40-hour week, they made a choice within that to lower the full benefit down to something that was a little bit more than half time, but still sort of recognize that that the nature of that is, a cliff right at that 108-hour mark. If you're a little bit above that, if you're at 108 or a little bit above that, if you're just under 108, there is the difference, just like there is with the $25 hourly piece.
Yeah, but that looks like it expands the benefit to a lot of people who only would work very short numbers of days in a month. They didn't. That was the choice to have the cutoff at the 34 hours. Okay, thank you.
Jean?
Thank you. I just have Stephanie. I just have a quick technical question because it'll drive me crazy later. On the printout under nursing home and home health on the lower right-hand side, it says 424 therapeutic rehab added. So I just want to know what that is.
Oh, that was, many nursing homes contract for therapeutic services like the physical therapy and the respiratory therapy. And those contract employees will be treated as employees for the purposes of this benefit. It's a small number of individuals, but in the nursing homes, they tend to be the same employee, just serving the different clients in that nursing home through a contract arrangement. So that came up, and they addressed that in the language to make it clear that for that particular set of it's a very small number of specialized licensed therapists who are not direct employees of the nursing home or the home health. That's how they cover it, is usually through a contract with those service agencies that have a pool of those types of therapists.
Oh, thanks. A quick follow-up. So then, is there any possibility that these same contract workers would be working for multiple nursing home or home care facilities and they get duplicated, or will you be able to tie them just to one so we're not duplicating?
So they're limited. I don't know if Damien's still listening, but they're limited to 2 checks. And so the question of whether or not
you answered it. Thanks.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Okay. Charlie, I have you up next. I just want to make sure that people that are in the viewing audience, they can see these documents are on our committee page. So they can go to our committee page and see these documents as well. Charlie.
Thank you. Stephanie, thanks. Just a question about, did you have any evidence that employers are, and I'm asking just from, I don't know how you would know this, but trying to answer the question of trying to retain employees because they're more tempted to go on unemployment and earn more money. And I think that's one of the goals of this bill, is to address the fact that employers are not able to keep employees because there's that incentive to go on unemployment. Do you have any evidence to that effect?
We don't have any evidence. Obviously, there's been some anecdotal, you hear stories, et cetera, but there's nothing that we could analyze to we did have conversations internally initially when we were looking at where the sort of break points were in terms of what you would get under unemployment and how, but we don't have any data of how someone would, and Joyce might want to step in here too, how someone would make the calculation of taking the risk of going on unemployment for a period of time and whether their job would be there after the period of if they were leaving because they had to take care of a family member or because of a fear of getting sick or whatever. We just don't have a data set that we could go to and say that's what we can point to of the the risk of that.
Okay, yeah, because what I was driving at is that I think the real question that we find with the employers and employees right now is those businesses that have been forced to shut down and those employees that are now receiving unemployment benefits and they can't reopen. And those employees don't want to come back to work when they can reopen because they're making more money on unemployment. But these workers that we're talking about now are still employed.
They would have to have worked from that March 13th through the May 15th, or March 13th through April 14th, and then April 15th through May 15th, in order to qualify for this benefit. If their principal job was one of these high risk for exposure jobs, that's who we are talking about getting this benefit, is people that are working. But the initial thinking about it was, would the workers in these jobs where they felt they weren't having protection choose to step away from the job because of the attractiveness of the federal enhancement to unemployment?
But the protection wasn't what the senator mentioned. Personal protection equipment. Okay.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, I think families struggle with, if schools are closed, who does the childcare, et cetera. So.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Stephanie or Joyce? Lynn, you're all set? And Charlie's good. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you again if we need
Sure.
more information on dollars. Appreciate it. Damien, again, we have 15 minutes. I'm not going to start walking through the bill. I'd prefer to do it in one shot, which makes it easier. But would you take a look at the training that's on the Department of Labor's website for employers and employees, and go through that and see if there's anything you can extrapolate from that as far as identifying what a high risk employee is. Because through the slideshow they do have high risk, medium risk, low risk, and what you need to do in those categories. So maybe that's a way for us to identify those high risk individuals that we're trying to get to. If you could look at that, that would be great.
Yeah, I can do that. The other thing to keep in mind is that OSHA, back when this all started, put out guidance on what a high risk workplace looks like and what a medium risk workplace looks like. Okay. So I can also.
So that's probably the same thing then.
Yeah, I think the OSHA guidance is a little bit more detailed. It was not meant to be a training for everyone. It was more of a guidance for safety officers and so forth.
Right.
But what I can do at Tuesday's the next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll try to put together a summary of what we've got on high risk from VOSHA, and then what the OSHA document provides, and that way the committee can look at that.
Yeah, that'd be good to compare them, and it gives us a better idea of what OSHA, VOSHA are looking at for high risk, so we can understand both employer-wise and employee. That would be great. Does anyone have any questions for Damien before we go off and take a break until our next one?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Damien, I'm just looking at the list. It's interesting how that list was developed, trying to figure out how the list of essential workers was initially defined by the Scott administration, and then how other businesses were allowed to stay open because they were essential to the economy or essential to different functions. So was that a deliberative process through testimony with external sources, or just how was that list developed?
So the list's development started with a Senate working group that was working on the issue, and then continued to develop through testimony in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The development was based on the executive order, the Stay Home, Stay Safe order. And what the group did is they started with the Stay Home, Stay Safe order list, and then they looked at the occupations on that list that required a great deal of contact with the public or in-person service to the public. So in other words, there are essential employers who are essential because they produce something that is essential to national security or something like that. Those employees don't necessarily have to interface with the public, so they're able to set up social distancing at their workplace. They're not like a medical provider who may be dealing with folks who are sick coming in, who may be dealing with bodily fluids, or a grocery store clerk who, the checkout cashiers are, dealing with hundreds of people within 6 feet of them every day. And so what they did is they kind of looked at that list and they ruled out some occupations where you could set up the workspace so that you're socially distanced or safe, or so that you could perform the work remotely or otherwise take measures to protect the employees. And then they looked at the other occupations where you either required sort of in-person service or very close contact with members of the public, or where you were cleaning or sanitizing or handling surfaces that are generally handled by the public and may not be sanitary. And that's the sort of stocking jobs, the cleaning jobs, et cetera. And then that list kind of developed as the Senate Appropriations Committee heard about people who were either left off it or who didn't need to be on it because they were getting funding through a different source.
Okay, thank you.
Gene?
Thank you. Damien, I've got three, I hesitate to say this, Mr. Chair, but I've got three basically quick stops in my district, all of whom stayed open, who were not necessarily essential. And they did have in-store, they had curbside delivery and in-store purchase. Would my local butcher who is down the street, who's open now, who I can go into, or they will deliver to me, or they'll drop it off at the curb, would their employees be covered?
Potentially. So the question there is whether the Secretary of Administration is going to determine that they're a grocery store. The way the executive order reads, it says grocery stores or other stores selling food or beverages, which is how that local butcher, which I should add, I loved when I lived in your district.
Yes.
But so there is leeway here for the Secretary of Administration to determine that they're one of the retailers covered there. And then to make the determination that they're covered. The language was left deliberately a little bit vague and open-ended so that the Secretary could make those calls on folks who may not cleanly fit into a category, rather than having a definition section that goes on for, fully 50% of the bill.
Yeah. Well done, thank you.
Yep.
And they are a great butcher.
Yeah.
Christie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure this is for Damien or not, but since he had a lot to do with the penning, the bill, maybe he can answer it. But I noticed on here that on the list, on the summary, dentist office, funeral homes are on here, and I thought they were close to the public as well. I know they're dealing with issues, and there may be times when emergency surgeries or whatever. Is it? And then the other one, the program licensed by DCF as a residential treatment program. Isn't DCF part of the state?
Yeah. So I'll start with DCF first. So it's a program licensed by DCF, not operated by DCF.
Okay. Thank you.
So if it was operated by DCF, they would be excluded under the exclusion for the state. But this is a private residential treatment facility that's licensed by DCF. With respect to the dentist's office and the funeral homes and crematory establishments, for the dentist's office, the understanding there is that for folks who need emergency dental treatment, the dentist and the hygienists and dental therapists have to be in extremely close contact to one of the primary modes of transmission for the virus. So one of the requirements to be an eligible employee is that you've performed in-person services during that month. And so if the dentist's office was going to apply for this, they would say, so these two hygienists have, performed 60 hours this past month of emergency dental procedures with the dentist. And so they're both eligible for a grant. So we're going to ask for that grant to give them a little thank you from the state for performing that hazardous work. With the funeral homes and crematory establishments, they are handling the recently deceased. And so they may come into contact with the virus through someone who either we know died from the virus, or someone who we don't know died from the virus, but who had it when they passed away. And that's been one of the things that they're starting to try to figure out, is how many people who have passed away had the virus but weren't diagnosed during the time there. So that's the thinking behind the funeral homes and crematory establishments, is that they may handle someone who still has, is recently deceased and still has virus that can be transmitted on that body.
Yeah, thank you for that. I certainly understand it. It's a logic that I can understand that very clearly. It's just not open to the public on a regular basis. And does this make it a gray area for other industries or businesses? Yeah, that was my.
And that's covered by the sort of the reasonably similar risk sort of catch-all for them, where they're not necessarily open to the public. For the dentist's office, they're dealing with clients. And then for the funeral homes, I'm not sure that clients is the appropriate term, but the reasonably similar risk would cover that.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Damien, for all your work. I've got a constituent who was pounding the table about whether or not her husband and son would be eligible for this. They deliver gas, propane, and oil. And under the conditions, they perform a job whose principal function is providing in-person service to the public or clients. Would they fall under it?
So I think they are excluded from the list of occupations. So right there, they're not working for a covered employer. This is one of the groups that the Senate committee heard from as well, I believe. And so the goal was to get folks who are dealing with sort of person-to-person interactions.
Okay.
And it may be that the language could be improved there to say that require person-to-person interactions. And I certainly don't want to minimize the service that they're performing.
Right.
But the goal was focused on folks who are having repeated person-to-person interactions with members of the public or with folks who could be infected.
Very good. Well, I look forward to the VOSHA list that you're going to provide us. That'll be very helpful.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, and I think when we start thinking about this, start thinking about it in the levels of risk, of high risk, medium risk, low risk. And I think what we're trying to do right now, and I think what the Senate is trying to do, is hit that high risk population of employees that are out there, that are public facing, that are with the public day in, day out. To me, you're a fuel driver making deliveries. You don't have, your risk isn't as high as, a store clerk that's behind the register, working with customer after customer, or the stock boy that's putting stuff up on the shelves with people around him. So that we need to get into that thought of high, medium, low risk, so we have a better understanding of what those occupations are. Stephanie.
This is actually a question for the chair. I was wondering if next week we could hear from the Secretary of Administration or someone in that staff about this designation of essential employees and the administration of the grant of the program.
Yep, we will walk through the bill, so we can go through that with Damien and Becky, and have a better understanding of the language. And we definitely will bring the administration in, and we'll bring in others that we think we need to hear from. So yeah, hearing from people is not off the table.
Thank you.
Bob?
Well, I understand this may be a little early because we haven't seen the list, but I'm curious if personal in-home care people,
PCAs?
Yeah, fall within this, the number of groups that are listed here. The only one that I see that comes closest is provider of necessary services to vulnerable and disadvantaged populations.
The answer is yes, they do. So we've covered them through, there are sort of three different avenues that they're potentially covered through. One is home health agencies. Two is the providers of necessities and services to at-risk or disadvantaged populations. And the third is the independent direct support providers are not on the list of covered employers, but if you go down into the definition of eligible employee, they're included because their employer is the recipient of the services, but they're paid through a state fiscal agent because the money comes through the Choices for Care program. So they have a very strange employer relationship. And so we've covered them without requiring each recipient of services to enroll them. Instead, the state's fiscal agent can enroll all of them for grants, and then we'll provide them with the grant checks.
Thank you.
So that's something I can explain in the walkthrough.
Great. Thank you, Damien. Just switching off this subject for a second before we get off. I'd like you to take a look at the UI statutes concerning penalty weeks. And I believe there's the ability for the commissioner to waive penalty weeks. Is there any criteria that he has to follow to waive those? And also, would there be an ability for the department to provide a $1 UI benefit to those people so that they could, as long as they receive a $1 benefit, that makes them eligible for the $600 payment. So if you could take a look at that and get back to us sometime, that would be great.
Do you want that to also be something I talk to the committee about next Tuesday, or do you just want a separate memo?
If you can put a memo out, and then we'll see what it looks like, and then we'll schedule some time if we need to. If they already have an ability to do something, we'll have discussion with the commissioner. I'm just wondering if there's criteria that he has to use in order to be able to relieve those penalty weeks or not. And then I wonder is there an ability to waive the weeks now and move them back to when we're back in a normal way of things going with UI, that then those people could serve those penalty times at another point.
Okay, so I will do that. It'll probably take me until early next week to get that together. Just there's a number of penalty provisions.
Yeah.
My understanding is they're typically all served at the beginning of the period.
Yeah.
And you have to serve the penalty before you can receive benefits. And I'm not sure there's any way around that, but I will dig deep and see if I can find anything.
Okay, great. That'd be great. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Mr. Chair, just because to that, I read the statute, and I don't pretend to be a lawyer, but I didn't see any guidance at which the commissioner uses to assess penalties beyond if there was a 1 week or there's overpayment and repayment of overpayment, but there's then that is the penalties, the severity of the penalties. I didn't see anything in that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's typically in the commissioner's discretion based on the situation.
What I want to be sure of is that the commissioner either follows the criteria that's there, or there's no criteria, that it's totally to his discretion, that he can use that, so that those people can also get the $600 federal payment. And but what I don't want is then the Fed coming back and saying you didn't follow your own rules and therefore you have to pay this back.
Right. I will dig deep and see if I can put it into a digestible format, because it's a very complicated. There's a number of different avenues that the penalties can come in. One is the overpayment, if there's a finding that the individual intentionally misrepresented something.
Right.
But there's also penalty weeks for gross misconduct or misconduct dismissal or something like that. So you've got various instances where someone could be serving a penalty. And then with the disaster or the pandemic unemployment assistance versus regular UI, there are slightly different federal requirements for how the penalty is served and whether or not you can waive the penalty. And then I know a number of you have probably heard from folks about how some other states have applied the penalty differently. I know California and Oregon have been mentioned to me. And one thing I would just say right off the bat is they have very different penalty structures. And so that can complicate this too. It's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison with other states. But I'll try to put together a quick summary of what I'm aware of. It may end up not being very quick,
well,
but I'll put it together for you.
Yeah, if we can get something next week, that'd be great. And
Yep.
normally I don't think that we're really interested in condoning bad behavior, but I think in this situation, and generally what happens with these people when they find out they have to serve penalty weeks, is they go out and find another job because they need money. And in this situation, they can't find another job, and we don't want them out finding another job because we want to stay home, stay safe. So we should be making sure that these people are taken care of at this time. So even though there's only 210 of them, that's 210 Vermonters that are suffering right now that we should be taking care of. So I continue, I think, to continue wanting to look at this and push it as far as we can to see if we can get those people some help too, and not be on the welfare rolls. We certainly, I would prefer somebody getting unemployment than having to go and get food stamps and everything else. I think we're all better off for that. So with that, let's see, I have 3 hands up. Jim, did you have anything else?
Nope, sorry about that.
Hey, Stephanie?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for asking that question, because I think it's important, and the commissioner apparently does have discretion. So if we could just get some rules on that, and he could apply that, perhaps looking at how old that penalty week provision has been for that person, and perhaps there could be some way to work around it. And I do like your idea of perhaps serving the penalty weeks after this crisis is over.
Yeah. Lynn?
Yeah, I just want to ask for clarification, maybe from Damien or someone. The federal $600 money, my understanding was that was going to go for 8 weeks. Has there been an extension or anything that anyone's aware of?
So the federal benefit is available through July 31st. So it's really I forget, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but it's the week ending a few days before July 31st. But that's essentially through the end of July. The federal 600 is available. So folks who are serving penalty week right now are unable to get that. And so that I think is kind of the issue that's come up for some of these folks, is they had, at least in the cases I've been looped in on, they may have paid their penalty or paid back the amounts plus interest years ago, but now they're serving their penalty weeks. And like the chair said, it's at a time when they can't find work, and there are no jobs to be had. And now they're unable to get this benefit. So their only other option is to go on the welfare rolls. And I wouldn't pretend to know how that system works. But with the UI system right now, they're stuck, and the penalty weeks apply to both UI and the pandemic unemployment assistance. So typically, if you're not eligible for UI, you could go on pandemic unemployment assistance. But the way that system works is if you have, let's say, 4 penalty weeks, they apply to both. And so you're not eligible for either benefit at this point, if you're serving those penalty weeks. And it's going to vary by individual. Some individuals might have just 1 or 2 penalty weeks, but others may have, 8 or 10 or 12, which is a really significant amount of time right now. So, but I'll see what I can find on the flexibility and where there is flexibility and where there isn't, and just what all the requirements are. And I'll try to put it together into something that's fairly digestible, so you can see where there are levers to pull, and where there might be some room for movement from the department.
Okay, thanks, Damien. We'll get a couple more questions. Let's get going quick because we're 12 minutes over now. Charlie?
Real quick, Damien, I think we gave the commissioner the ability to extend the period by which somebody's experience rating wouldn't be affected from 8 weeks to whatever the commissioner deems reasonable. So I think that's in effect, but the question was the 10-week requirement if somebody's out of work for 10 weeks and then they have to do job searches after that. Does the commissioner have the ability to extend that so that does not have to engage in job searches when the unemployment rate is really high?
Yeah, I think the commissioner does have discretion to waive the job search requirement. And right now they've done it even for folks who are not just temporarily unemployed. So folks who have, for example, quit their job or just been laid off with no rehire period. I think we're all aware of some businesses that are casualties at this point and may not be reopening. And so for those folks, normally they would have a job search requirement, and that's been waived. So I believe that the way the statute is worded, the commissioner has continuing discretion to waive that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I do remember that seasonal employers at one point, if they were able to give a rehire date, then the commissioner could waive that. And then I think at one time, I think when Annie was the commissioner, she had changed that to a 10-week period. And then after, if you weren't back to work in 10 weeks, on the 11th week, you had to go out and job search. So I think that discretion is there. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Damien, in your research on the statute with respect to penalties, would you be so kind as include the parameters of PUA so that I can look at them side by side? Because I've had constituents that might fall under this.
So you mean the penalty parameters for PUA versus UI?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, committee. So we're back on at 12:30. Have a good lunch. Anthea has already drafted the committee bill. She told me that she had emailed, said that House Transportation is meeting this morning, so she was going to bring it to them, and so if they give the okay, we may vote that out this afternoon. So we'll see. We do that probably right at the beginning, and then get on to H945 after that. So enjoy your lunch, and Amy, we can go off live. Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, everyone. This is House Commerce and Economic Development in Vermont. Meeting this afternoon on H945. So first order of business, we will have David Hall walk us through the redraft that he did. So David, take it away. And do you have Amy, did you make him a co-host so he could share his screen?
I'm going to do that right now.
How you been, David?
Fine, thank you. I got a new mountain bike.
All right.
Working in my garden.
Oh, awesome.
I gotta admit, it's pretty great.
Hope you don't have any tomato plants in yet.
No, just transplanting some daylilies, which are perfectly indestructible.
Yep.
David, are you in need of any daylilies? I have so many.
I'm in need of getting rid of about 100 of them.
Okay, in that case.
Okay, David,
you
take
all
it
see
away.
My screen.
Yes.
So you should see H945, and this is, it appears as the bill is introduced, but that's because I used that as a template and then made changes as requested. So in section 1 here, in the subsection A purpose, we're talking about grants to increase capacity and pivot production to build and assemble critical need items that are currently or expected to be in short supply, including the PPE, respiratory care equipment, medical devices, other items. So on page 2 of 4, under subsection B, eligible recipients. This is who can apply for a grant. Well, under C, it would be the applicant. And any affiliated businesses under common interest, common ownership or control, whether within or outside the state, have 500 or fewer employees. So that captures your enterprise-wide concept, worldwide, enterprise-wide.
Right.
And is there a question? And then under subdivision D, the applicant can demonstrate the ability to produce the product for resale or supply at a price that is competitive with other suppliers of the same product or a reasonable substitute. Under subdivision 2, the agency shall give preference for grant awards to applicants who demonstrate the potential for developing new lines of business that are sustainable over the long term. Eligible uses is unchanged. In D here, amount of grants, an applicant is eligible to apply for one or more grants, total of which shall not exceed $20,000 per recipient. Under E, administration, it'll be ACCD, again with VMEC and the Innovation Center at UVM. 2 is the same. Under 3, the agency may adopt additional policies and procedures concerning the application process, eligibility, and use of funds as it determines is necessary to administer the program. that is the last change I have. I want to just say about 3 there. It's it's may adopt and not shall adopt, just because if they feel like they have what they need and they want to go ahead, then why make them go through the process? But that's up to you. You know, saying that they can adopt policies and procedures concerning eligibility and use of funds is, you know, could be subject to how the agency interprets that language, but you know, a policy and a procedure are not the same thing as a rule. Obviously not the same thing as legislation. So under E3, you know, you're kind of walking a line here between how much room does the agency have? How much do you want to give for the agency to significantly add to eligibility and use criteria? Whatever they do, whether it's a rule or it's a policy procedure, whatever you want to call it, they cannot deviate from the substantive requirements of the statute, because the statute obviously is superior. But, you know, theoretically, they could add things to the process, eligibility, use, that might go beyond what you've said so far. So that may be something you want to discuss, or maybe you're comfortable with it, but I just wanted to flag that. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David? None? Okay. Thank you, David.
It looks like Jean had her hand up, actually.
Did? Okay. I'm swinging by here trying to find people. Go ahead, Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, this is such a short-term program with such a finite amount of money involved, directed at a very specific area. I agree with you about giving the agency as much leeway and just saying the basic criteria in the statute is clear enough, and should this become madly oversubscribed, that will give them an opportunity or a chance to further refine the eligibility. I don't think that we would want to require them to do any more than what the statute has. Is that your under? I was trying to be clear, but am I giving back to you what you were saying to us in terms of that particular area? And my dogs are barking, so I'm going to mute this.
I don't have a position, obviously, one way or the other. I just was flagging for your consideration, you know, the extent to which you want to allow or disallow the agency to augment the requirements of the program. They don't have to do anything under this language. They don't have to adopt additional requirements by any means, no.
That's what I was hoping for. I think that we've got enough in the statute, and we're giving them a little more leeway should they want to refine it further.
Sure.
Thanks.
Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I think the changes that David had put in there had come out of our committee discussion last week, when some of the things that we wanted to address is to make sure there were some parameters of the grant program, the adequacy of $20,000, and also being a one-time grant, administration with UVM, and so those are all some of the things, and I think that's where that one piece came out of and looking at trying to give the agency the ability to create some different guidelines on what those parameters were. It could have been my own misinterpretation of what our committee discussion was, but that's where it came from.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, when we're one piece, I think towards the top, we were talking about type of PPE supplies that we need currently or may need in the future. Where do we get that? How do we make that determination, or how do they make that? Is it looking at what emergency management is putting together as what the state is going to need and does need, or should we add any language like that to it? It just struck me now that maybe we should at least point a direction for someone to go to make a determination what we need currently and what we may need in the future. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that Patricia may have a view on that from VMAC, but because as the state emergency operations centers, they identify what kind of PPE we need now. And I know that they are doing a model. I talked to Michael Sherling on, I can't remember what day that was. Is it Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. It might have been Monday.
I believe it was representative.
Yeah. So on Monday, to try to figure out what the State Emergency Operations Center is calculating, how they're going about that. And they've put together a model. They had a model that they were putting together, and we're not yet satisfied that it was using the right assumptions as to how much they were going to need in terms of personal protective equipment. So it might be good just to reference somehow State Emergency Operations Center in that context, because how would we know?
Right. Okay. Anything else for David? Okay. David, thank you. Patricia.
Thank you. I did have a couple of questions. I noticed that price was mentioned. I don't remember exact, that went by quickly. But David read a change that had to do with price, like the price had to be similar or something like that.
I think it's subsection D. I think it's on page 2. Yeah, page 2. Yeah, it says the applicant can demonstrate the ability to produce the product for resale or supply at a price that is competitive with other suppliers of the same product or at a reasonable substitute.
Right. That seems difficult. I mean, I don't know how that gets interpreted competitive, because I know, the state ended up purchasing, some face shields at quite a high price because they were available and being made in Vermont, and a current gown proposal, gown manufacturer proposal, the price is definitely higher. It would not be competitive. It's meeting some of what the State Emergency Operations Center wants or needs and is reasonable, but I wouldn't call it competitive.
How do I raise my hand?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
It's on there.
Yeah, so Patricia, I think the reason why we said that was one of the conversations that we had last week, and I think it was Representative Bancroft that brought up, is to, if we enable someone to set up a manufacturing line, but they're not going to ever be able to compete on the basis of price, is that only just a short-term thing? Trying to nuance as to if it's a competitive price so that Vermont is continuing to buy from that supplier, or that is maybe under a specific contract, trying to figure that out. And that's what we were trying to do is in relation to that conversation we had last week.
Okay, I thought somewhere we talked about that there was demand. Because you definitely don't want to have people making things that nobody's going to buy them, right? So now I need to find in here where it talked about that, because I don't disagree with that to some extent, but that I think that would be problematic.
How do we articulate the thought that we shouldn't necessarily just be looking at a competitive price, but a sustainable product that can be readily made in the state? And because I think the state now is looking at not just at price, but the ability to be able to get the products, especially the PPE that we need. And so price shouldn't be a determining factor, but one of the factors. And so I think that's the thought maybe that we should be thinking about, is it's not just a competitive price, but also the ability of someone to produce products in a quicker, faster, and to be able to scale up to it.
Yeah, every week is a new, is something. Things evolve and change every week, right? Given how we're doing in the state relative to COVID-19 cases, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the intent of this bill, this is changing over time as well, because initially I also would not necessarily, we do have some companies that are, temporarily setting up to meet demand, whether Porta-Brace, for example, would long-term make surgical face masks, I'm not sure. But in the short term, to be able to supply hundreds of thousands to meet the state demand and, need to purchase for, a $5,000 piece of equipment or something to be able to do that. So it really, I think that maybe the intent here is shifting to be something, it really depends on the intent. And initially, being able to do this long-term, some companies I think will get into it for that reason. Other companies are jumping in to assist and make PPE right now and may not ever be able to come up with a competitive price. In some cases, they may come up with a deal with the state and figure out a way for some kind of public-private partnership or something. In other cases, maybe not. So,
yeah, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you. In my world, we've been closed down for almost 8 weeks. We think we may be open soon, but it won't be the governor who makes the determination. It's become obvious to us and to other people in the dental field that it will be the supply chain that makes the decision. The supply chain is just totally broken, completely broken. Any dental supply company, anybody you talk to for certain things you might need to be able to protect your staff and your patients and to work, they're not there. You can't get masks, you can't get hand sanitizer, you can't get gowns. Some of these things are things you always bought anyway, gloves. We use all this sort of stuff all the time. And you can't get it. You cannot get it. So anything that goes, and for instance, like Gordon's that can make masks or maybe something else, those are good things that you can, it may be a short-term thing It may not be something that's quote unquote competitive in price right now. It might be more reasonable than other people, but it may not be competitive in the long haul, and they may not want to do it 2 or 3 years from now. But we don't know when the supply chain is going to come back, and we don't know when this is going to be something that we can actually get a hold of. And so you will not have people open if they can't get the supply chain to work to give the things they need. I mean, the hospitals have all this stuff, and there's priorities there that we've had for the past 8 weeks. But in our world, this is still a real problem. We don't need respirators. We don't need ventilators. We need more low-tech, regular stuff. And we're trying to figure out how to get them. And so there are things that you can do. Competitive may not be the right word, and this may not be even a long-term program. Some people like the guy who's going to make the ventilator that helps with air conditioning, and people, that may be a long-term project, but it won't be for some of the stuff we're doing and some of the stuff we need now.
Yeah. Joan, I've got a few others, reps. I'm going to ask them, and then I want to bring you on after so we can continue this discussion. So, Bob?
I think there's 2 issues here. One is critical need, and I think that's the highest priority. If it can be demonstrated that there's a critical need and there's no expectation it's a judgment call in the short run, and however you define that the need is not going to be met, then this is high priority. Yeah. They go to the top of the list. But as we move on down through that, if we get out of the critical needs, but there are other shortages in other areas, and a person has a potential to produce a product that is competitive, then I think then they may be eligible, but they'd be secondary to the critical need.
Good point. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. I believe last week in this discussion, I had brought up the issue of putting bumpers around the recipients of this to make sure that the grants received were helping reduce the cost of manufacturing. I don't know if this was what this section of the bill is trying to address, but I think that was more for industries that have already been able to shift and have already created a product, and making sure that if they are receiving the grant, they can show that the grant is helping reduce the cost of producing the product. Mm-hmm. So I think that was what my intent was, and that may not be what this section of the bill is. But I do wonder too, if I guess it really would come down to the business in if they weren't able to create a product which they could sell because it's way too expensive, then they probably wouldn't want this grant to begin with. But I can imagine it would be a challenge if they received a grant, were unable to offer the product at a reasonable or competitive price, and as a result they just don't sell any. That would probably put them at a disadvantage as well. So I wonder what the balance is between what we're talking about and being competitive and reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Joan. Commissioner, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm having some stability with my internet issues, so I may be choppy because some of what I'm hearing is choppy, but we'll bear with it. So I guess I'm hearing the conversation, and I'm hearing all these valid points, and I guess what I'd want to come back to is what the original intent was. I was not privy to the initial drafting of this, but a couple of things that I've been involved in that makes me a little concerned about who is actually going to do the assessment of whether or not there's enough demand, whether or not that particular entity has the capacity and ability to bring it to fruition. You know, if you're pointing at the agency, I'll tell you that we have been involved in conversations about getting more access to PE, and generally who's on the phone is the health network, the operations center, and the building and general services commissioner, because I think they're in a better position to understand demand, at least from the, and that's not even considering what Representative Dickinson was talking about, but at least from that perspective. And so I think it's a really, really difficult task to understand whether or not somebody has that capability and ability to deliver. So as an example, there's a very large firm that makes all this stuff that we're talking to about possibly producing it in Vermont. And the reason for that is to build up capacity and to build up what we're calling the insurance premium. It may be more expensive to produce here. It may be more expensive for them to buy it from this producer, but it's a premium they're willing to pay just to have the availability and to prepare for any other surge or any other demand curve. But in order to piece that together, that's not us at the agency, right? Like we're not, you know, so the health network is going out to all the other health networks in New England, et cetera, to build up the demand curve so that they know that there's demand, they know at what price point, and they have a trusted supplier they've dealt with in the past. So I feel like those are the decisions. When you first started talking, when I tuned in, I thought, yeah, we really need to have those parties at the table to actually make those assessments. But it just really depends on what the original impetus was for this. Because it would be really difficult for us to assess, oh yeah, they have, you know, it's totally feasible for them to pull this off when they're competing perhaps with very large producers that are serving the biggest, you know, the largest components of the demand curve. So I don't know if that helps or hurts, but I definitely, you know, I heard about competitive price. That is odd because, you know, if we know that people are willing to pay a higher price just to have that availability, that might negate this, right? And then, but I'm still left with this question mark about how on earth would we be able to assess whether or not this entity has the ability to actually pull this off, and this is money well spent, and who is their market, unless we're asking that to be part of the application process. I don't know. But I mean, I feel like we wouldn't want to do that alone.
I would agree. And I think maybe we can put language in there that in consultation with, you know, the Emergency Operations Center, BGS, the others. I think VMEC is there that can help make some of those assessments also. So whoever we need to be part of this, let's make sure that we have it in the bill, I think. Christy?
Hang on here. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for chiming in and having an opinion on this. And I've been kind of writing down some notes. I thought my original concept of this was that we're going to provide a grant for companies that has to have an eligibility determined, instead of us maybe specifying the particular equipment like PPE, the respirators and masks and ventilators, et cetera. It's just maybe we say something that is critical need supplies. And the part about pricing and being competitive is we're just trying to prevent price gouging and have some oversight that it's reasonable. And I agree that it's not going to be a 6-cent N95 mask from China when it's costing 94 cents here, as we heard from one manufacturer. But on the other hand, if it's stuff that we got to have, then the price needs to be reasonable. I think we were trying to prevent price gouging. And the flexibility part on the end is giving the agency or whoever that final section was, for the flexibility that they may create policies and procedures, because we don't know what items might change or what new critical needs equipment or supplies would come up in the future necessarily. So I think that's how I was understanding this. And if I'm wrong and need to be corrected, I'm willing to listen. But trying to be specific and then give some flexibility is hard to describe.
Okay. Zach, your hand is up. Do you have another question or no? Okay. Christy. Okay, any more questions for Joan or anyone? Any other thoughts? Do people think that's kind of the direction we should be going? I think we need to look at what Bob said, that, we have, I think, two different situations going on. We have critical needs now, and then we'll have ongoing needs of what Lynn said, that, there's going to be a lot of issues with different areas of our economy and businesses that are going to need help for a long run, and especially with PPE. So I think we need to look at that. And I think, what really interested me last week when we heard from some of the manufacturers, Gordon's, like, he was talking about, making the mask, but he need, if he could purchase this tool that he needs that could make him more effective, that he could produce more, but that he can, when this is done and he doesn't have to produce masks anymore, excuse me, and go back to his original manufacturing operation, that this equipment can help him be more competitive in his world and help him in his manufacturing. And so it's not a waste of money. Well, can't say a waste of money, but it's a better use of the money that we're giving to help us with what we're doing now, and then help those manufacturers on the back end when things open up again. So I think if we think in those contexts, it might help us also.
I would just, if I could add.
Sure.
So on this piece of like, is there demand, right? I think there does need to be some kind of demonstrated demand. That would be the sort of the term that I would use. And that demonstrated demand could come from, SEOC and, BGS procurement or UVM Medical Center saying, yeah, we need this, and this is, how much we need or whatever. That's demand. There also could be demand coming from others. There could be demand for cloth face masks coming from manufacturers and restaurants. There could be demand for N95 cleaning equipment or sanitizing equipment that UVM Medical Center doesn't want to use and isn't getting used in Vermont, but is wanted by Homeland Security or, FEMA or something like that. So I think that the notion of, demonstrated demand, do you have an order? Do you have a real customer? And, there is in some cases, there can be some judgment that needs to be applied there, right? Like, do they really have a customer? But anyway, I just want to caution that some of the demand, I think the highest priority is what Vermont needs, but that may not be the only customer.
Okay. Lynn?
Yeah, I just want to say that to really emphasize what Joan said, the supply chain needs to be rebuilt worldwide, not just from China, but there's many options. And the supply chain is broken across the globe, from what I understand, for some of these things. And we need what Joan was saying about someone who thinks that they can go and get something that is going to be done here that will become more reliable is an actual fact. That's what lots of different kinds of manufacturers are going to hope to do. You may pay a little more, or you might pay a little more for a while, and you're going to eventually have to work with the marketplace, and they will. I have complete faith that they'll work with the marketplace, but the supply chain will be different than what it's been in the past 20, 30 years. And this gives us a chance to be able to look at how that works. So someone like a Gordon's may start out doing something like masks, and they want to go back to their draperies, but they may go into a whole other different area that actually creates is part of the supply chain that's maybe more of a niche. or that maybe it can be expanded into more things in healthcare than they ever gave thought to before. And that's what I think that's the long-term play on this.
Mhm.
The short term is the immediate demand, we can't get it. But when the supply chain gets rebuilt, you know, just like we do with some things in Vermont, we are part of a international supply chain. And this is something within the country, I think this is where nationally, I think people are going to be looking. Customers, manufacturers, this is going to have to become part of what we do here that we've given up for 30 years in the name of cheap. And we're going to probably have to be a little bit less cheap and a little bit more conscientious about where the stuff comes from, so we have it when we need it and it's done properly. Because not all these new supply chains will be doing stuff with good quality.
Right.
Yep. Bob?
I'm just really concerned how we can expect a state agency to fully evaluate this. Putting priorities. If we we simplify it and say it's only for those things that are in critical need, there are shortages, and there's no expectation in the future that they're going to be that the demand is going to be met, then they're eligible for the 20,000. But when we start moving away from that, you know, I understand and I fully support bringing back, tightening up our supply chain and making it closer to the end user. But I don't think the state agencies or anybody on this committee can decide which ones are going to be viable. Are we going to invest, $20,000 into several manufacturers to produce a cloth face mask when the supply I don't know when and if the supply catches up with 6 face masks? Those are the kind of decisions that that are going to have to be made. Typically, the market makes those decisions. We're trying to shortcut that. We're trying to mix in something, a crisis, along with economic development. And I'm nervous about the economic development.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a great point that Representative Bancroft makes. Yes, there's no doubt there's need now and in the future. There's no doubt we want to encourage this. All of that is true. But the idea that we're going to be able to know who is better positioned, one versus another, to get $20,000 to get the equipment, I am doubtful. Like, I know it sounds terrible, but I am, just because I know in these other decisions, in the crisis, these were not our decisions. It was not the state. It was the users of the equipment to be able to vouch and verify who was a supplier that could be utilized or not. And so that is exactly the thing that kind of gives me pause about it, even though I love the idea that we're encouraging it. The other thought about how to reconcile those who are doing it already and donating it, there's so many factors at play, and then also to the funding of it. Like, should this be funded by the general sort of emergency response money that's coming to the state to fund the exact response? So reconfiguring to produce this should be in that category, and I think it's really more probably Secretary Sherling, Commissioner Sherling's territory, just because that's where who could vouch for whether or not this is a good idea for this particular manufacturer. I think Representative Bancroft expressed it well.
That's an interesting point. Okay, I think probably next week we'll have a discussion with Commissioner Sherling. Let's see, Jim, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add a little bit to Lynn Dickinson's remark. It's been forecast that there are likely going to be spikes this summer and this fall. And let's just take Porta-Brace for an example. It's going to give them, if they would decide to go and buy the piece of equipment that they described, it's going to allow them a greater versatility to meet that demand that may not be there when we need it. So I think this is a wise choice to make. Thank you.
Yep. Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting the whole sense of the committee, and it sounds like we're building a program on some very good specific ideas. Some of the manufacturing, like we know we need the products. We know we need them now. It's good to have local utility. And what Lynn is saying is exactly true. We have no idea when that supply chain is going to get refilled. So to have this facility in the state is wonderful. However, as the commissioner so brilliantly said, this is really COVID-19 money. So I am wondering, is there a way between now and the next time we bring this up, we could get the same kind of research that we got in 345, where we're looking at COVID money with the additional hazard pay for employees? Is there some way we could find out whether we would have access to some of those funds for this purpose? Because I think if we're looking at it I think it gives us an entirely different way of looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, that question we can ask JFO to run that, but I think we're talking about PPE.
Yeah.
That's high on the list, but the other place where dollars can be found also is FEMA dollars.
Oh.
So I think Charlie has had that discussion with Commissioner Sherling, and so I think he's right now the missing link that we need to talk to continue on, and maybe it's public safety that needs to be the lead on this and not ACCD. I don't know, but we'll bring in public safety next week and talk more about that, I think.
Good. And I also just wanted to say that on page 2, we go to, and it's subbed in, is the agency shall give preference for grant awards to applicants who demonstrate the potential for developing new lines of business. And I think that speaks to both the Bennington people and also the Curtin folks, where even as we're doing this for COVID-19 and taking care of PPE and getting that supply chain built up and making it local, we could give preference to those companies that are saying we are going to buy a piece of equipment that will not only help us build up this PPE production, but will also help us in the long run make us more competitive in the state. So we could get a little economic development out of the COVID-19 money, as opposed to using COVID economic development money for COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach?
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to reemphasize that and I don't know how much this addresses the issue, but I do agree with Bob and Lynn and others that and Joan that there's too much unknowns, and we are not experts on market dynamics to be really determining what and how we should be involved in that. I think the industries themselves receiving these grants will be able to find their place in this. But I do think just to go back to the piece about the competitive pricing again, I do think that was perhaps I think that the intent of that, maybe this went into something else, but I really think this language should be geared towards that for companies that are currently making a product, if they receive this grant, that they're able to show that they are able to reduce the price of the product because of the grant. And I wonder if that language can be changed to reflect that and how other committee members felt about that.
Yeah. Well, I think think we want to think about that, because the original intent was to assist companies in pivoting to producing PPE and helping in the crisis. And it's a different thought of allowing the grant to go to a company that has already done the pivoting and is already producing. And so that's a little different dynamic than what we originally thought of. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just saying it's just a different thought of using it, different way of using the grants too. And it could be that that's what we want. But I think that we should bring this back to the original thought, that we're morphing out too far and overthinking of the things that we want to do. And I think the original thought of this was to assist companies to pivot and, like Bob said, take care of the critical issues that we have right now and that we see coming down the road in the near future. This isn't something that we're looking at 2, 3, 4 years down the road. If some of the pieces of equipment that manufacturers purchase assist them going forward, that's great. I think that's great, but I think our immediate need is how do we help companies, manufacturers pivot now to make this effective?
I think that's a good point, Chair. And I don't know if we need language in here to specify that, because I think as it is, I don't know if a company that's already pivoted is eligible for these funds with the current language.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead, Patricia.
Thank you. I think that this idea of cost reduction, because I know they sort of one question that has come up, right, is the timing of when this potential program, if it does, move forward and come into play, sort of like, the timing. And as I was thinking about that, because I was on a call with the MEPs around New England yesterday, we have a weekly call. And, the person from the MEP in Rhode Island commented that she thought most of the manufacturers who were able to pivot there had pivoted. And so that brings me back to, I don't know that that's completely the case here in Vermont, but it does make me think about like a J.K. Adams. They've made the pivot, they're making face shields. I sent them a couple of ideas recently to say, here's something that I saw that might help with cost reduction, because there was a news article and they said they were looking at making improvements to their products so that it wouldn't be just disposable, but could be reused and cleaned and whatever. So I do think there's validity to this notion of, okay, I've pivoted, I've made investments, and I can improve the product, I can bring the cost down, I can provide a better product to UVM Medical Center, to the hospitals. So anyway, I just wanted to put that in there. I realize this starts to maybe sound complex or not, but certainly if it's easier to limit something like this to what the state is procuring from Vermont companies, from those particular companies, that's also another way to look at it. It's more narrow, but that could be, right? Because then they've already made the decision. Yes, there's demand. Yes, the product's approved. Yes, we're going to buy some. Now there are additional costs that the company is going to incur. Anyway, so that's just some other thoughts.
Go ahead,
to
Joe.
Chair. So, the way, and I don't know if this solves it, but the way that that the emergency management it so far is that they basically contract and promise a certain portion. So in other words, like, let's say somebody wanted to do this, and let's say everybody had faith that this was the entity to bring it about. They contract for minimum runs of gear to support the operation. So it's almost like, so that entity will have a purchase order, let's say, and then they're able to go and produce. If it's just about assisting the producers. If it's for reimbursement, I think the COVID relief money can't be used for reimbursement of any donated things, but it could be used if there was, well, I guess it gets a little tricky. It depends on who's spending the money. I guess if emergency management already spent the funds reimbursed by the COVID relief fund. I don't know if that helps this particular effort, but generally, instead of giving the 20K as a grant to repurpose, it basically, we bring these entities forward, say, look, they could produce X amount of quantity, and then we line them up with purchase orders from people who need it. And then that'll be the kind of, like a purchase order, say, okay, we're ready, we could produce with this as a promise of payment. Rather than just betting on who's going to be able to produce and then sell.
Okay. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reminded of the crisis in World War II and how plants had to retool. And I think that this program, what it speaks to is having an infrastructure in place through this program, so that in the event that we see additional spikes, or maybe a year from now, we've got the infrastructure in place to handle it. That's all.
Bob?
It seems to me that I think it's important to kind of clarify though what the role of price may play. And actually, I'm not sure if price is the right word to use. I think it's cost of production. It's really what we're talking about here. And my concern is, or the issue that I want to raise is that where price or cost of production would come into play is where, for instance, hypothetical, we got 6 firms that applied to produce masks and really only need 2 of them. Price would play, or cost of production would play a role in deciding which one of those gets the grant. I think cost of production also plays a role, particularly for those funds that are that have already made the shift. If they get the grant and they can buy the machine that will lower their costs and hopefully maybe make them more competitive, or as in the case of Gordon, would help them be more competitive in their original product, then I think that kind of thing deserves to get a higher priority as we move down through where we're going to allocate these funds.
Well, maybe I think what Patricia was talking about also was some R&D. Like the company that was making the face shields would like to produce them so that they're more permanent and not throwaways, which makes a lot of sense to me. And so those might be areas, but I think we need to, we're definitely going to need to talk with Commissioner Shirley. Charlie?
But I don't know who's going to make those decisions, though. Those are going to be tough decisions for a state agency to make, but maybe they can.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's emergency management seems to be on them, and BGS seems to be on the front lines of looking at all of this. Charlie?
Yeah, sorry, just the nuances between price and cost of good or cost of production, because in making the suggestion for the change there on competitive price versus cost of production, having a low cost of production didn't guarantee a low price to the market. It doesn't necessarily mean that supplier would be selling it at a competitive price. Their cost of production could be low, but they could ask for a high price on the other side. And you wouldn't be able to produce something or sell something if your cost of production exceeded your price that you sold it. I mean, that was the reason for putting that in there. But something that Patricia brought up before is that some of the MEPs are saying anybody who could pivot to producing different products at this point has already done so. And I just wanted to find that out as to whether or not we're talking about a backlog of companies that have expressed interest in producing it, if only for the financing to purchase the equipment to do it. So do we really have a backlog, or are there the companies who have already, or who could produce PPP, and as a result of pivoting, have they already made that decision? I guess that's the question.
I mean, there certainly are companies out there that are still working on making proposals, I guess I would say. There's, one on gowns. There's a company that we're going to talk to today, later today, about N95 masks. I think we'll see some more N95 mask interest. And there are more companies working on cloth face coverings and trying to, find ways to do lower cost, higher volume face coverings. So I don't, that, like I said, that was a comment that person made. I mean, I do think, we've found a few, plugged some critical gaps, right? Like with the face shields, with the surgical face masks, hopefully with gowns here soon. But that doesn't mean, and I should say, and I think the state is still open to other companies that may have an interest in pivoting, because they're looking for a better price too, right? Or, looking for different ideas. So I don't know how to answer that question exactly. I think when we talked before, I mentioned that VMEC is aware of and is engaged with, approximately 15 projects. Some of those have purchase orders, some don't. And there's probably another 15 that I'm just guessing that we aren't aware of, that people are working on different things. That's my guess.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, there's so many unknowns. It's just, yeah. One week, I think you'll hear this from Commissioner Sherling, 1 week, everything's all set with gowns, until the next week, the order for doesn't show up, and then it's a problem. So it's there are a lot of unknowns.
Yeah. Stephanie?
I apologize asking kind of an obvious, maybe obvious question, but when the agencies in Vermont have to purchase items, are they required to purchase the lowest price if available? And is there also, is there a requirement or a policy that they buy Vermont first?
I could take a stab at that. They are not required to do cheapest first, and they're not required to pick local. That's under normal circumstances. And during the crisis here, they've done all over the lot. It was really based on availability. Mm. So, and there've been suggestions put forward that the state should consider local in legislation. Those have been since resisted for fear of retaliation from other states. Again, I just think that we could probably accomplish this, maybe not through a grant, but through the idea of purchase orders, like building up the demand curve, getting people to say, I will buy it. And then that would be enough for the manufacturer to actually go ahead and do it. That's exactly what Commissioner Sherling is doing now. And so why wouldn't we just continue in that vein?
Okay. Jim, did you have another question? Nope. Okay. So where do we go from here? I think we'll invite Commissioner Sherling next week to have another robust discussion to see if we're going down the right path or not. Maybe we're not. Maybe things are already happening that way anyway. But I think I want to keep this idea going for now. I think it's pretty interesting to see if we can help some companies pivot that will help the state. So does anybody have anything else that they want to bring up? Okay, I think we've probably come to the end of what we can talk about on this subject right now until we talk to Commissioner Sherling. And I think once we have those discussions and we can work with, Charlie, I can have you work with David and probably wrap in, depending on which way we're going to go, but either Joan and VMEC and probably Commissioner Sherling to all work on another draft that we get all the points of view and get it back to the committee. That makes sense to everybody? Yeah. Well, here I go again, letting you off early again. It's just, Bill Botso would not be happy. Well, everyone, thank you again for Bob. Bob's hands up. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm going to see if I can keep you longer.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
People can leave, but I was curious. I don't know as I fully followed Charlie's comment about price and cost of production, and I guess what my takeaway was, and maybe I'm wrong on the premise that you were trying to make, is that while if we were to give a grant to somebody and they were able to lower their costs, which in and of it's a good thing for a Vermont firm, and even if they're charging an exorbitant price for their product, if they're making excess profits, other firms will move in, production will increase, those prices will come down, and hopefully, because they have that piece of equipment, they would be competitive. So I'm not so sure about having a competitive price on how you define that, because a competitive price to me is whatever the market will bid. I still think the relevant issue here is cost of production.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I thought that price does reflect the cost of production in some ways. Usually your price is going to reflect your cost of production plus a profit margin on top, and there's your price, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, my cost of production is pretty low, but my price is exorbitant.
Right. Okay. So you've got a pair of, but if you're not competitive, then you're not going to be able to provide, there's going to be a lower cost provider that comes into the marketplace.
Yeah.
That's right. I've got to be competitive, but if enough people come into the market and they lower the competitive price, I still can compete.
Right. So, right, you can still compete. So cost of production is an indicator of what your price could be, unless you're a dairy farmer.
It's a regulated price.
Yeah. So
well, it's a floor.
Gentlemen, you got to build into your price a premium for availability. So yes, cost of production is there, but going back to what Lynn said, is you also have to build into that the availability of that. So if I know I have a manufacturer of masks, and I'm a hospital and I'm looking in the near term of the next 5 years, there's going to be a premium I'm going to accept because of that availability. I just don't want us to get so focused on dollars without adding that other part into the availability feature, because that is a part of why we're talking about standing up this part of production in Vermont.
Right, and
We don't know how to quantify that.
It's
We don't know.
hard.
We don't know. I mean, the hospital may say, yeah, I'm willing to pay $2.50 for a face mask now.
Right.
But when the supply chain catches up, and I don't know if that's from China or wherever it is, and the price drops down to 10 cents, I'm not so sure that people will say, well, memory's trying to get kind of short here, and bottom lines to get squeezed, so I'm going to go for the 10 cents.
But it's a forward contract. It's like when I was on, when the electric, like at Burlington Electric, we're buying future electricity at future prices. So purchase orders are, if you're a purchasing agent for the medical center, you're going to be looking at this and say, okay, I'm looking down whatever their time frame is, and they're going to make some assumptions. They don't buy. No one's buying right now. They're buying on a spot market for these kind of PPEs, but in the long term, these come from longer term contracts. That's all I'm saying. And I think that within that construct of what is the market, i.e. the medical center, what is the market willing to pay for that availability for a longer term contract, which sort of goes back to what the commissioners talked with contracts. I just went through a little, we got into economics, so I had to come and play.
On that also then goes back to, I think, what the commissioner was saying about the contracts right now are being awarded, and that contract is then including recouping the cost of retooling.
Right.
So it may not be at a competitive marketplace, would not have to pass the test of whether or not it's competitive price if there's a contract for that item. By definition, almost that is, so fulfilling a contract at a certain price.
Yeah, and you get that economic development piece into it thanks to whatever emergency entity is going to pay for it, because now our manufacturer has a piece of equipment that they then can utilize in other aspects of their business.
But it's a competitive price. I'm buying a product and security.
Right. So in that sense, it's competitive, right? Yeah, because there's value in that guarantee.
Okay. Anything
Did I
else?
extend it long enough for you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Bob.
You got another 5 minutes out of it, Bob.
Well, let's go to Econ 102.
Yeah. We haven't mentioned elasticity of demand and the determination of price.
Yay!
Anybody
Why do I
want
love
to?
this stuff?
Anyone want to go to a worker comp white paper webinar?
Ooh.
That sounds deadly.
Did anybody go to that?
I did.
I did.
I did too, but boy, I haven't worked so hard my entire life.
Problems getting
Oh my
in.
God, I must have tried 25 times.
I got in, but it was
Work.
deadly.
Yeah,
I finally got in. It was you couldn't even.
it was different, but it was interesting.
It was stiff.
Yeah. All right, committee. Anyone have anything else? Okay. So we'll be back on Tuesday. What are we looking at again Tuesday?
Three.
Yeah. I think
340. No.
45.
345.
346.
346.
346. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah. So, and I haven't heard back. I was hoping that House Transportation would look at the amendment that we are proposing for the TNC, and but I haven't heard back from Athea. So I think by Tuesday hopefully Tuesday or Wednesday we'll have something back from them, and so I think probably Thursday we'll look at this again. S342, like I told you, is going to be hung on the wall because of the vaccine. But I think I'm waiting to hear back from Steve Monahan. I want to know exactly the reason why they need some changes. And if it has to deal with the issues of COVID and workers' comp, then we'll take up the rest of the bill and start looking at it. I did get I received from Laura Backus Howell from NCCI their pricing of it. So we have that, and it's all over the place because it's going to depend on what our infection rate is and all of that stuff. So we'll see if hopefully if I hear back from Monahan, they feel we should be doing something, and we'll start looking at it Wednesday, and we'll just see what keeps coming before us and keep working on it. So we'll see you all tomorrow on the floor at 10:30, and we'll be together next Tuesday. So have a good evening, and thank you for all your work today. Thanks for Patricia. Thanks for being on with us, and appreciate it. And we'll see you next time. Hope everything's been well the last week. So we're waiting for David to jump on so that we can start looking at the draft committee bill. And we have some people with us this morning from, Patricia's with us from BMAC, and we have a couple of businesses that, manufacturers that would like to tell us how a grant could assist them in retooling to help with the issues of COVID-19 and their ability to produce PPE for the state and possibly for the country. So, and so we'll start looking at how we could design those grants and how we. I just want to let the committee know May 19th. I think, what time was that again, Amy, for the higher ed meeting with education?
Is 12 to 2.
12 to 2. So we will be meeting on May 19th from 12 to 2 with the committee, the education committee, and we'll be talking with the New England higher ed to get a better understanding of and have those discussions on, I think for us, workforce and how workforce relates to higher ed, not just in degrees, but in certifications too. So I think that'll be an interesting discussion. Also want to remind everyone that tomorrow afternoon, hopefully we're off the floor, at 2 o'clock, there's the white paper discussion webinar with NCCI on worker comp. So if I asked Laura Backus Hall to sign the whole committee up. So if you can make it, it'd be great. I know Charlie has already looked at the white paper, and it, as usual with worker comp, it's pretty dry stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's really important to our committee to understand how that all works. So I think that's all I have for you now. Oh, yeah, the Senate did pass a worker comp bill, and we received that yesterday. I'm not sure when we're going to take it up, possibly start looking at it next week. I'm still trying to understand the need for it, but and that's something that no one put on my radar until the end of last week. So we'll try to get that figured out. I know there's some insurers and business associations that are worried about it being too broad when you start talking about worker comp for COVID-19 and frontline workers or essential workers and the term and what it means. So we'll look at it. There's also a provision in there that would force people to have a vaccination when it becomes available. If not, then a presumption would go away. I can tell you in Chair's meeting last night, that didn't go over too well with some people. So I think that's going to be a pretty hard sell to get through the House if we, even if we decide to go through with the bill. So we will see.
Is that H 344?
It's an S bill. It just came over yesterday. I'm not sure what the number is. Did you get that yet, Amy?
Are you talking? I was distracted by the fact that who somebody was. What was the question?
The bill that came over from the Senate yesterday was sent to our committee yesterday afternoon.
I did not get that, actually.
You didn't get it yet? Okay. Stephanie, did you get it?
No.
I was going to say, I hope our clerk would take that and bring it over. I don't know.
Actually, I think it's H 342.
Yeah, that's it. That's the number.
An S bill though, right?
Yeah, S 342.
Okay. All right, good. So I see David is on. So David, you could
I'm thinking, Mike, I should have received an email from who on this?
I don't know if you get it from the clerk's office. I don't know how it works now. Usually when we're on the floor, the bill goes to you, and then you bring it into the committee, but I'm not sure how it works now.
See nothing from Bill McGill.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Typist on the line. Who is
Well, that must be me. My apologies. I will mute back off here. I was asked to, my name's Greg Haythorne. I was asked to join this at 9 a.m.
Great.
Let me see. Sorry about that.
Morning,
Let me do that. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so if everyone could mute, and we will have David just walk us through the bill. It's not a very long bill, so that people can listen, hold your questions till the end, I think, because it's short, and then we can ask David some questions if there are any, and then we can go on from there. David, good morning.
Good morning to you. I'm having some technical difficulties lately. I'm not really sure why, but I'm here. Glad to be here. Good morning.
Are you able to pull the bill up and share your screen, or do we need Amy to do that?
I just asked Amy that. I think she either has to make me a host or she has to share her screen.
Okay.
I'm going to make you a host, Dave.
Yeah, that would be better.
Okay. But I do have it up.
Hey, Amy. Amy,
Yes.
can you let me in on my iPad?
Oh, who's that?
That's
Jim.
me, Jim.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thanks.
David, you're a co-host now. Can you?
Great. Thank you so much.
And Greg, I think you're still not on mute, Greg. Just to let you know.
All right. It's my apologies. My ignorance here. Do you want me just to tune out and then somebody email me or something when you need me?
I think I'd like you to hear them go through the bill and all that.
Okay. All right. I will stop typing. That might be the best way.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, David, we can see the bill.
Great. All right. Well, David Hall Legislative Council, you should be seeing on your screen a draft 4.1 dated April 29th, 8:34 a.m. There's no draft request number and there's no bill number at this point. I wasn't sure if you're planning on introducing this or not, but if you are, we can certainly get that going. I mean, introducing as opposed to putting on another bill, of course.
Right.
So it's already draft 4.1, just because in developing the language, every time I've made some sort of substantive change, I've advanced a draft just to keep things orderly, particularly as we work remotely together. But you'll see that on line 5, the statement of purpose, the bill proposes to create a COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And line 7, an act relating to creating a COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And then line 9, the creation of it. So this is session law. This is not being codified. The assumption, God, I hope that this is not intended to last forever. It doesn't have to be called a program if you don't want it to be. Sometimes it's just easier to say there is a program, and through the program, this is how it works, and here's what we do, and we make grants and blah, blah, blah. So if the word program scares anybody off, it's not a big deal. So this is broken down into subsections with their own headings, so it's pretty self-explanatory. A is a statement of purpose. And under 1, the purpose is to establish this grant program to assist Vermont manufacturing companies in quickly accelerating productions of items necessary to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak. Under 2, the program shall provide grants to manufacturers to increase capacity in current operations and to pivot production to build and assemble critical need items. So two things going on there in A2. It's both increase your existing capacity, but also contemplates when it says pivot production to build and assemble. I mean, I take that to mean, you could take on potentially a new line of some sort of manufacturing and make things that you don't already make. So under 2A, this would include, so this is not exclusive, these are including but not limited to what we all, I think, probably recognize now as PPE, personal protection equipment, including N95 respirators, surgical masks, cloth masks, isolation gowns. B, respiratory care equipment, including ventilators. C, medical devices. And D, other items identified by the State Emergency Operations Center necessary for workplace and community safety. So I'm not the world's expert on, what may or may not be included in each of those broad categories. I think that this is, again, an illustrative example of what could be included, and it does entail under subdivision D items that are identified by the operations center. So I think there's a great deal of flexibility sort of in what the universe is of what could be built. And then also remember that the agency will have a discretion to decide what grants to make. So I don't see too many issues with this being overbroad or under inclusive, just because it's very flexible. But I'll leave that for you to decide. Under subsection B, we have eligible recipients. So eligibility criteria for the recipients under 1, 2, and 3, starting on line 7. The applicant has demonstrated manufacturing capacity. 2, the facility where the applicant manufactures qualifying products is located in Vermont. And 3, the applicant has 500 or fewer employees or otherwise meets a small business administration classification of small business or small manufacturer. I'm sure there are people here today who have more expertise about each one of these things, each one of these criteria. I will say for B3, just right now, the way it's framed is intentional, and it's intentional to be flexible as well. I know you've probably seen or well aware by now that, for example, for purposes of the PPP program through the SBA, I know that's a lot of jargon. I think everybody knows what that means, right? You have to meet the definition of small business to qualify. That could either be 500 or fewer employees, or you have to meet a certain revenue target by your industry on an annual basis. So there's some flexibility. There are other programs the SBA operates, and some specifically for manufacturing, that have similar but different criteria. And there are, for instance, in the 504 program, the definition of small manufacturer, and that's similar, but it also, for that program, means that you have to add a certain number of jobs over a certain period of time. So that's not probably going to be apt for purposes of this bill. So I think the intention, obviously, under B is that it be a Vermont manufacturing company that's small. But how you define that, whether you even care that it's small and what small means to you, obviously are things for you to consider. Under C, eligible use of funds, a recipient may use grant fund for the following: purchase and setup of production equipment, expenses necessary to produce critical care items, prototyping expenses for complex medical devices, and training expenses to train employees in the new production process and equipment. So I know that C2, expenses necessary to produce critical care items. I mean, that could be extremely broad. I don't know if there's more specificity that you want there or could add there. I would say generally, I have to assume that an application would come in and the applicant would specify what they're going to do with the grant. And then, of course, the agency has the discretion and authority not only to decide whether to give them a grant, but also how much and for what purposes. And they do have grant agreements that limit or specify the scope of how the grant can be used. So you could put more or less flesh on C. I think ultimately a lot will turn on what the agency determines it needs for these grants. Under D, the amount of grants, they are one time and maximum of $20,000 per recipient. So I read that to mean that if you came in and wanted a $10,000 grant, then you could get it, but it would be one time. And you could not come back for another $10,000 grant if, you know, something ended up costing more than you thought, or it's going really well and you have high demand. So that right now is the limit under D, one time max of 20,000. Under E, administration charge to commerce in coordination with VMEC. And under 2, agency VMEC RDCs shall publicize information about the program and the application process. I would assume they're going to do that anyway, but that is the charge in E2. Under F, reporting, agency shall report to the General Assembly bi-weekly. Certainly we can swap out whatever committees you want instead of the entire General Assembly if you prefer. But it's a bi-weekly report during the crisis on the number of grants awarded, projected actual production volumes, number of entities receiving the products produced. I'll note in lines 8 and 9, you know, during the pandemic crisis, if you prefer, you know, there are at this point several different characterizations of the time frame. The housing bill that I wrote that you worked on yesterday on the House floor, for instance, you know, specifies an emergency period that begins on March 13th and ends with a declaration by the governor. So if you wanted to put some sort of framework around what time we're talking about, you certainly could do that, but it's not maybe necessary. And then under F2, the agency shall submit a final report on the grant program on or before December 15th of this year. I think that assumes that all the grants will be made before December 15th of this year. So that's sort of the time frame I guess you're looking at for this to be operational. The last piece, G, funding. The Agency of Commerce may use not more than $500,000 to award grants pursuant to this act, using funds appropriated to it for the new remote worker grant program created in 2018 Action Resolves. Mr. Chair, you tell me if I have the wrong program there or if you want both of the programs there. But that's right now, it's obviously the intent is to allow the agency to use existing funding streams they already have in hand from the recruitment programs you passed. And this would take effect on passage. That's it for me.
Okay. Questions for David? Okay. Thank you, David.
I have 2 participants with raised hands on my screen.
Okay. I can't. I've got to.
Mike, I had a question. I can just hop in if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, because I can't see with my screen is full of the bill.
Yeah, I understand.
There we go. Okay.
David,
Go ahead, Zach.
I was curious about. Thank you, Chair. David, I was curious about the cap. I know that there's sort of multiple qualifications for a small business. One of them being the 500 employees or less, fewer employees. I wondered if that, I know that in other bills, we had limited to 500 or fewer employees within the company at large and not just in Vermont. Do you know if this refers to, is just in Vermont, or if it's the broader spectrum of companies?
That's a good question.
Sorry, that's not
it's vague at this point. I mean, it says the applicant, so you know, does right now that would probably be in the discretion of the agency. So if you wanted to specify that you're restricting this to 500 or fewer employees across, you know, the enterprise, or the way we've done it before, from whether it's the changes we were considering to veggie, or for instance, in the cannabis bill, we talk about all the business under common interest and control with, you know, parent-child subsidiaries and brothers, sisters, you know, businesses within the same family group. So however if you want to limit it to that, then certainly we could add that stuff in. Otherwise, I think this would be open to interpretation by the agency, whether the applicant means, you know, literally the Vermont business that's in White River that is a subsidiary of some global enterprise, or is it or do they not qualify?
Okay. Thank you, David.
Yep.
Gene?
Thanks. I'm interested in why we couldn't access some of the 1.5 billion we're getting in COVID-19 funds from the feds.
Well, two answers to that question. There's the legal answer and the political answer, and the latter is not my business, but the former is, I suppose you could.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in a little bit on that. Is that I think we want to get this done sooner than later.
Got it.
So I think the easiest way is to use, unless we could very quickly get $500,000 scooped out of the Fed money, which I'd much rather do if we could. And that's another question that we'll have to work out, I think, with the speaker and with Kitty.
Excellent, thank you.
Charlie?
I mean, another possibility, not to interject, but you know, you could start with existing funds and then potentially backfill that with federal funds once they become available.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, Zach brings up a point that I had thought about as well, but it would be interesting to hear from the folks today as to what kind of companies might already be interested in making the PPE and what categories they fall into.
Right. Yep. There was one spot that I was interested, or I think we should think about, is the one-time ability of a business to access the grant. And I'm almost thinking that we might want to think about a company could apply more than one time, but can't get more than 20,000. I just worry about just the scenario that David brought up. If you have a company that begins to be successful and needs to ramp up more and doesn't have the available funds to do it, and they could access another $10,000, why wouldn't we let that happen? So it's something to think about. Is there any other questions for David? Okay, Zach and Charlie, you can take your hands down. Okay, thank you, David.
Sure. Would you like me to continue to share it on the screen for other people to speak to, or would you prefer that I not share it?
Let's wait and we'll ask our next few witnesses if they would like it up on the screen when they are talking. And is that okay?
Sure. Okay, that sounds good.
Great. Patricia, good morning.
Good morning.
So if you would like to just share with us your thoughts on the draft, some of the questions that were brought up, and then we'll get to some of the people that you had suggested, some of our manufacturers, to get their thoughts.
Great, and I will then try to be brief so that I can leave lots of time for them. I think just one question that I had, or one reaction, is I know the intent of this is for manufacturers, and the bill sort of addresses whether somebody's a manufacturer. VMEC would like to see that a manufacturer be defined as somebody who has a manufacturing NAICS code, or one of the NAICS codes that's recognized by the NIST Manufacturing Extension Partnership as in that category. But that it may be that somebody could achieve that NAICS as long as they're manufacturing. So that was just one comment there. So I just wanted to just give you a brief overview of the kinds of companies and projects that we're aware of. And as I've mentioned before, I'm sure there are at least twice as many projects, another 50% that we're not aware of. So I don't want to, say that we know everything that's going on, but you're going to hear from Gordon's today, obviously very small company, making non-medical masks. Vermont Glove is in here. They're also making non-medical masks. We mentioned the last time, for example, a company like J.K. Adams that changed over very quickly to make face shields. You'll hear from Porta-Brace today, so I don't need to tell their story, but the importance, I think one of the keys there is they've gone from making 1,000 of a complex product every week to making thousands of something per day, which has been really remarkable. We're also working with another company, well, and I think this, this could apply to any of the companies above, but another company that is looking at making gowns. And one of the challenges, of course, is many of these items are mass produced in China or other places by very large companies at a very low price point. So in order to help some of these companies be successful, automation is going to be necessary at some point. And I think though there could be some, I guess my point there is that, for making things like gowns or surgical masks, perhaps, or N95s, that some of those changeovers are much larger, I think, of magnitude perhaps than what we're talking about here in terms of funds. But that could be a separate thing. But I just want to mention that, because I've heard, for example, on N95s, if we wanted to have control of that supply chain, the raw material is something called melt blown. And that would be very expensive capital to set somebody up with something like that. So I think that's out of the scope of what we're talking about here. I want to mention there are 5 manufacturers currently involved with the UVM emergency ventilator project. And the other piece is many of these are specifically items requested by the State Emergency Operations Center. However, there also are some companies making products that are necessary and innovative. For example, a company called iDry Systems has converted from making wood drying kilns to making PPE sanitizing equipment. To my knowledge, the state of Vermont isn't interested in that technology, but it could be a great business that others beyond the state of Vermont would be interested in, as well as another company that's making UV lights for sanitizing. I'm not sure if the state of Vermont is interested in that, but others outside of Vermont may be. So just to bring up some of those different types. And then also, as I mentioned the last time, we haven't even really begun to work with companies making hand sanitizer, although we have approached them about making wipes. So there's just quite a diversity, I guess I would say, and there's maybe 15 or so companies that VMEC is touching directly on some of these projects. And like I said, I think there's at least another 15 we're not touching.
Okay. Jean?
Thank you. I'm excited about this for a couple of reasons. I think it's a smart idea. The other thing is I think that we're looking at a change in manufacturing nationally. We're going to look with the supply chain and what we're talking about. We now understand after this pandemic that we have to make fundamental changes. I'm excited about our manufacturers being able to pivot. Do you think going forward after we get past this, which God willing we will at some point, will this help our manufacturers learn to pivot and change their lines of manufacturing at certain times to be able to adapt to this new paradigm of what's going on? And the second question is, do you think there's a possibility this program will be oversubscribed, and should we build in some ability to enlarge it? Thanks.
So I think there is a possibility that it could be oversubscribed. I think there's a possibility that some of what manufacturers may need may be more than $20,000, though I don't think that's a bad place necessarily to start. But and in terms of going forward, so absolutely, I mean, I think this is a shift in time for manufacturing. I think there's going to be a shift that this is our shift to more innovative thinking. You know, VMEC does a lot of work with companies now to go on lean thinking, innovative thinking, helping with, we call it fail fast, fail cheap, doing back of the envelope business plans, like really trying to move quickly and think in those areas. And yeah, I do think it's going to be, you know, more automation, more robotics, and that's, yeah, I do think so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Patricia? Okay, anything else, Patricia?
No, not right now. I think the hearing from the manufacturers probably.
Okay, great. Greg, good morning.
All right, Greg, now you're going to have to unmute.
There you go.
All right, the host took care of that. Very good.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me.
So if you could, just for the record, state your name and affiliation, and let us know how a program that we're looking at right now could help you.
Sure. My name is Greg Haythorne. I am the owner and president of Porta-Brace Incorporated. Our primary facility is in Bennington, and we have a secondary facility up in St. Johnsbury that was opened in 2008 in partnership with the Vermont Economic Development Council, I think, up in that area. I want to compliment Patricia and the folks at the General Services and Building Commission, as well as University of Vermont Medical Center, with the speed with which they were able to expedite the necessary processes to get these medical masks into volume production as quickly as they did. I guess I would say, by way of background, Patricia told you that Porta-Brace manufactures primarily, and has been since 1972, custom cases and covers for television news, field, film, and documentary production, music and audio production, and I like to say it's one of the biggest small businesses from a global branding perspective that I've ever been associated with. We ship to dealers around the world, and we deal directly with Sony and JVC, Panasonic, the manufacturers of the equipment. But when Patricia called us to get involved. We were closed, obviously, by order of the governor. And when we started talking to the hospital and the state about the volume that was required, it was going to really need some innovative thinking to try to replicate a mass manufacturing model for face masks that are produced probably by the hundreds of thousands, if not even millions a day in very large offshore manufacturing centers. So by comparison, it takes us about an hour to make one of our cases, and we're trying to get down under a minute for a mask with largely manual processes and material handling. So the challenge is significant, but it pales in comparison to the challenge and the consequences of not succeeding. So I'm proud of everybody here, despite health risks and family considerations. Everybody returned to work, and while we're a little behind some of my aggressive targets, I can see how we get to reaching our commitments to the state. So I would say that the effort is off to a favorable start. We'll be making our second shipment the end of the week to the state of masks. But I'll wrap up this intro with my one observation to the committee about the proposed bill. I think the one thing that I didn't hear discussed, you may have considered it, is the trade-off from emergency response, meaning speaking only from PPE standpoint, to do this in volume, whether it's gowns or face masks or coverings, you're really going to need some scale. And to do it in a way that the workforce long-term wouldn't be susceptible to elevated risk of injury, you're going to need something called sonic welders, which are employed in the high-speed packaging industry in the States, but there's very little mass-produced non-woven PPE done in the States currently, which was the problem, obviously, for everybody. So, long-term, Porta-Brace, or probably anyone in the state of Vermont, or any state for that matter, really wouldn't be in a position to be competitive long-term on high-volume, low-cost PPE. The hospital told us they pay under normal circumstances 6 cents a mask, through their normal supply chains coming from offshore. So we would certainly benefit from grants in some sort of long-term strategic partnership with the state, to be a source of quick pivot supply, assuming that there's an ongoing need. But I don't envision that, at least for the masks or gowns that we might be making, that the grant would necessarily be effective in helping cultivate, a long-term expansion of our core market for Porta-Brace and its employees.
Jim?
Good morning, Mr. Haythorne. This is Representative Jim Carroll. I'm
Hi,
also
Jim.
How are you? I'm also selectman for Bennington.
Okay.
And you just mentioned the price, from overseas of 6 cents per mask. Are you going to be able to be competitive?
We're not. We agreed. I don't think it's any secret, right? It's a state contract. We agreed to supply these at 94 cents, which is not a price on the free market that we could sustain without PPE funds. So that's just kind of that was an emergency price that we threw together for the state once, we knew we'd be able to pay the workforce. That was the best guess at some hopefully worst case scenarios that wouldn't run us out of business and would prevent any elevated risk of loss of life in the state. So,
well, I want to thank you for your years of devotion to staying in the town of Bennington, and for the work that you're devoting in this time.
Thanks, Jim. Just as a side note, that was I didn't found the company. You may know.
Oh, I know.
You know Bob, right? That was the
Oh, yeah.
handshake. That was the handshake agreement in McDonald's back in 2004. Yeah, that we could do it here. So
yeah,
it is something everybody should feel good about in the state. It's a good story at this time.
It is. It's wonderful. We're known around the world, or you guys are known around the world. And whenever Port of Brace is brought up, they'll say Bennington, right?
That's right.
Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to ask you, sir, the same question that I asked to Tricia, which is, do you see this program and this rapid shift to PPE manufacturing? Do you think long-term this will help your business model so that you can be more agile in pivoting when you need to for manufacturing? And the other question is, what is a sonic welder and how long does it take to build one? Thanks.
That's a good question. So I'm going to answer what I can answer positively first, meaning in a way that would be hopefully constructive in the design of the bill. Jim, knowing Bob, understands that he not only created the company, he created most of the technology that the company to this day relies on. The man was, in typical Vermont fashion, he was a genius in finding very simple solutions to sometimes complex problems. And we've tried to carry on that legacy. So sonic welders are expensive. It is effectively a form of energy, using directed energy to seal two pieces of non-woven fabric that tends to be polypropylene based. So as opposed to heating it, which carries a number of risk factors and is also more energy dependent, sonic welding allows for very high speed. It accomplishes the same thing as traditional stitching and sewing, but extremely high speeds, and it automates it. So you don't have a stitcher or a sewer involved. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to in-house at this point, capture 50-60% of sonic welding by figuring out how to sort of hack the sewing machines with heating elements that will accomplish with non-woven material the same benefit. I told Patricia we're real close. We have a couple of hurdles still. So, we're at the point where we may need to go outside. We can't quite control with the precision we need a couple of the variables to run at high speed. But if we can get over that hump, while we can't compete with 6 cents a mask, we can probably drive longer term. If the state's going to need us, we could probably drive that 94 cents down, perhaps considerably, for sort of emergency PPE supply. It's too early for me to say, if we're successful in that innovation, if it would have application to our core business and would open up price points, particularly for our export markets that are currently not attainable, but that is certainly possible. And it's certainly something that I'd be lying if I hadn't complimented our process engineer and equipment engineers on the potential, long-term for what they're working on. And a grant would certainly assist. While it probably wouldn't fill this place up with sonic welders, a grant could assist, those sorts of 80-20 type approaches to solving some of these problems.
Thank you.
Okay, Zach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in and speaking with us. So I'm sort of gathering the intent of this bill is to help facilitate the process for manufacturers to adapt to manufacturing these essential equipment, but also doing it on a scale that's affordable and sort of meets some of those price points so that it doesn't become too expensive. So I heard about the sonic welding machine, but wondering if you feel that the other criteria in this are going to allow for you as a manufacturer, the criteria for receiving this grant will allow for you as a manufacturer to bring down those costs and adapt. The other question I had for you was about how you would feel about the idea of trying to, as part of the grant process, injecting some sort of profit margins associated with the products that are sold, just to make sure that that we are keeping the prices down, and just your thoughts about that.
I guess I would not try to be funny whenever you talk to a businessman about profit, pretending he doesn't hear you. But if you could kind of rephrase that for me, I'm not sure I understood that second part.
Well, I guess the question is, we don't really, obviously the intent is to bring down the cost of the products for you so that you can be competitive. So obviously you don't have a big incentive to go out and make these products more than what you're currently at, because then you couldn't compete with China or other states doing it. But we wouldn't want people to take these grants as a way of increasing their profit margins, so that it brings down the cost of manufacturing, but you keep you keep it at 94 cents for a mask, when really the grant is able to bring it down to 50 cents. These are all hypothetical numbers, of course, but
sure. No,
does that make sense?
I guess. All right. So to answer that question, at least in our situation with the volume that we're trying to make, we returned all 50 employees immediately. That's $125 payroll for a biweekly payroll. We laid out $5,000 immediately for some new wire cutting equipment that, we could have kind of spent weeks trying to find cheaper, but had to get up and running immediately. So I don't think if the need is to deliver emergency equipment and materials quickly to the state, given the low cost coming offshore, I don't think you would have a big priority of trying to protect the Vermont taxpayer against any sort of excessive profiteering. But again, it's only from our experience here on the masks, knowing what the hospital pays for. And as far as the other criteria, there was a significant retraining component. It actually wasn't what I expected as much. It was more psychological, going from super high quality for products that are supposed to last a lifetime to changing the mindset to something that is supposed to be disposable after every sneeze and every other breath. So we could certainly, Porter-Brace could certainly use the grant to the benefit of accelerating retraining as well, if that addresses your first question.
That does, and I think there's a piece in the bill about retraining. So I think that might be covered, but perhaps we can let others comment more on that. But thank you so much for your comment, and thank you so much for your work in our communities and adopting to this situation. We do really appreciate it, and so do the people of Vermont.
Sure thing.
Any other questions for Greg? Okay, Greg, thank you very much. Thank you also to your company for stepping up to assist the state and its citizens, and also getting your people back to work, because I think we all realize that saves us a tremendous amount of money in the unemployment trust fund, which I think is luckily healthy, but it'll be a lot less healthy when this is over. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, you and everyone in the legislature for the opportunity. Unless you need me, I will sign off with just a statement that it's a special place. Bennington and St. Johnsbury, Vermont as a whole, we have been pleased by the outpouring of support from prior employees and retired employees that have asked how they can get involved to assist with the emergency response. So anyway, just really always makes me proud to be here. So good luck, everyone. Stay healthy, and Patricia knows how to find us or me if we're needed.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Brian, good morning.
Yet. Good
Okay.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think I'm here. Everybody hear me all right?
We can. So if you would, for the record, just state your name and affiliation, and just let us know how this bill could assist you in providing PPE for the state.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Brian Warnicki. I'm the Vice President of Operations Continuous Improvement for Gordon's Window Decor, and in full transparency, alum of the Vermont Manufacturing Extension Center. Hi, Patricia and Lisa. So as background, if you're not familiar with Gordon's Window Decor, we're a roughly 33-year-old small Vermont family business. We have an employment realm of 20 to 25 people typically over the course of any given year. We manufacture, design, manufacture, and install custom window treatments. So what does that got to do with PPE? At the beginning of all this, one of our team members took a sample of one of the fabrics we use to make a window covering, cellular honeycomb fabric, stapled it inside, stapled a rubber band to it, 2 rubber bands, and made a little video. And that was the genesis of the innovation that you see on my photograph with my video not working. We've developed a very simple non-sewn face mask for public use. It's not medical. We've had some, through the help of the state and UVM and VMEC, we've been able to get some testing done and some verifications on the materials themselves being safe. And you know, I've made a couple hundred of them over the course of the weekend, just as we've kind of scaled up production, and have given some samples out for folks to wear. They're finding it very comfortable, breathable, and we've got a process more or less at this point that allows us to make a lot of them very fast with people and do it in a socially distant way. So it's a labor-intensive process, but it's one that can be done by people at home. So it's also really scalable, we believe.
Okay, Brian.
And yes, sir.
Brian, can I stop you for 1 second? We're
Sure.
we need to get off the YouTube live feed and switch it. We inadvertently were wound up on Senate Economic Development's live feed, and they're coming on at 10. So we've got to switch. Nobody get off, stay on. We're just going to get off live stream for a minute. Go ahead, Amy.
Sure.
So we're back. We have Commissioner Joan Goldstein with us to discuss the proposed language that we have and get the agency's thoughts on it. And so, Joan, if you'd like to, for the record, and give us your thoughts on what we're thinking of.
Sure. Joan Goldstein, Commissioner, Department of Economic Development. And I just want to make sure I have this up and running, but my understanding is a sum of money would be allocated to spend on particular businesses that are repurposing their facilities and their operations to create personal protective equipment. And I'm understanding this to be not just the medical PPE, but also the overall PPE that would be useful as businesses get back into operations. I just want to make sure I have that correct before I proceed, and apologies for not being 100% sort of up to date. I know that during the, it is the draft, this is, it says DPH draft 4.1, is that the?
Yes.
Okay. So I know that just from the whole experience from the beginning of the shutdown till present day, that this has been a scramble, and the Vermont business community has been extremely responsive in trying to help. And VMEC really led the kind of coordination of that because we were just buried with everything else. So I think that in general, we would support this because it's really about helping out businesses who are helping the state or who have helped the state. It's the first part. The second is, since we don't have a vaccination for this thing, the expectation is that you could never really have too much of this, and the supply lines from the producers that are located overseas have been intermittent and not necessarily 100% reliable. So I think anything that would encourage our own businesses to do this, I think helps us from a kind of security standpoint to ensure that we could ensure further health and safety and protection. So I think from that perspective, this sounds like a very good idea. I think VMEC is closer to it in that they know the numbers of businesses that are actually doing this. I know since the beginning of this, there have been numerous lists generated about who all, about who would kind of step up and create this and what was in the realm of the possible. So I kind of defer to if they've already given you numbers. I know we were like ships passing in the night, and Patricia tried calling me yesterday and we didn't really have a long conversation, but I think generally this is something that we'd be supportive of. I do see you're asking for the funding to come out of the new worker, and I don't know yet if this has already been produced, but I do think that there's an expectation that that will go back. That money is going to be given back to the general fund. At least that's what's been proposed in terms of the budget adjustment because of the shortfall. So I don't know the outcome of the money. Yeah, I don't know the outcome as of this moment. I do know that we were offering up the unused portions back in to take care of some of the shortfalls.
Sure.
You know, having said that, you know, we're probably going to be creating a package to examine whether or not some of the funds from the federal relief could be appropriated to something like this, an initiative like this.
Right.
The other thing, like later this afternoon, we'll be talking to a company about recruiting them to come develop here and to actually do production here. So I think in general, like PPE production and sourcing and all of that, and making sure that we have that is something that we would support. Just in terms of how much and where it comes from is open, but it'll be decided upon probably in the next week what our proposal is.
Sure. Yeah, we still have to have those discussions with appropriations too. And
yep.
I think I think the general idea is to see if there's consensus of moving forward with this. And we can find the money somewhere.
Mhm.
So maybe some of the questions are, now that we know that the agency is supportive, that the administration is supportive, to start working on the language. Are we, number one, putting enough money towards this proposition? Are the numbers right at a maximum of $20,000? And then do we have, all the qualifiers, are those correct? So I think we need to work that language out with us and with
Yeah.
you. And with
Agreed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answers to that because I don't know the cost of the equipment or I don't have that. BMEC is probably closer to it. I mean, I do think that the training component can come from the training program. So I think we definitely would repurpose or kind of reprioritize training to train employees in this particular process or new, configurations. So yeah.
So maybe maybe the language that we want on that piece would be that that we put some language in that would say that would be the highest priority at this time for the training program, is to use those funds to help retrain employees in manufacturing businesses for PPE, something to that effect.
Yeah. No, I think that could work.
Okay. Questions for Joan? Bob? You're muted. You're muted again. There we go. Okay. You should be good now.
I forgot what I was going to say now. My concern is that I wish there was my hope is that there's some sort of source, government or some organizations that could give some guidance on what PP items are expected to be in short supply 1 month from now, 2, 3, 4 months from now. I'd hate to think that we're putting a lot of money into, along with maybe every other state, and producing $1 face masks that in this state, which in New Hampshire can be produced for 75 cents. So I'd like to know before we put that money in, or criteria for we're distributing it, is that there is now or expected to continue a shortage of particular items. And if there is, those are the ones that would qualify, or at least be put up on a higher priority on what they receive. I am a little leery of the whole argument that we're retraining, and this is a sort of the aspect of expanding Vermont's economy. I'm not sure that an investor would want to put their money into that position at this stage. I would hope that there would be some sort of due diligence done before the likelihood that if these funds are going to be distributed, that there is either there's a crisis, there's a shortage, or there is a good chance that this company will succeed and will develop a new product line.
Yeah, those are all great points. I think what I would suggest, because we haven't had the time to do this, is there's a combination of people working on this effort, like Commissioner Sherling. There have been questions asked of him, like, will the state supply this for all manufacturers? And the answer is no, not at this time. But a combination of Commissioner Sherling and Commissioner Cole, who from BGS has really the list of sourcing and the price for each source for masks and other equipment, to understand, what is a reasonable cost. And, if we could source it elsewhere, then maybe this isn't necessary. Like, that level of analysis has not taken place. I just know that from the asks that are coming to the agency about, will the state, supply this? Will the state do this? Will the state do that? And now the answer from emergency management has been that the supply lines are not secure enough yet. So that's the only information that I'm going on, but you're absolutely right. I think more precise accounting of, what does this cost? Is this a good company to do this? Is this long-term or short-term? These are all the unanswered questions that kind of nobody has. Nobody knows if this is a short-term need, until there's a vaccination. So nobody knows if there's going to be a resurgence, So I guess I'm just agreeing that, there are uncertainties here, and we should probably go equipped with the best information possible.
One last point. I agree with the conversation we had this morning that I would like to see our supply chain moved back into this country on critical items. But Vermont's not going to do it by itself. And to the extent that there's going to be a total free market and no restrictions on imports, I get really nervous if we're going to embark upon saving this country from China.
Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Goldstein, I'm excited about this program for several reasons, and I think it's well put for doing the short term for PPE. I'm hoping that the department will be looking at how this rolls out as a possible, well, it's not a pilot program, but it'll be working it'll be training our manufacturers to be nimble, getting their staff to really get involved with retraining and training their staff. And as we see the economy change, because I think we are looking at a sea change economically in this country as the world as we go through this pandemic, I see this as a possible tool in our toolbox in the future to work with our manufacturing sector. And is that something that the department is looking at? Am I off base, or what do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think the way the department is looking at the entire crisis is that there are some significant immediate needs.
Right.
And we have to tend to those. And then there's needs that are a little bit longer term, like getting people, once they're restarting, like how much they need to restart. And then there's the adjustment to new normal and what that means in terms of capacity, and how does the agency and how does the state respond. And some of that might be just like these businesses that were doing X could no longer do that because there isn't a market for it. And as a result of repurposing. So for example, there may be a supply of workers who typically were working in the aerospace supply chain. That's going to be already is severely impacted. Mm-hmm. There are going to be others that need to work on testing and tracing. So I do see, we don't know for sure how this is all going to unfold. We just know there's a myriad of problems, the first of which is closed businesses. Then there are businesses who, when they're able to reopen, won't have the funds to do that. And then there's, okay, what's this new normal? And then that's all overlaid with probabilities for whether or not there's a resurgence. So yeah, we haven't thought about this one in particular. I've not analyzed this particular offering, but we just know that the hard work is just beginning.
Thank you. And I think as long as we're mindful of retaining all of the data and the information so we can build later, I think it also shows how nimble the thought process is in the state around these issues. It's no one is waiting for somebody else. We're actually doing it ourselves, and I'm pretty impressed. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The bill has got some general outlines, but the major outline is that the ACCD will determine, working with BMEC, how these grants work or how they get assigned. And a lot of the issues of, is this a short-term fix and is it going to be around a year or 2 years from now? Is it going to be competitive, et cetera? But a couple of the people who spoke to us this morning talked about the fact that what they're looking at, and I think this is what, I don't know if we need to put it in the bill. I think it's almost like common sense that you guys were going to create parameters about this. Is this something that they can find more long-term use for, that they can find other customers within the country, outside the country, can do more things with this than just the immediate, PPE? That, I mean, $20,000 really isn't a lot of money. They seem to think it was just fine to get them started. I know you could leverage it if you wanted to take out loans or other things, but the point is that, and I think Bob's alluding to this, is what's the long-term goal here and how can we help them be flexible enough to use it for this and then expand it to something more useful? One of them gave an example of ventilators that aren't going to be used for patients, but that would be machines that you could use to keep people cool under all this medical paraphernalia that you're going to have to wear when things get warm weather. And if you can do that, you can do that in lots of other places where heat is an issue in manufacturing or in other kinds of applications in other industries. So this is something that this guy had a lot of ideas, and that seems to be something that your group at ACCD is going to have to investigate.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't hear this morning's testimony, so I don't have the context, but it sounds like from what you're saying, Representative Dickinson, that this is like showing the innovation that is getting spurred for this particular purpose, but however, could always be again repurposed, right? If there are further uses, then the response to the pandemic, this can't be a bad thing, right? To encourage this, and that we would have to. It's interesting, like some of the things and the ideas that are coming forward about how to respond to the crisis almost resemble what we went in originally for the fiscal year 21 budget about innovations and technology commercialization and retention of payroll, like all these things sort of blend in a way. I don't have it all figured out yet to present in a pretty package, but you're absolutely right. I think it showed the innovativeness of the Vermont business community. UVM was working on the Vermontilator. This is just a great story. And if we could ultimately have a variety of manufacturers in this state contribute to that, and we could benefit in terms of job creation and repurposing the workforce to work on those things, that's a good outcome. Even though there's going to be so much other pain and suffering in many different sectors. But so I agree. And I do think, we would have to work. And I don't know if UVM is aware of this or have testified or not, but I know that their team, the innovations group, was actively involved in the Vermontilator. So this might be very useful for that same group.
Yes, thank you.
More questions? Okay. So I guess the question now for the committee is, are you willing to continue on with this and turn this into a committee bill and try to get this through probably by next week sometime, so that we can get this ball rolling? And
sure, I think how do I say this? This may be one of many asks. Sure. So I'll work with whomever I don't know, maybe I see Lisa is on the phone here in the meeting. VMEC I know has been very active. Maybe we bring in UVM and then incorporate it into a larger kind of sort of emergence plan? How do we emerge from this crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we look at this first as a short-term problem that we have with PPE that we need to address. And I think in just what we talked about this morning, I think there is the consensus, and it's probably the consensus of the state, that we could quite possibly have another 2 or 3 rounds of this stuff, and so that we should be prepared for that. And then the long term, you know, I think, you know, the retraining of workers is a good thing, and hopefully that this retraining is, you know, we'll be able to spill over into other areas down the road for them, that it's not wasted just on that one skill, and that it's not that it's something that's going to assist our manufacturing businesses in the state going forward too. So
Yes.
there's a lot in that whole bite, but let's see. Zach, you had your hand up. You're all set.
Well, I suppose I would, yeah, I have a quick question. And maybe this isn't for Joan. I was just thinking about in terms of, you know, putting guardrails around the program, and what Joan might think were some legitimate means of verifying that the funds that we're giving out for this are accomplishing their goals, and how could we put some guardrails in this bill that aren't going to make it too difficult. We don't want to make it hard for people to apply for and get the funds, but we do want to make sure they're going towards the things that we intended them to. And I'm curious about your thoughts about that, Joan.
Yeah, I think we would have to assess that. I'm not envisioning this that everybody who wants to get in gets this funding. I think there has to be a framework to put parameters on it, because yeah, it may not be the right idea for every manufacturer to repurpose and go into this. They may not have the capability. They may not have the know-how. So I think we decide on that. That's why I keep bringing up UVM Innovations, just because we already kind of do that with them on some of these nascent companies or ideas. So I'm kind of thinking that we need to have that level of decision-making. It's not just going to be the agency or just VMAC or just UVM. I think it's a combination to assess, you know, what are they thinking about making? What's the market? Who are they selling to? It can't just be funding of an idea.
Agreed. Thank you, Joan.
Hey, Charlie?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think we should pursue it. And to the point earlier from this morning about putting bumpers around the size of the entity, that's something worth doing. And then in terms of the guidelines to be developed either by VMEC in coordination with ACCD or whatever, that's something we could definitely do. And I guess one of my thoughts is about timing and what's realistic for how quickly we could stand this up, in terms of it would have to be through the budget adjustment process. So we're not talking about anything earlier than May that I know of. Well, it's tomorrow, I guess. But so in order to get through the end of May, that's probably most realistic about when this is going to be up and running. The last part is just a wonder, just to throw it out there, is what are companies already doing this at their own expense? And some of them are because it's either the right thing to do or because they really want to be in that business, in that line of business. So this helps fund some of that, so that if somebody's hesitating, that they might jump into it anyway, or they might be convinced that it's okay to jump into it and devote resources to it. But there are those that made the transition without anybody asking them to or telling them to, and because they know it's the right thing. So it's an interesting thing to think about that.
Yeah, that's so true, because there were people who just jumped in and they figured it out and they did it.
Yeah.
and some people are donating, you know, so we'd have to figure out a way to reconcile that, you know.
Yep.
Are there any more questions or just general discussion with everyone that's here? I guess I'd like to get a feel from the committee. Do you want to go forward, and then we just keep pushing it on? So, Bob?
Yeah, I don't mind going forward with this, but I definitely want to give some sort of parameters to give preference to items that are currently in short supply or expected to be in short supply under the assumption that we have a second and a third outbreak. And that money also, if it's being given out with the expectations that this is going to be a new product line, then I think we need to have the similar criteria that we apply, that we've talked about in veggie and those kinds of things, that it's going to be something that's likely to succeed. And we're going to have a lot of demands on money here. I want to be very careful about what we spend here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we need to be very wise on the choices that we make. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just sort of reemphasize what I emailed about. Was I think that, especially with what Bob said about being cautious about where we're putting our money, is considering this as a convertible loan program instead of a grant, and paired with that are some of these bumpers or parameters. You know, first, if it's a product that already exists, that you're able to get the loan forgiven if you can prove that you were able to reduce the cost of that product, or you were able to show that you were able to develop a product that came out of it. So I think that I would like to see this as a convertible loan program. And in that context, I think that we don't necessarily need to limit this to smaller companies. I do want to make sure it's limited to Vermont companies, but if it's the larger manufacturers that are in the best position to be able to create the largest volume of product, that we don't want to prevent them from having these additional funds from doing that too. But in terms, I was thinking this was in the context of the remote worker program, which was designed to essentially recapture the funds that we were giving out through tax revenues from the additional worker. That I also thought that we should be looking at the funding mechanism in the same way, or how are we, it was a revenue neutral program, essentially. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I think if we were under normal circumstances, that would be the preferable way to go, similar to the new veggie program that we've been talking about. I think the problem with making it a forgivable loan is that you need a lender, and so I think we would need to incorporate Vita in all of this. And I know Vita is pretty busy right now, and we then are adding another layer of time constraint on getting the money out. So I think it's something to think about, but I guess I would caution on making sure that we're not putting too many levels of too many hoops for people to jump through, and it takes a lot longer. So
agreed. I generally support
understood.
the bill, though. Just want to be clear about that. I do like this idea.
Thanks. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, I generally support this. I'd like to sort of suggest that I think what Bob is saying is right. We need to make sure that whatever we're supporting to be manufactured, there's a market for. We're pretty sure PPE has a market anywhere. I'd like to sort of add that part of the evaluation could be, if you have to choose, is value added. The window shade people, if they get the machines they're talking about, that will be a value add to their manufacturer later, should they go out of the mask business and into something else, or God forbid, body bags. With our manufacturer who's talking about replacing ventilators with hoods for hyperbaric situations at 95% oxygen, those are products that going forward, we have a real value add. So maybe one of the things we want to highlight in our, if they have to choose between businesses to give this to, is to kind of look at those value adds. Where are we going forward? And I just wanted to say that if people hadn't had a chance to see 60 Minutes last Sunday, where you look at GM that was kicking out trucks and now they're kicking out ventilators, and that technical skill that those workers have learned in nanoseconds will be able to give GM the ability to pivot to other product lines. So I'm kind of excited that we'll, and hoping ACD will look at this as a, it's not a pilot project, but maybe it could be the data that will give us that pilot project to help our manufacturers become more nimble. So long-winded, I think we should definitely go forward.
Okay, Stephanie?
There we go. So I think I wanted to ask this of Lisa, and the 15 companies that VMEC has already been in contact with, are these companies that are already manufacturing PPEs in some shape or form, or they would like to, they need this extra money just to get into that business? Or I want to know what the level of interest was from these companies that have already contacted you.
Lisa Henderson, Client Services Director at VMEC. To respond to the question, the companies that we have been working with, and again, we've been working with maybe 15, and there's another easily 15 that we're aware of are doing different things. These companies are, some responded to the state's request in the form of initially donations and then responsiveness of what else they could do. And you heard some examples of that. And Greg Haylard from Porter Brace is a really good example of that, trying to figure out how to supply, in particular, the medical grade surgical masks and gowns. Other companies, we've actually reached out. So we began huge campaigns when realizing what the critical PPE was, to contact many of the manufacturers we knew had capabilities, to see what their capabilities truly were, what they were doing at the moment, if they were considering retooling, what that might be, where they might fit. We've collaborated or put together collaborations, and the UVM Vermontilator, I know we call, that's the term. In that case, we learned about the technology. We were working with UVM Innovations, and they weren't sure how they were going to get the product out. We helped them find resources to immediately go for the FDA approval process. So we used our set of service providers that we work with normally to integrate that. But then we also solicited half a dozen companies and brought them together after they signed the appropriate NDAs to discuss the project, the opportunity, and then what could they each contribute. And we, again, because of our experiences in the industry, we went after the different tiers of the supply chain, talking to the companies who could engage. And I've heard you ask questions about the viability. And one of the first things we were doing was to truly understand their capabilities, but also their condition. Were they in a condition to support? What could they do? And where they had resource to, they might have been an essential. Many of these companies were not already operating, and they were trying to figure out if they could do something, what they could do. But some of them were already essential and still were saying, what else can we do to help? So we, there's 15 companies that, or about 15, that we are specifically discussing specific PPE with, whether it be surgical mask, gowns, the facial cloth face masks for the general public. We're considering that part of this umbrella of needed protection. We weren't directly working with the distillers. That's some of the other people on the other side, but now we need hand wipes. So we've gone back to the distillers to try to figure out how we might convert some of them into hand wipe manufacturers versus strictly sanitizing in bottles that they're accustomed to doing. So it continues to evolve, and it really is being driven by the states and specifically Commissioner Sherrill and Commissioner Cole's interaction, and Patricia as our point person, to understand what those critical needs are when their supply chains are limited or challenged or not able to follow through. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Jean, then Lynn, then Christy. No? Lynn?
Okay, yeah, interesting. Jean brought it up. I've been thinking about it all week, and I thought of it before we came on this morning. I watched the 60 Minutes with GM. Very impressive. It occurred to me that what they did a lot of things. They shut down all their car manufacturing, and they worked with this ventilator company, this team of engineers, designers, people from their line, people from quality control, all kinds of people, electrician type kind of people. And they went out to find, they had a small company in Seattle that had made ventilators, and they went out, like 3 engineers and the head of production or something. And they're working with a small company in Seattle, and they brought it all back because what they said they could do is they could have niche products that can be made in small amounts. What they can do is make lots of things quickly in large amounts. And I think they gave the example of an F-150 truck comes off the line every 52 seconds or something like that. But they put this group of people together. They called all these people back in to do a small number of people, and they figured out how they can put these together. And one of the things that occurs to me is that this company in Seattle has found itself one heck of a great partner. Even if GM doesn't go into the ventilator business, everybody learned from everybody. And you know, it always seemed to me with Detroit and the car manufacturers, here you had all these highly skilled people. There was got to be a way that you could go and put these people back to work if they've been laid off and there's all sorts of crisis with their cars. They have great manufacturing skills. They have great engineering skills. They have great trade skills. And that's precisely what this ventilator thing has done, will potentially do for them. And I think that's some of the things that we could have here. I mean, I'm not talking about the guy making the cloth masks, but I think that this is something where one of the guys talked about the niche. We're a niche manufacturer, we have niches. And I think this is really worth doing. I mean, $20,000 isn't a lot. It does come out of the new remote worker program, which means that as Zach said, you may be missing some people who would come and bring their taxes and their family with them. But you know, we could do it out of the Vermont, the worker that comes to work for the Vermont company. I mean, I don't know. There's got to be a little bit of the money there. I mean, $500,000 for $20,000 is 25 manufacturers if they all get 20,000. But I think it's an opportunity we should try to take advantage of if we could, even if we only get 10 of them. You know, cut it in half, but it would be helpful.
Okay. Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'm hearing is most everybody on the committee, at least, is supportive of this program, and it is kind of a neat concept, neat idea. I'm glad to hear that that there's some coordinated effort out there through VMEC, and just listening to Representative Dickinson talk, I think that's the kind of effort that could create some jobs on the other end. I'm curious what this might look like after it ends, or after we're out of the emergency program. If our efforts go back to buying products from offshore suppliers and for 6 cents a piece versus 94, there's those types of concerns that I love nothing more than to see manufacturing or ingenuity come back to the States and be provided domestically. I'm concerned a little bit about where the funding is going to come from. Did I hear that the remote worker program may go back to the general fund, or we still have opportunity for that. Certainly, a small program like this to benefit some small manufacturers that are willing to jump in at this critical time, and to maybe restart when we do come out of this and be able to provide some products for Vermonters and for our regional area. I think it's worth looking into. I know there's a lot of volunteers out there that are making the cloth masks for people and businesses and organizations, and it's that kind of ingenuity that I think that we're trying to capture.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so committee, if you're in favor of pushing forward, just put your hands up. Okay, I was talking about your blue hand, but that's okay. Okay, so I think we're all in favor of going forward. And Jim, we couldn't see your, oh yeah, Jim's hand's up too. Perfect. Or did you want to talk, Jim?
No, I was just raising my hand.
Perfect. Okay, so I think we're in unanimous decision to move forward. We'll ask David to turn this into a committee bill so that we can get it introduced. And then I would ask Charlie if you'd keep working with David and Joan and Lisa, and probably if you can bring UVM Innovations in. And I think you've heard some of the things that have come up, parameters, really start looking at whether or not we're in the right ballpark as far as dollars go. Is 20,000 enough? I like what I heard this morning that, you know, as little as, you know, a few $1,000s could be helpful to some, and you know, 20 certainly would be helpful for anybody. And should it be just a one-time grant, or should it be up to 20,000 that you could reapply for if you only ask for 5,000 at the beginning? So, you know, the question of where the money is going to come from, we have don't have an idea yet. You know, that the new worker program, remote worker program, new worker program, not remote, was an area that there was money. I know that you know, the administration is looking at areas where we can get money back into the general fund, and I know appropriations is also looking. So working with the administration with appropriations, I think we'll find the money somewhere if everybody wants this to happen. What I would say is, Charlie, if you would reach out, well, actually, I'll do that. I'll reach out to Senator Shirakin and ask him if he would, I've already told him a little bit about this, that we were going to explore it. But I would like to see if we can bring a member from his committee on board so that we get some of their thoughts at the same time. And I'm just watching deer at the other end of my pond go by. And see if we can narrow down the scope so that when we pass it, maybe it's good to go on the Senate side, so that we can get this rolling as quickly as possible. So is there anything else that anyone wants to talk about pertaining to this program? Okay, great. Anything else anyone wants to bring up? We still have, well, I guess one question I do have is time frame on getting a new draft. Our regular schedule is Thursdays, 9 to 11 and 12:30 to 2:30. If I can certainly ask for time on Tuesday, if that's a possibility. I don't want to push too hard, but I don't know what kind of a time frame Joan or Lisa you'd all be thinking of to be able to put a new draft together.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would certainly be happy to circulate to both Patricia, to Lisa, and to Joan some of the ideas we talked about, whether it's establishing those parameters, whether 20 grand is enough, whether it's a one-time grant or somebody can come back to the well a second time as long as we go over that, and then coordinating with UVM what kind of process this whole thing looks like. So I think those were the 4 areas. Is there anything else in terms of what you'd like to see included in an updated draft?
Zach, yeah, your hand up.
Yeah, I was. Well, I completely understand the desire to get this out as quickly as possible. And so I don't want to belabor this, but if we were able to bring in Vita for a conversation to talk about making this a convertible loan program, and if they say no, they can't do it, then I'd be happy to drop it. But I think it might be worth exploring it. I think if we might have some challenges if people feel like this is too broad and there's not enough limitations, and it's and we're putting out money that we don't have. I'm worried about the economist report that came out in the BT Digger that we're looking at a $430 million budget shortfall next year. And so I think that any amount of revenue spending people are going to be particularly cautious about. So I wonder if you'd be okay exploring that. If not, I will happily drop it.
I wonder if I could interject here just a moment to let you know what we're doing. And we're working with Vita to figure out what type of disaster loan program that we could develop with them. Right now, there's quite a lot of tourism and dairy in their portfolio. So we are in constant communication nearly. And I'm not sure, whether this convertible loan idea for this particular subset of businesses, but I think what we'll do is bring it to the discussions to see. I mean, just to give an idea, like we know that there's a whole host of businesses that are not qualifying for PPP or SBA funding. So we are thinking about a alternative scenario where Vita could possibly fund some of these businesses. So I just don't know the landscape yet. I mean, we are talking and we're thinking about it and we're trying to quantify the numbers. We think another transition point will be when businesses find out precisely what will be forgivable in the PPP. Yeah. And we're hoping it's not going to be too shocking and horrible that they'll be faced with an 18-month loan that they need to repay. So we are trying to get a handle on just exactly the amount of need. We've surveyed businesses. We've only gotten 3,000 responses, and the 3,000 amount to a loss of $350 million a month in revenue loss. So we're dealing with a enormous monster here. I don't know how else to put it. And trying to figure out how businesses that are closed could actually have access to capital. And how long will they be closed? So that's the kind of immediate need and thing that we're focusing on. I don't want to say that I'm giving this short shrift. I just want to show this in the context of the numbers and the programs that we're thinking about and contemplating.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe include have Cassie from Vita as part of the vetting process, so that we have that that financial institution background looking at the applications that come in, whether that would give people feel a little better about it. Also, I think we should touch base. I think, Joan, you can do that with the administration, but I think we should touch base with JFO, probably talk to Klein, and ask about this particular program that we're pushing, because it is for PPE basically. If that would fall under the
1.2 billion.
Yeah, the COVID relief. Yeah.
Right. So that, we don't have to, we're not using state dollars, that we use federal dollars to prop this up with. And
Sure. Definitely.
Lynn?
Yeah, I support the idea behind this program, just like I really supported the innovation stuff that we did with UVM and that we heard from during the course of our regular session. I do think that the numbers that Joan just gave us are really sobering. And in light of all of the things that we have going on, VITA being involved in seeing if they can either help vet this or can help. I mean, I don't know if they're going to have enough money to be able to help do a convertible loan. The convertible loan was the appeal of the PPP, and I think that Joan's right. People will find out, maybe not so soon, they're going to get it, and then they're going to find out later they've got this big loan they have to pay back. It's really very low. It's 1% interest, but it still becomes a loan. It's a different kind of beast at that point. And so I'm guarded in my support, but I think we probably should pursue it with some of those other things that we've just talked about.
We could incorporate it into the overall recovery package that we're thinking of.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, one of my concerns is that, and part of it, Joan, I think, is that I'm not sure we're going to be needing masks a year or two from now. But if they can find a way to do something that they can convert it to, that this adjustment can be made, and that can be a very small amount of money to help someone go and create a long-term manufacturing niche for themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that we think we should ask them to look at as they develop this? Or do we have a pretty good sense right now of? Okay. I think we've have a good idea of where we want to go. So we'll leave that up to you all, Charlie and Joan, Lisa. I'll try to touch base again with Senator Sorokin, and we'll see if we can get the Senate on board, if they have an interest, or if they just want to wait until we've done the heavy lifting, and then they can come in on the backside. Okay. So Charlie, I guess I'll wait to hear from you. Everybody can work with David, and we'll let David know to turn this into a committee bill, and we'll go forward. And Charlie, just let me know how things are progressing, whether or not we should. I'm thinking probably Tuesday might be a little too quick to turn something around. So I'm thinking more, we'll use our next Thursday to see where we are with this, and see if there's some new drafts, and any new drafts that come out, we'll send it to me, and then we can share it with the committee.
Okay, and I'm going to reach out to some of the committee members that expressed some concerns about the parameters and try to flesh out as to what those could be, what they could look like.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good. Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring up before we go? I just can't believe that, I let you guys out early in the session, and now I'm letting you go at half an hour early again. It's just, I don't know. Botso is wearing off, I think.
I'd like to chalk that up to a well-run committee.
There you go.
Have a good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, Joan.
Bye.
We appreciate
Thank
it. Lisa,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Bye-bye.